It probably isn't all that surprising to hear that the 2020s have been a wild time for animation. But when I tell you that it's been an absolute roller coaster, I'm not talking about some itty-bitty Jeepers ride. I'm talking about some Kingda Ka level shenanigans. Something that would put Phineas and Ferb to shame. We have seen some of the highest highs and lowest of lows. More lows than highs, unfortunately. Cancellations, studios shutting down, and all sorts of mayhem that has arisen as a result of corporate mergers and the streaming wars. So just to document the journey this decade has been for the industry, we've put together the biggest stories from the last few years, alongside some think pieces that have aged pretty well, to drive the point home that the current landscape of animation is broken and desperately needs to be fixed. But it's not all doom and gloom. There's definitely been glimmers of hope, and honestly, some things that have happened are just funny.
Warner Brothers has released a peek at the, quote, new CNS logo. Made me laugh when I saw it.
You know, I get it. It's just cartoons. I understand more important things are happening in 2020, and I'm only getting older. I ain't the hip teen I thought I was when I started this channel all those years ago. But no matter how old I get, I will always have a passion for animation. I will always be thankful for the many shows that have touched my heart over the years, going back to when I was a child. And that's why thinking about this topic makes me sad. It makes me ranty, it makes me venty. Truly, it puts me all over the place. For the first time since, 2009 with Seeing Real, it truly feels like all the tired critiques about Cartoon Network are starting to have a hint of truth to them. I am honestly scared of the direction Cartoon Network is heading. And if you are a fan of animation, a fan of this beloved channel, no matter what era of it you grew up in, maybe you should be scared too. Now, I am not someone who likes to fearmonger. I am not someone who enjoys making rant videos on networks, over-exaggerating details and drawing attention to people who, honestly, could give less than a damn about what strangers on the internet have to say about them, because Teen Titans Go is ready to premiere another season. Granted, I have dabbled in rant videos in the past, but even then, I knew the people in charge weren't necessarily to blame. And I still feel that way. When it comes to business, like most situations, things are far from black and white. To be blunt, what we're about to see go down at Cartoon Network, what we're already starting to see, ultimately goes far beyond the network. It goes far beyond the studio. It boils down to the root of all evil. Money, or in this case, debt. Lots and lots of debt. AT&T was a company already in debt, and what's arguably their biggest attempt to stay afloat while also continuing to expand, the goal of any multi-billion-dollar corporation, was the acquisition of Time Warner in June of 2018. An acquisition that came at the hefty price of $85 billion. The content and creative talent at Warner Bros., HBO, and Turner are first rate. Combine all that with AT&T's strengths in direct-to-consumer distribution, and we offer customers a differentiated, high-quality, mobile-first entertainment experience. We're going to bring a fresh approach to how the media and entertainment industry works for consumers, content creators, distributors, and advertisers, said AT&T Chairman and CEO Randall Stephenson. Spoiler alert, he retired his position as CEO earlier this year. And as of August 5th, 2020, the long-term debt for AT&T is at over $153 billion. Combined with their current debt of over $15 billion, and we have nearly $170 billion debt. What does this have to do with cartoons? Well, the end goal for the entertainment industry is, well, a profit. AT&T acquired Time Warner under the assumption that the properties they own can generate more than enough money to not only pay off their debt, but, you guessed it, see a profit. And as the merger itself got the ball rolling, I imagine those working at now Warner Media Animation Studios were scared. Mergers can get pretty ugly, and jobs are on the line. But as one would imagine, it's not only jobs. Creativity can be compromised as well. So when the parent company has the expectation of making money, those underneath said parent company suddenly face the immense pressure to ensure that they're having hit after hit produced. Products that are not only well received critically, but commercially. And because of that, risks have to be scaled back. Original IPs have to be scaled back. And while a bulk of prominent figures shimmying out of Cartoon Network was already a red flag, the first big gut punch and the catalyst for me even making this video made itself known on Friday, October 16th, when Geneva Hodgson, just one of the many modern-day animation legends who worked on OKKO, revealed that her smash pilot Trick Moon, one of the most popular pilots released by the network this year by far, would not be going forward with development. Earlier this week, I got the call from Cartoon Network telling me that they are not going to be going forward with development on Trick Moon. This is not a result of a lack of enthusiasm on your part or the fault of any other project at Cartoon Network. Sadly, my project is just one of many casualties of corporate restructuring. I love Trick Moon, its characters, the cast and crew, and everyone who gave it such a warm welcome. I couldn't be more proud and grateful for this whole experience. It was really a dream come true. Love, Geneva. This hit hard in more ways than one. It truly felt like Trick Moon was going to be the next Infinity Train. A pilot that's released onto YouTube, completely takes off, generates a ton of theories and fan art, and its presence would be strong enough of a case to get itself greenlit so it can fully realize its potential and greatness. And oh, we're gonna touch on Infinity Train too, don't worry. Trick Moon's rejection serves as a statement, one that's rather unfortunate. A solid premise, cast of characters, rockin' crew, and immediate dedicated passionate fans may no longer be enough to get picked up, both in terms of getting greenlit and just renewed for another run of episodes. Sure, your show could be good, but how good is it? Is it good enough to even make a dent in $170 billion worth of debt? Debt also goes hand in hand with the reality that we're simply heading into a new era of Cartoon Network, as it now falls under new leadership. A familiar face who's had a hand in plenty of shows that we loved throughout the years. Someone who now has to steer the network and studio in a direction that will please the higher-ups. I mean, just imagine how nerve-wracking that can be. If there's anything the presidents of Cartoon Network are, no matter what rant videos or angry tweets will tell you, it's that they're passionate about animation. They know the rundown, they know how powerful animation is, they know how much these stories mean to people out there, how formative these stories can be. But especially now more than ever, they also recognize the hard truth. For as long as there's a parent company, they'll always need a parent company. They're just going to be a cog in the machine. All that passionate creative storytelling is second to the money that they need to bring in. They recognize the sobering reality that their network, the studio, it's all sadly just a cog in a massive machine. And they had to be selective about the stories they're bringing to life, because behind those stories are millions upon millions of dollars. Trick Moon's rejection is an example of this. With corporate restructuring, we're going to see less of new, innovative ideas, because it's all about chasing that bag. And if your show isn't a hit, boom, that's all she wrote, you're done. So what future programming can we expect? Well, I'm not trying to say that we're never going to get any original ideas, any new concepts ever again, but they're going to be put second to what the network feels clearly brings in money. In 2020, only one show has premiered on Cartoon Network, Thundercats Roar. And well, I don't think we're gonna hear from it anytime soon. But in 2021, so far we only have confirmation of one show premiering on Cartoon Network. We Baby Bears, a show that's shaping up to be more than just a full-length series of Baby Bear flashback episodes. Honestly, I'm excited for We Baby Bears. If the art style's any indication, it's gonna be hella cute, leaning much more into anime influence with zany adventures. And just by reading the synopsis, you can tell this isn't necessarily geared towards a preschool crowd. It truly does just seem like a zanier We Bare Bears, one that can completely stray away from the grounded aspects of the original series. But let's really think about this. Tig and Seek and the Fungies, two shows that I've also enjoyed from what I've seen, no tea, no shade, were originally slated to premiere on Cartoon Network but got pushed to HBO Max. We Baby Bears seems as if it'll be a mainline series. But pair this with the news of a new Batman reboot that does seem geared more towards children, that's going to be simulcast on both Cartoon Network and HBO Max. Teen Titans Go remaining evergreen on the network despite declining ratings, alongside Total Dramarama making decent waves among its target demographic. and getting renewed for additional episodes, it's pretty clear to see what Cartoon Network finds lucrative. Reboots, revivals, reimaginings, spin-offs, whatever it may be, it's pretty clear that they want to see innovation with existing IPs that have already been proven to be successful. Existing IPs that can garner viewership, help garner HBO Max subscriptions, and sell that sweet, sweet merchandise. Now, I do want to put it out there, I am not anti-reboot, anti-revival, anti-spin-off, whatever the case may be. While I can't say I've cared for a lot of the reboots we've gotten over the years in particular, hell, we know how everyone feels about Powerpuff Girls 2016, I can't say any of them deeply offended me. And if anything, PBG 2016 taught the network to make quality reboots, not be blatantly corporate mandated, and get executive producers who are not only passionate about the property they're working on, but depending on the property being revived, have an outstanding track record when it comes to their past experiences with animation. Look, if you're gonna reboot Johnny Bravo, Dexter, Courage, whatever the case may be, if you can't get the original showrunners, then you better attach someone who's going to get people excited. A familiar face who had a significant hand in animated hits that people go crazy for. And I don't want to get too negative, but please drop the uniform Cartoon Network art style that's become common across many shows and pilots. Now, I could be wrong in saying this, but I truly doubt that the people working on these shows, including the showrunners themselves, want all of their cartoons to look the same, especially in a way that validates all of the abhorrent Cal art style memes that poison animation discussions online. Like with each passing year, it feels like this godforsaken GIF is manifesting itself into reality. And also, I'm not gonna lie, it feels like Cartoon Network put themselves in a situation even before the AT&T merger. Although cable ratings have dwindled across the board, a statistic that will always be a good out for Cartoon Network, there's a direct correlation between their falling ratings and their schedule becoming grossly saturated with the same 3 shows, relegating the rest of their shows to premiering just once in time slots that are half-heartedly advertised and then never reran again. The original Steven Universe series was not just popular because of the internet, it was also popular because it reran like crazy. But notably 2017 is when they cut pretty much all reruns and got into this weird mindset where we only need to premiere these episodes once, then put it on the app, make it available digitally, and we'll never rerun any of these episodes again until we're getting close to new premieres, where we're going to rerun them just once at random time slots where barely anyone is watching. Hell, you want to watch most of the 2010s Cartoon Network library? Get your ass on HBO Max. Yeah, that's also kind of crazy, huh? Cable is so goddamn expensive. Yet if you want to watch properties from this one studio, you're shit out of luck with cable, you're basically shit out of luck with the app, even though you're paying what, 5, 6, 7, 8 times more? Reruns help a show grow. Hell, a lot of these shows, even the ones that wanted to be serialized, had to conform and sacrifice so many episodes to the episodic gods, only for them to not even be reran again in the first place. What's the point of putting them on streaming if they're not even made to be aired in a streaming format? Rebecca Sugar and her team had to produce so many tiny episodes, and for what? They don't even air on television! The fact that we have episodes, like a regular epic final battle, Change Your Mind, Reunited, Come Along With Me, You're in Control, Dark Plaza, Let's Fight to the End, Welcome to the Underworld, whole as miniseries, and they never air on television? You only premiered them once? And shove them off to streaming? I get it, you can run higher ad rates on certain shows, but the reason why we're probably only going to get reboots, revivals, spin-offs of successful IPs, and why new ideas will probably only be created by high-profile animation legends is because the damn TV channel barely reran these shows in the first place. And I think that's most evident in quarantine. While I'm sure a lot of people had to drop cable because of the pandemic, I truly feel like those first few months were make or break time. The fact we had a pandemic, honest to God, should have been Cartoon Network's time to go, if we're gonna have even just a little bit of more eyes on our schedule, we can mix up our programming and try to get some new fans on board for a lot of our shows, even if they're over. But instead, we got nothing. But you know, Two Titans Go, Gumball, etc. If they truly felt like streaming and social media was going to be how these shows would thrive, they could have done so much more to give these shows gas. Do you honest to God know how many times I've been told by people who work on shows that channels like this do a better job of spreading the word on shows than the networks themselves? That's asinine. That should not even be a thought that happens, but it happens. And these networks see us. They know we exist. It should not have been hard to adapt and switch up the promotion for their shows, showcase enticing scenes for anyone of any age, drop the kiddie pandering with their advertisement because kids hate feeling like they're being talked down to, especially by advertisements. And I promise a bulk of these shows would have had a lot more gas. Why the fuck? No disrespect to Uncle Grandpa, I love Uncle Grandpa, but when he really laid out on the table, why the fuck was that series ran more than the entirety of Steven Universe Future? Which people to this day are still figuring out exists, by the way. I know so many people would say, oh, I wouldn't have gotten into this or that cartoon if it wasn't for you constantly posting about it, tweeting about it, posting these scenes, because the network doesn't do that. If they actually reran these shows, showcase some badassery in their little 5-second bumpers, and didn't come out swinging with a, hey kids approach. And I feel this with Infinity Train more than anything. This show still has the potential to be your big modern hit, Cartoon Network, HBO Max or not. Books 1 and 2 should have been, and honestly, should still be, reran to hell and back when they aired. But nope, once both those books finished, poof, gone, not even on the Cartoon Network website anymore. Pandemic, summer, spring break, whatever you argue, people who still have cable should still be able to find something new, something that's a change of pace. But everything that qualified for that over at Cartoon Network went out the goddamn window. And honestly, the fact that the Infinity Train crew wants to do 8 books, yet we still don't know if it's going to get renewed for those books, the fact that its success on HBO Max's launch date and for book 3 apparently decided the fate of the series is fucking dumb, and I'll tell you why. So many people get attached to shows on streaming just by browsing and diving in. HBO Max isn't even on Roku or Fire Stick yet, 2 big streaming platforms. Most of its potential customers don't even have access to it still. Everyone who has streaming, and I mean everyone who has streaming, always finds new shows or movies they get addicted to and binge all in one sitting. I'm confident in saying that out of all of the HBO Max original content, Infinity Train is one of the best they have. And if it's cut short before it's able to fully realize its complete vision, would be one of the biggest mistakes they would make. Not just for changing the conversation of animation because Infinity Train is powerful, it's just one of the greatest shows, period, and can move anyone of any age, but because now, if we end up in a world where Infinity Train is incomplete, people in the future, regardless of age, are going to throw it on HBO Max, get absolutely hooked, and find there's no more left. Oh, would you recommend this show? I would. I really enjoyed it, but it kind of just stops before answering the major questions. That sucked. Oh, well, I don't want to waste my time with something that's going to be incomplete. Thank you. Instead of, hey, should I check out the show? Yes, you should. I binged all 8 books. It's amazing. You won't regret it. I know they're looking for immediate cash grabs, but damn! Some things need to play the long con, especially when they're not easily accessible. I honestly do not know what to expect for the future of Cartoon Network, but I am kind of scared. Again, we could get reboots and they can be great, they can be fine as they are, but the idea of no longer having serialized, overarching stories with new, exciting worlds and characters that can get people of all ages invested, especially when that's something that people are looking for, including kids. They're a product of their environment, they're inspired by their older peers, they see their older peers are invested in serialized storytelling now, they're going to want that as well. The idea of that going away, dwindling down, it sucks, because it seems like that was a great direction we're heading towards. Hell, Netflix is still heading towards it, and honestly, reboot or not, Cartoon Network's better off just jacking Netflix's style. Seriously, you want to reboot? Do it like how Netflix did. Greenlight a serialized reimagining of a series in full from the jump. Let the crew rock out and go wild, and then release it into the world, whether if it's on television or HBO Max. I don't know, I kind of lost track, but also I think I just said everything I needed to say. I've been in this booth for an hour. There's one more elephant in the room that I just need to mention. If everything I'm saying is true, and currently this current face of Cartoon Network is a large consequence of AT&T's debt, then there's a sibling of Cartoon Network who needs to be addressed, as they also play a piece of this puzzle of solving the affairs of the cartoon, I don't know. Warner Brothers Animation. Cartoon Network, DC, and Warner Bros. Themselves have all had projects produced at WBA Studios. But if they're already becoming even more selective of what goes from development to series, at least at one studio, it has to make you think about the bigger picture. If AT&T is looking to save some money, do they really need 2 animation studios? And keep in mind, they really are 2 different animation studios, individual workplaces within Burbank. And although I doubt the Cartoon Network branding can ever die, maybe the 2 two actual studios, and the higher-ups within won't remain separate entities. I'm not necessarily sure what that would mean, what that would look like, how that could affect their projects in literally every aspect, but we're living in strange times. So it could be a possibility worth putting out there. Give Steven Universe another series for homophobia crippling the original, and Cartoon Network, please be smart about this. Because if you are going in the reboot direction, just remember, Powerpuff Girls 2016 is your template. No consumer is going to want a reboot like that.
Then doom on you!
Doom on you! Doom on you!
Get away from me!
Yesterday, the animation industry received the terrible news that Disney would be shutting down Blue Sky Studios, who are behind beloved animated films such as Ice Age, Rio, and Robots. There's honestly a lot to unpack about the situation, but I'll strive to condense everything as quickly as possible. When Disney first acquired Blue Sky Studios as a result of the Fox merger, a lot of people in and out of animation were skeptical. Would Disney absorb and shut down the competition? Or would they give Blue Sky the opportunity to prosper, allowing the studio to continue their legacy? Things seemed hopeful at first, Disney including Blue Sky Studio features in their animated slates. But now it seems like a lot of animated studios and projects are just getting dicked, and at least in this case, the reasoning behind it is the ongoing pandemic. To recite this Deadline article, one can say that the writing was always on the wall for Blue Sky, especially after Disney acquired 20th Century Studios and its assets in March 2019. However, the past year has been challenging for Disney on many fronts, of course due to the pandemic, not just on the studio side, but also with theme park closures and cruise line dockings. Sustaining a third feature animation studio is no longer viable for Disney given the current economic realities caused by COVID. The last day for Blue Sky will be in April. The number of Blue Sky employees being impacted numbers 450. Disney will be working with the employees at the Greenwich, Connecticut-based studio to explore open positions at other internal studios. A studio spokesperson told Deadline, "Given the current economic realities, after much consideration and evaluation, we have made the difficult decision to close filmmaking operations at Blue Sky Studios. The Blue Sky's library and IP will remain part of Disney, and Deadline hears there are no plans for another major studio to absorb Blue Sky's employees and operations. A series based on Blue Sky's Ice Age characters is already in the works for Disney+. Through 5 movies, the Ice Age series grossed $3.2 billion at the global box office. And of course, right next to 450 people losing their jobs, this next part is a huge punch to the gut. Production on the Patrick Osborne-directed Nimona, which is dated for January 14th, 2022, is being stopped and the film will no longer be released. Nimona, which had 10 months of production still left to complete, followed a young shapeshifter who teams with a mad scientist named Lord Ballister Blackheart to expose the ruler of the kingdom. Now, let's just unpack this for a second. Animated features take a long-ass time. I'll give you a hint. 10 months left for production? They were basically at the finish line. And while the general public may never know how much the pandemic has ravaged Disney, there's still a reason for concern on if this was the best call. Just like the abundance of Warner Media layoffs struck last year, these corporations are putting real human beings out of a job. People who have bills to pay, families to feed, debt to pay off. The timing could not have been any worse, especially when they're scrapping an animated film this late into the game. We also have to look at this from the perspective of a monopoly. Even before the pandemic, there were fears that Disney would control basically everything in the entertainment industry. With Blue Sky gone, we lose yet another studio with its own identity and approach to storytelling that stands out from Disney's assimilating brand. Not to mention, this means we've lost another major animation studio on the East Coast. Yay! Everything's in Hollywood. Great. I get animation is expensive, but it's terrifying to see how much the conversation has changed from the start of quarantine. Going into this, animation lovers across the board, whether they were a consumer or working in the industry, were optimistic that live-action productions being interrupted would enable the growth of animation as a medium. And with the advent of these corporations getting in on streaming, it seemed like we had our own little beacon of hope. But money talks, and these bigwigs have made their own stance on animation very clear. And unfortunately, the visions do not line up. There's no way I could do the legacy of Blue Sky Studios justice in this news video. That would require a much bigger endeavor. But for now, I just want to say thank you. A lot of people got their start at Blue Sky, and their films meant a lot to a lot of people. Hell, growing up, films like Ice Age and Robots stuck with me just as much, if not more, than the Disney films. I'll never forget that Ice Age is one of the few animated films my mom would actually watch with me, and I can still see the DVD so clearly in my head. With its white case, extensive bonus features, and interactive menus, it's a relic of the past for sure. But these films did contribute to my own love for animation, and I can't imagine what the people at Blue Sky are going through right now. There's no way any of this is easy. I really hope another studio can pick up and finish Nimona. It's based off a graphic novel from Noelle Stevenson, showrunner of the recent She-Ra reboot, and while I'm unaware of how much involvement Noelle actually had with this film, my heart goes out to them as well. I can't imagine having something so huge just taken away from you like that, especially when you just spent years jumping through hoops to tell the story you wanted to tell in a Netflix reboot that Toy Company still had a grip on.
I wasn't ready for it to happen all of a sudden like this.
Me too.
Well, it's official. We received the trailer for the next season of Infinity Train, Book 4, Duet, and with it came a painful announcement, but one that sadly felt like an inevitability. Something that I've talked about before on this channel, but just like the last few times I accurately predicted the end of cartoons, I was mocked and told I was overreacting. But it's true. Infinity Train is coming to an end after the release of Book 4 on April 15th. All 10 episodes dropping at once on HBO Max, unlike Book 3, which was sprinkled throughout 3 weeks in August of 2020. I had a lot of mixed emotions when I found out Infinity Train was ending, and I still do. On one hand, 4 seasons are nothing to sneeze at, and although the show does have an overarching story that has bits and pieces in each book, the stories themselves on a season-to-season basis are self-contained. So we know going into Book 4, although we may not get too many answers on the bigger picture in present day, as this seems to be the first book set completely in the past, we can expect a satisfactory conclusion to Ryan and Min's arcs. But why was Infinity Train canceled? Well, as with most show cancellations, we're probably never going to find out, at least not for a long time. But to be honest, the answers are there, and I'm going to give them to you. Granted, although this is mainly conjecture, I'm still confident in what I have to say, and I know that at least to an extent, there is truth to these following statements. So let's deal with animation heartbreak once more, and lay out the reasons why Infinity Train has met the end of the road. First things first, let's do a little bit of recap and take a look at what the creator Owen Dennis had to say. After Infinity Train Book 2, Cracked Reflection, premiered on Cartoon Network in January of 2020, we had absolute radio silence on the show's future. By this point, we already knew it was going to move to HBO Max, but we didn't know if any additional episodes were coming. Of course, the team can't flat out say anything because of non-disclosure agreements, simply referred to as NDAs, which are essentially legally binding contracts that forbid people involved with the show's production, employed at a studio, or even visiting a studio from sharing any details of a production that's not publicly and officially available. But because the show's crew was still employed at Cartoon Network, there was the reasonable assumption that Infinity Train would continue. And it did, as Book 3 premiered on HBO Max that following August. But in the months leading up to Book 3, the Infinity Train crew greatly stressed that people need to watch the show on HBO Max when it launches and when Book 3 premieres, strongly implying the show would be canceled otherwise. A bulk of the crew confirmed that they were laid off, and Owen Dennis himself stopped working at Cartoon Network in December of 2020. This is also around the time I began making videos saying, hey guys, I think Infinity Train might be getting sabotaged from the inside because it doesn't fit Cartoon Network's current regime. And here we are now, the show's ending. Coinciding with this announcement, Owen Dennis took a statement to Twitter. While this wasn't the intended final season of Infinity Train, it is a self-contained story, and will add to the history and lore of the show like each season before it has. Everyone worked super hard on it, and I couldn't be happier with how it turned out. Each season of Infinity Train has been a very different experience and tone than the one that came before it. We went into this one with the intent of trying a slightly different direction with the show, and I think it will come as a pleasant surprise to most fans. Production stopped last September. Maybe someday we'll be able to make more. I don't know. But for the foreseeable future, this is going to be the last season, and I hope you all have a good time watching it. Continue to support it however you can. In the meantime, our crew has moved on to other projects, and so have I. Follow them on social media. Continue to check out their personal work. They're all just genuinely good people. If you're a showrunner, DM me, and I can give you a full recommendation on any of them. I'm so thankful to the crew of Infinity Train for helping make it what it became, and to the fans for their incredible support over the years. While Book 4 is the end of the line, I'll always be grateful and never forget that this series has meant so much to so many people. And there you have it from the horse's mouth. It's over. And it's disheartening for a multitude of reasons. The crew behind the show revealed on a Reddit AMA that they actually wanted the show to go on for 8 books, the number of the infinity symbol, and that they had the protagonist for each book planned out, and a little movie would be nice. The idea for the movie they hinted at? Amelia origin story. A bigger look at the journey she took to become conductor. Not to mention Infinity Train fans went above and beyond for this show. They're the reason why Book 3 didn't drop all at once. So it's kind of a punch in the gut that Book 4 will drop all at once. The fans constantly took to Twitter to trend the show, having it crack the top 10 of Twitter trends on numerous occasions. The show was even reported to be in the top 5 of most watched Max originals, taking over Close Enough. So what gives? Well, reason number 1, the state of Warner Media and the gray area of Infinity Train's demographic. We talked about this before, but the AT&T merger really did a number on Cartoon Network and, well, all of Turner Broadcasting. Cartoon Network, Warner Brothers Animation, and other studios got folded into Warner Media. Sam Register, a veteran of the industry, was put in charge of its Kids and Family division, meaning he controls all of that content. Cartoonito, the upcoming preschool block that they adopted from International, and HBO Max Kids and Family. The ball is truly in his court for a lot of things, and it's kinda scary. Bring in Infinity Train, a show that was greenlit by Cartoon Network and HBO, aired its first 2 seasons on Cartoon Network, and then moved over to HBO Max for the 3rd. So why does Close Enough live while Infinity Train dies? Simple. Close Enough was an adult show out the gate, produced at Cartoon Network Studios or not, so it falls out of Sam Register's grip. But Infinity Train doesn't. It's by all technicalities a kid's show. Now I know, what show would kill cops and an incel? Whether or not Infinity Train is considered a kid's show is going to be an argument for a long time, but the fact of the matter is, to the bigwigs, it's a kid's show. Now, corporate restructuring killed a lot of projects at Cartoon Network. Another big example is Trick Moon, a pilot that came out last year, took off, everyone loved it. It was honestly following the same patterns of Infinity Train in terms of a pilot taking off, a fan base amassing, and then hopefully it gets moved to series, but unfortunately it was killed. And I think that's for one simple reason. These shows don't fit into what Sam Register, and I assume other executives, view as the Cartoon Network brand. And while I definitely disagree with Trick Moon, I could kinda see where the argument is made with Infinity Train, because it is truly a very mature show for all audiences. It's really not just for kids, and honestly, teenagers and adults will probably get the most out of it, not just from its themes, but for the amount of detail that goes into the show as well. The historical and cultural accuracy of the show. Even when you put Infinity Train right next to the likes of Adventure Time or Steven Universe, shows that dominated Cartoon Network and received recognition for its mature themes, overarching story, and of course, loads of dark moments in both, Infinity Train just has a different vibe. And it especially does when you put it side by side by other Cartoon Network shows today, like The Fungies, Tig and Seek, and Summer Camp Island. All shows I've checked out and enjoyed, but they don't resonate with me like how Infinity Train resonates with me. Plus, in general, with these corporate restructuring situations, it's part of the course for the new president to come in and go, oh, hey, nice shows you got there. I'm gonna kill most of them in order to make way for my own legacy. History often repeats itself. This happened in 2007, when shows like Foster's, Kiss Next Door, and Billy and Mandy came to an end, probably sooner than the creatives wanted, and well, the creatives leave. Much like how Warburton, Craig McCracken, and Adams parted ways with Cartoon Network, we see that Owen Dennis has already left, and we haven't heard much from the likes of Rebecca Sugar or Ian Jones-Cordy since their shows ended, so because history's repeating itself, I don't think you should expect them to be there anymore. And all of this corporate mumbo-jumbo goes into reason number 2, the mythical demographic. Now you see, animation often lies in 2 demographics, the 6 to 11 kids demographic, and the 18 to 54 adult demographic. Now clearly, I've been watching children's cartoons past the age of 11, and I started watching adult cartoons before the age of 18, because in between is a demographic that studios and companies pretend don't exist at all. The teenage or young adult demographic, the 12 to 17-year-olds who still do watch these shows. They tend to watch both, and they're just as, if not more, invested than the other demographics. If you ask me, plenty of shows have existed for this demographic without being officially defined as such, and most have gotten canceled, horribly mistreated by their networks or streaming services, or both. The Avatar series on Nickelodeon definitely constitutes this young adult demographic, especially Korra, which of course was the one horribly mistreated by the network. I would absolutely say Adventure Time and Steven Universe constitute these, but they have both managed to evade certain death and get their endings, and a little bit more. Symbionic Titan by Gendy Tartakovsky, a show that I definitely appreciate way more now. but absolutely hit the spot when it first premiered. And that was a time in my life where I was becoming an early teenager, outside that 6 to 11 demographic, and it didn't even last one season. Now, there have been a plethora of reasons for Senpai Titans cancellation, namely toy sales, but come on, Generator Rex got 3 seasons. If Cartoon Network wanted to save the show back then, they would've. I think Infinity Train definitely fits in with all these shows. Most of these shows are different from anything on their networks. They're all known for their mature themes, dark moments, and pushing the boundaries. And most of them are treated by their networks as if they were stepped on by accident, and executive feels or something on their shoe. Ew, get out of here. And then they scrub it off hard pavement. Chances are, if Infinity Train was an experimental, adult animated series, it would have been renewed ages ago. But because it falls under that mythical teenage demographic, it got the boot. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure studios, especially for kids animation, know that a bulk of their breakout story-driven shows aren't watched just by 6 to 11-year-olds. They know there's a different demographic there, but none of them have concrete data that shows this is where the money is. Which is why Cartoon Network's tapping into preschool. How do you get more diversified viewers of all ages watching? By having a preschooler watch cartoons with mama and daddy, of course. Yeah, I hope that works out. And last but not least is reason number 3, which at first may sound like a tough pill to swallow, but once I break it down, it should make a lot more sense. Popularity. Infinity Train definitely has a dedicated fan base, but it still continues to suffer from something that most new cartoons do: a lack of exposure. Infinity Train premiered in 2019. Do you remember how miserable Cartoon Network already was by 2019? Viewership was already dwindling, and for some reason they thought, and still think, it was a good idea to only promote shows a week or two before they premiere. Most people I've seen under viral Infinity Train scenes on the internet, including my own post, didn't even realize that the series moved on from its pilot. Cartoon Network does not do a good job advertising, which means its growth, more than anything, relied on word of mouth. But then the problem also became the fact that it's not really accessible. HBO Max didn't exist for books 1 and 2, they didn't rerun it on Cartoon Network, and of course they were really pushing their dumb app. So anyone not really keeping up with Cartoon Network already, or didn't have cable, weren't able to legally check it out even if they wanted to. The show also isn't available internationally, which does matter. Look at Final Space, for example. A damn good adult cartoon with an overarching story, but it definitely became a bigger hit internationally thanks to Netflix than it ever was over here in the States. And I definitely think that's a factor to both its growth and success. Infinity Train never got released internationally, not on other Cartoon Networks, and HBO Max won't launch anywhere else until July, so its chances were already slim for exposure. Beyond that, if you look at shows like the Owl House or Steven Universe, they had extremely active communities wherever you looked. But even just comparing the Owl House subreddit to the Infinity Train subreddit, one is clearly way more full of life. Again, the fan base is there, but I don't think it was in all of the right places. And this also applies to YouTube. I'm not trying to say anyone's obligated to talk about Infinity Train, but I definitely think different channels talking about an animated series does help. But this is where the lack of accessibility really shoots it in the foot. I can tell you personally, a lot of Infinity Train content does not bring in that many views. And on YouTube, views are the name of the game. I talk about Infinity Train because I love Infinity Train. But for a lot of content creators, thanks to the likes of the algorithm, liking something really isn't enough to justify talking about it. I mean, a lot of the bigger cartoon discussion channels on the platform are very selective of what they talk about because they want to ensure that it brings in views. Again, newer cartoons don't really have that luxury of a built-in audience because less people are already watching cable. It's harder for them to find exposure. And if I'm gonna use a particular example, I think the best channel to look at for this is MatPat. Not to call anyone out, not trying to start any beef, but MatPat is very selective of what cartoons he talks about, especially newer Western animated series. I mean, one of his biggest videos, his Gravity Falls Bill Cipher Theory, sitting at 15 million views. Seems like it only got released because the guy who wrote the theory made a video on it a few years back talking about how MatPat didn't use the script, which seemingly garnered enough attention for the episode to finally be produced, and it paid off. His other Gravity Falls video, talking about his connections to Rick and Morty, another big animated series. You'll find plenty of film theories on Rick and Morty. He recently talked about Candace Against the Universe. That's fun, but it was also technically the biggest Disney film of that year, thanks to both the pandemic and it dropping for free in the middle of a quarantine summer on Disney+. He knew there was an audience there, even recently with his Enter the Florpus video. Seeing it come about in a time where the movie was in circulation again. I'm not sure if it was making rounds on Netflix or what, but around the time his video came out, our breakdown of Enter the Florpus saw an uptick in views and comments. Though that could just be because of his theory, but also it's Invader Zim, one of the OG gods of YouTube and Hot Topic back in the day. And also he's MatPat. It's gonna get views. But when you have a new show like Infinity Train, its lack of exposure translates to lower views. The ends don't justify the means. But it sucks when channels with that big of a reach that could put more people onto newer shows don't talk about them, because then they say just that, underexposed and undercovered. Comparatively, look at it like a new video game fad. Just within the last year, Fall Guys and Among Us. A big reason why those games took off was because every YouTuber was playing them. In Among Us's case, 2 years after the game even came out. And although because they're video games, it opened up way more doors for collabs and loads of quick and easy rewatch value, I can't help but to think that if MatPat dropped a film theory on Infinity Train, again, just as an example, you'd probably see it shoot up the trending page of HBO Max. So, where do we go from here? Well, I truly don't think it's too late for Infinity Train, but I also think this decision came way too early. When the ad-supported and international versions of HBO Max aren't even available yet, why would you kill a show that you see has a dedicated fan base when logically more people are going to get HBO Max and thus the fan base would grow from new consumers? But I digress. I would hope there's still a chance for the show, but at this point, I think more than anything, fans should still support it, try to spread as much awareness of the show as possible. I honestly think making funny and dark moments viral on TikTok would go a long way. I think more than anything, fans should rally together and try to get an ending. Whether that be a movie or just one more book, it'd be such a disrespect for fans to do so much for the show, only for the people in charge to go, and leave all of us hanging. Book 4 should not be the end, and we shouldn't accept it as the end. Even if it's the end for the TV series, it should not be the last stop for the story of Infinity Train. So while I don't have a big campaign in my head right now, I think the best thing you can do is show HBO Max that you want a concrete ending. Because in the eyes of a corporation, it'd be cheaper to produce than 4 more seasons, you don't have to worry about viewership fallout, and you're compromising the fans to get them an ending so we can all feel satisfied and move on with our lives. You get fans out of your hair instead of having them badger you for years to come, which will happen. Animation fans are persistent, and we get as many answers as the crew would want to give out in a final story for Infinity Train. But as always, these are all just my thoughts, and I want to hear yours. What do you think? How do you feel? Alright, let me know if you heard this one. What does a former president of the United States, a corporate merger, and a 2017 animated series have in common? There's no punchline here, the story is wild enough. The world of TV show cancellations is one that's unforgiving. 1 second you're getting invested in an overarching story, and the next thing you know, there's no more story to be had. Such is the case with OKKO Let's Be Heroes, a Cartoon Network animated series that ran from 2017 to 2019 with 3 action-packed seasons. However, the season 3 we got was not meant to be the end of the line for KO. And between ratings and lack of exposure from the network, its early demise was one that wasn't too surprising, given the state of Cartoon Network as a whole, but it still stung. And as is the reason for most cancellations, we never got a clear answer as to why. Until now. Recently, creator of OKKO, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Ian Jones-Cordy, hopped on the animation-centric web show, Cartoon Crash Course, hosted by one Nico Colaleo, creator of DreamWorks TV's Too Loud and the web series Ollie and Scoops, on top of a multitude of other projects in the industry. For all my animation lovers out there, show some love to Cartoon Crash Course. I'll link Nico's interview with Ian and his panel with the cast of Amphibia down below in the description. This interview with Ian reveals some shit, man. I'm pretty sure Donald Trump has become one of the most polarizing names in history. That being said, this is not a political video. I don't hide that I am not a fan of the 45th president. That being said, my opinions have next to nothing to do with the topic at hand. That being said, HBO Max was set to launch a lot earlier, something we have discussed in the past with Infinity Train, and how books 1 and 2 airing on Cartoon Network was due to the lack of HBO Max's existence. As it turns out, OKKO and other niche, not ratings-friendly Cartoon Network shows was supposed to benefit from HBO Max, but the launch of HBO Max was delayed by the antitrust regulation interrupting interrupting the AT&T merger. The merger was supposed to provide a budget increase, but the delay of said merger meant no increased budget, which saw OKKO Season 3 get cut from 40 episodes to 20 episodes in spring of 2018, right before the merger was finalized, which in itself led to the end of the show. But OKKO was not the only show affected. Multiple productions got the shaft, including a multitude of projects that will not see the light of day. And it makes me wonder if the episode count of a certain limited epilogue series was the result of this merger's delay. Now, let me just put it out there. Mergers tend to be bad for workers, and in general, monopolies are a big no-no. So you may be thinking, what's the big deal? How did Trump indirectly kill these shows? Well, my dear viewer, this wasn't some noble cause to stop a monopoly. Trump stopped this merger because Warner owns CNN, an outlet some may consider an enemy of his. So ultimately, this was the domino effect of a petty grudge. Don't want to take my word for it? Okay, take Ian's. Roll the clip.
KO was sort of supposed to be like one of the first shows that wasn't relying on TV ratings as much as it was going to rely on views on apps and stuff like that. And there was going to be this huge, like kind of over the top app for Cartoon Network and Warner Brothers and all of those properties, because AT&T had been trying to buy Warner Brothers, was going to basically use all their skills as a telecom to create like a all-in-one streaming service that was like all Cartoon Network, Warner Brothers, HBO, yada, yada, yada. That, as we know now, eventually came out. It was called HBO Max. That was supposed to happen years earlier, and KO was supposed to benefit from all of that as it went. In 2016, Donald Trump got elected as the merger of AT&T and Warner Brothers was about to go through. Donald Trump specifically hated Warner Brothers because they own CNN. So he wouldn't let that merger go through. And so all the Warner-owned studios basically got stuck in a holding pattern while they were waiting for this merger to go through. So there wasn't allowed to be any new spending or any new seasons or anything like that without having trade-offs for other things. Essentially, that deal didn't go through until like after they realized we're not going to be able to have this strategy work the way that they wanted. OKKO, unfortunately, was just like a little before its time. Like maybe if it had come out like a couple years later, it would have been a thing that was like streaming only or something like that and could have found its audience a little better. But it was just like a little too early. Plans didn't come together because of our former president. And like, I don't know, just kind of the whole thing got messed up. And that's what I mean when I say it's very complicated. Like it doesn't really come down to like one thing you did or one mess up. You know, these companies are just like massive behemoths. They do these huge things. There's always consequences, no matter how small they are. And in this case, the consequence was like my show.
The whole chat is saying, so Donald Trump canceled OKKO. I mean, great.
He didn't do it personally, but, you know, it's like decisions he made by holding up that merger basically reverberated through the whole company. I wasn't the only casualty of that. There's people who worked at several places, people who were like hired to like make things that were eventually going to go in this like new merged reality who lost their jobs. Other shows that didn't get to be made because they didn't get to increase budgets, you know? So I'm not the only one. The news got told to us by our series exec, Conrad Montgomery, who was like a huge champion of the show and helped us like throughout the way. And he was sad because he really wanted more for us.
So there you have it. OKKO has managed to tie up loose ends thanks to Conrad Montgomery, who now works at Nickelodeon. And I have no doubts he's ready to change the game over there. So what can we make of all of this? Honestly, I don't know.
I just think it's hilarious in a cosmic sort of way.
Obviously, Trump didn't set out on a mission to crush Cartoon Network. But as an animation fan, it's ironic to be out of this era of Orange Man bad jokes. Just to find out, with this particular thing I love, Orange Man really is bad. And it is interesting to learn that Cartoon Network Productions were going to benefit from HBO Max. From the merger. Who knows, they still might down the road. if the people in charge get their act together, but I'm not saying anything. And it's these animation oddities that I love to learn about. Cartoon Network has such a weird history, from the Boston bomb scare to this. Makes you wonder what the next 30 years is gonna bring for them. So what if I told you the Ben 10 reboot is doing 3 big specials that include the return of Generator Rex and every previous incarnation of Ben and Gwen 10 pulling up to save the world? Pretty exciting, right? Now what if I showed you what it looked like? Yeah, it's a different vibe. It immediately makes this monumental concept for the series a lot less appealing, so much so that it becomes a turnoff. This sucks because, from what I've heard and seen, the Ben 10 reboot really isn't that bad when it comes to the story. I mean, they're doing all of this crazy mayhem in the first place. Kevin 11 is more of a friendly rival to Ben, like an alien force, instead of the sociopath he was in the original series. And they incorporate different elements and aliens from all throughout the original continuity. There are a lot of pieces in place that make it a worthwhile reboot, but it's ultimately all held back by its art style. The same face copy and pasted on the Teenage Bens. The upside down Ultra Matrix? People recognize this. And it's become pretty apparent that no matter what the Ben 10 reboot does, as long as it looks like this, a lot of people are not going to give it a chance. And as stinky as it is to say, that includes me. It's a big barrier that keeps a lot of people from indulging in not just this show, but a lot of newer cartoons. While an art style is not reflective of quality, in fact that's very much on a case-by-case basis. It's no secret that over the last few years, more and more American animation, especially kids animation, have been leaning into simplified art styles. That, as a result, cause a lot of overlap and force a lot of these shows to look the same. The barrage of unique art styles that you'd get going from Billy and Mandy to Kids Next Door to Scooby-Doo to Brandy and Mr. Whiskers to Fairly Odd Parents feels like it is largely gone. Now the most variety in art styles tend to come from particular details here and there. Color palettes lined with varying background styles, etc. To give an example, it almost feels like going from The Simpsons to Futurama to Disenchantment. All of these shows have different design philosophies, and it's easy to tell which character is from what show, but your brain probably still perceives it as a general Simpsons art style. That's the best way to describe a lot of Western animation as of late. And while it's a trend I think we're going to be seeing less and less of, judging by a few upcoming projects, it's still something I've been meaning to discuss, alongside the state of Western animation as a whole. However, because I ended up writing way too much, consider this a part 1 to a bigger conversation. So, let's talk about art styles, and more so, the stagnation of art styles in modern American animation. Why a good art style matters, why a range of styles matter, and the unfortunate situation we're currently in. Adult animation already had a reputation for shows emulating a visual style similar to Family Guy or The Simpsons, with differences here and there in character design that don't really make them all too appealing. Hell, even with beloved adult animated series with art styles that range from decent to nice, there's no denying that most still echo key details of these animated sitcom overlords. It's why shows like Rick and Morty, F is for Family, and BoJack Horseman needed time for people to give them a chance and show what they're really all about and what they have to offer. When they initially launched, they were all measured up as Family Guy clones to a certain extent. Even the smallest bit of overlap in designs is enough to set off an alarm in consumers' brains and have them approach an adult animated series with extreme caution. This is also why shows like Border Town, Brickleberry, and Paradise PD tend to be disregarded from the jump, because their art styles are a testament to where they want to fit within adult animation. They want to be in the same niche as Family Guy, and not too many people are impressed by that. To be honest though, I think it comes down to 3 common occurrences in design that, when combined, tends to turn people off. Round eyes, thin lines, and curved shapes. At the very least, it's what I tend to recognize in the art style of shows I don't care for. And, unfortunately, kids animation has been falling victim to this, when they used to provide some of the most diverse art styles around in American entertainment. And I recognize it has become a problem, because if I have friends over who don't keep up with Western animation, but still like animation and anime overall, and they see my little corner of cartoon artwork, or maybe I have an episode of a newer cartoon on in the background, they'll make the same observation without failure every single time. It's hard for me to tell apart different cartoons today. They all look the same, even if they're artists. And I really don't think it's just because they're no longer the target audience. That doesn't magically change their eyes. There's objectively less variety in the art styles of primetime animation. Now don't get it twisted. I still like how these shows look. If there's 3 words put together that set off my fight or flight, it is without a doubt CalArt style. This term was pulled out of the ass of infamous bad dude John K. to describe the Iron Giant as a way to call it a Disney knockoff, and somehow it just devolved into falsely describing modern kids animation. So just because it annoys me, let's set the record straight. It's not incorrect to identify this trend in character design, but if we're going to call it anything, I just think saying bean-faced or simplified style is fine. It accurately describes a lot of characters in cartoons throughout the better half of the last decade, and it doesn't try to pin anything on one art school for no reason. I don't know who needs to hear this, but a lot of these newer artists in the industry didn't attend CalArts. And I don't know who else needs to hear this, but the art style of the show they work on isn't the equivalent of their entire portfolio. I just see a lot of people slam the artists who work on these shows for how they look. Like, let's say I was a pretty competent artist who excels at different anime art styles. If I get a job on Adventure Time, I'm expected to draw like Adventure Time, not like my natural art style. Don't come at me because you don't like how the show looks. Leave me alone. Not to mention, a lot of the commonalities existed way before this generation of cartoons. Like, have you seen how they draw the eyes and mouth of the average SpongeBob character? Are we ignoring XJ9's head shape? Chowder? Fishhooks? Goku? I think the problem is simply an oversaturation of this art style, and a particular combination of how eyes and head shapes are drawn together. Mainly with the protagonist. Gumball, Steven, Star, Cricket, and Craig all kind of have what I call main character face, while their supporting cast, from a design standpoint, are all sorts of shapes and sizes. Also, much like adult animation, a lot of cartoons are flexing that Simpsons influence a little too hard. More so, they're flexing the visual influence of other successful cartoons a little too hard. This is just my perception of events, but Adventure Time kind of set the stage for simpler designs in kids animation. And then Regular Show alongside Gravity Falls set the stage with a heavier Simpsons influence in their art styles. And executives noticed, and they liked this trend. They encouraged more shows to follow it. And then the art style of a few other shows started to take after these shows. And then shows like We Bare Bears came along, with a different, yet still simple style that would shape how humans would start to look in other Cartoon Network productions. While Gravity Falls' influence was felt on a couple of other Disney shows. And all of this snowballed until where we are today. Another huge gripe with me is that overlapping art styles have gone from the brand of a creator to the brand of a network in general. Growing up with media in the 2000s, most shows that looked alike meant they hailed from the same creator, and that made sense. I knew Billy and Mandy and Evil Con Carne looked alike because they're created by the same dude. As I said in the beginning, the Groening and McFarlane shows all share similar art styles with small differences and design philosophies appropriate for each show because they're by the same creators. Their styles inform me of what I'm in store for, which I guess is what they want to accomplish through modern art styles, but it doesn't have the same appeal when, on a surface level, there's visually little to no variety on a show-by-show basis, yet each show has vastly different things going on. These art styles are simply safe. Executives like safe. And yeah, it's probably cheaper to maintain this style over others. Lest we forget, Steven Universe used to look like this before the network went, kinda complicated to animate, and simplified the art style. OKKO got its own redesign between pilot and series as well. I understand executives don't like taking risks, but this style in itself is becoming a risk because it's turning off more and more people. Not everyone wants cute, even kids. Hell, especially kids. Not when it's the main appeal of the art style that you're offering. And again, I don't think it looks bad. This style works, but it works in moderation. Big City Greens is a show that's perfectly suited for the style, given how, like The Simpsons, it's a family sitcom with a lot of pop culture references, and the art style lends well to emulate real people. OKKO is absolutely chaotic and utilized its style to the absolute fullest, giving some of the funniest drawings I've seen in the last 4 years. But they do have genuinely cool character designs. However, I don't think this design trend works perfectly for every new show, and I'm pretty comfortable saying this without it coming off as an insult, considering American Dragon switched art styles in the middle of the series, which led to a few designs and aesthetics that fit the series way better. For a recent example, I love Amphibia, and it doesn't let the simpler art style stop itself from having some of the best character design in modern kids animation. General Yunnan, King Andreas, and Priscilla rock. But at the same time, it's kind of underwhelming for a majority of characters to have Simpson eyes, and for the human characters to have a round head and call it a day. The art style works, and I think it's an effective way to make the abundance of amphibians cute, but at the same time, I don't think it's a coincidence that the breakout characters from the show thus far is Sasha and Grime, because they really deviate the most from the show's simpler art style, especially Grime. For a show inspired by JRPGs and anime that focuses on frogs, these two are the closest to how I would expect the show to look. And when it comes to reboots, why even bother trying to mix what's come before with this style? Giving Ben 10 and the Powerpuff Girls the simplified treatment just creates a product that looks inferior to the original. There's a certain lack of self-awareness in doing this with reboots, because why do you want your characters to look like a Family Guy cutaway joke? No one ever looks at a Family Guy cameo and thinks the design looks cool. You basically strip these reboots of all visual appeal. It's different from Jesse or James popping up in Big City Greens, or the plethora of crossovers in OKKO, because they're either quick gags or operating off Jimmy Timmy Power Hour logic, having characters fit the show's art style, and not trying to have a modern art style forced upon a pre-existing show. There are creative ways to reimagine these characters. Both properties have done such numerous times. I know at least for the Ben 10 reboot, the artist wanted the show to have an anime art style, but there was pushback from people with the money who wanted it to look more like Family Guy. Why? It doesn't fit Ben 10 at all, even with the reasoning of a comedic reboot, especially when Ben 10 had plenty of humorous moments all throughout the franchise, which bounced through 3 different art styles. My boy Hats Off Media has a really cool interpretation of the character, which is also the thumbnail of this video, that I feel would be great for a hard reboot. Like, look at this side by side. It's not hard to figure out which one would be regarded as more appealing. But of course, it'd also be a bit more complicated and thus a bit of a turnoff to executives. Even as a more comedy-driven reboot, the art style isn't really excusable to me because shows can be absolutely hilarious and still have a cool art style. One of the funniest cartoons of all time, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, has a dope art style. And half of the comedy comes from slapstick that partially relies on said style. Of course, the higher-ups could argue for kids animation, oh, children like this new style. And while I understand and respect that, hell, like I said, I adore this style myself, kids probably continue to like it because television has given them limited variety. Not to sound like a geezer, but if networks actively expose their audience to animation from different time periods like they used to, I'm sure the results will be different. We need more diversity in art styles, no matter what the project is. Powerful words that have been uttered time and time again is that animation is a medium, not a genre. You can do anything with animation, but consumers aren't going to recognize that when the art style in itself is so much more constricted than it was 10, 20 years ago. Of course, this isn't the case for every show. There are a lot of shows, typically found on streaming, that sport an art style that diversifies itself. Carmen Sandiego, Infinity Train, Kid Cosmic, City of Ghosts, The Midnight Gospel, Primal, just to name a few. One of the newer cartoons that's captured a semblance of mainstream attention is The Owl House. And while it already has a few elements necessary to grow an engaging fandom, I think the biggest thing that helps it in terms of getting people into the show is that it clearly looks different from newer shows. There's still overlap in designs with other shows, of course, like head shapes, but for the most part, everything else is pretty different. There's also a clear anime influence, creating a blend of the East and the West that's pretty cool to look at. When it comes to newer animation, it's good to innovate and continue trends for each decade, but we're also in an age where art style from all eras should be embraced to a certain capacity. There's more outlets for animation than ever before, yet it feels like Netflix is the main one setting themselves apart from a visual aspect. You can keep giving me shows with the Beanface style, you can keep giving me shows that have the Fox primetime vibe, but give me more shows that look like The Owl House, Kids Next Door, Invader Zim, Mission Hill, Moonbeam City, The Venture Brothers, Primal, Scooby-Doo,
2. The list goes on.
Another reason that a variety of art styles matter is because these shows aren't just pieces of entertainment. They are inspirations. A lot of people get their push into the field of art from the animation they indulge in, whether they're a kid, teen, or adult. I know a lot of artists got their start just by drawing fan art of what they saw on TV, and the range of art styles presented to them influenced their own. I really don't know if you can produce that exact same spark today. If you mastered how one show in this style looks, you might have mastered them all. And I do think it does more harm than good to these brands. People deserve to see what these shows have to offer. People aren't giving them as much of a chance as they should. But to an extent, I can't blame them when, again, variety feels extremely stagnant right now. To close this video out on a positive note, I think things are getting better, and we are moving into an era of more diverse art styles from major Western studios once more. Projects like Unicorn, Warriors Eternal, The Ghost and Molly McGee, Obi, the return of shows like Clone High, and a surplus of adaptations that'll likely just replicate the art style of the source material. Like Invincible. I'm hoping with the advent of streaming, and studios ideally breaking away from how things operate on cable, we can finally lean into an era where projects are able to flex different art styles and have as much time and resources put into them as possible to make them look the best they can be. But of course, this is just one half of the problem that people have with modern animation in the West. Next time, we'll talk about the other half: tone and limited genres. How comedy feels like it's almost forced into every aspect of Western animation. POV. It's 1 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday night. The window's cracked open, or maybe you have a fan going, and you're feeling nostalgic. You already know what time it is. It's time to go on YouTube to watch theme songs and clips of your favorite childhood shows. You make it to the Nickelodeon rabbit hole when you inevitably cross paths with the legendary SpongeBob SquarePants. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Now you find yourself yearning for more, and these YouTube compilations aren't going to cut it. But then you remember, your family, roommates, or friend group got that 30-day free trial of Paramount Plus that whoever made the account is going to forget to cancel. Finally, we can relive all the classics. Sweet Victory, Pretty Patties, the Krusty Krab Pizza, and of course, who could forget the Panty Raid? What? Where's the Panty Raid?
Lame.
Well, I guess we are going to miss the Panty Raid. SpongeBob SquarePants has made some noise on the internet lately, making headlines due to the revelation that Nickelodeon has effectively banned 2 episodes from their platform. One from the classic Season 3, and another from the newer Season 12. Both due to the content present within their stories: Midlife Crustacean and Quarantined Crab. You may not have heard of the latter, as it never got the chance to premiere in the United States, thanks to cosmically terrible timing. Oh, and you know, not as many people keep up with new SpongeBob, me included. I'm not here to just complain about these episodes being removed. Instead, I want to discuss why removing these episodes ultimately does more harm for the SpongeBob brand than good, and how Viacom could take the appropriate measures to preserve these episodes for the public risk-free. Because when it comes down to brass tacks, you can't cancel SpongeBob. Starting with Midlife Crustacean, a lot of people are going to cry cancel culture over this episode's removal, but that's where you're wrong, Chief. Nobody riled up some mob to swarm Nickelodeon social media and have this episode scrubbed from the face of the earth. This move was all on Nick. Let's take a little look at this IGN article, particularly Nickelodeon's statement on the matter. A representative from Nickelodeon said Midlife Crustacean has been out of rotation since 2018. Following a standards review in which we determined some story elements were not kid appropriate, when asked which scenes caused a controversy, and if Nickelodeon ever considered a content warning in front of the episode instead of removing it completely, a rep for Nickelodeon said, no comment. The contents of this episode was reevaluated years ago, not being seen on television since. Of course, most people aren't even thinking about that. Cable's falling off anyways. But this isn't as new of a development as one may think, since I imagine most would assume that this decision is following the pattern of other companies removing episodes from their services for one reason or another. And although the Nick representative didn't divulge too much information on what they found inappropriate for kids, come on, we know it was the Panty Raid. Honestly, I have mixed feelings on this. As a kid, I had no clue what a Panty Raid was. The concept of what they were doing went over my head. I just saw underwear. And of course, toilet humor and tropes such as wedgies from a bully were everywhere in the 2000s, so that was the only connection my brain made. Of course, SpongeBob, Patrick, and Krabs have their comeuppance for the act. Mr. Krabs even gets grounded. So I would argue that the kids at home watching would walk away from it knowing not to partake in a panty raid. However, not every kid is the same, and this doesn't negate what a panty raid is. While I'm sure they wrote this for the adult viewers to have a good laugh, it's the climax of the episode. I don't know about y'all, but even with youthful ignorance, panty raids probably aren't something a 6 to 11-year-old should be exposed to. And unlike 2002, more kids have access to a smartphone and the internet than ever before. If they're curious enough, they'll Google what it is. And that exposure may come without a moral. So maybe the episode just didn't age well. But when things don't age well, the answer isn't always going to be burying them. Especially in SpongeBob's case. A series that had interest from people of all ages from the jump. Not to mention, another episode got caught in the crossfire. The Great Snail Race. Rocky, my beloved, you can rest. Because The Great Snail Race serves as the companion piece to Midlife Crustacean, it's been removed from streaming options such as Amazon Prime, although it's still available on Paramount+. Its current status on television remains unknown. When unproblematic episodes get punished as a result of a decision, you've probably gone too far. It harms SpongeBob as a product, losing recognition from the hard work the old team put into these episodes. And in terms of profit, it harms Viacom as well. People can't throw money at them to buy the episode, aside from the complete season pass on iTunes. And we live in an age where people will boycott a streaming service over just about anything. Because who wants to pay money for an incomplete experience? So, what to do? Simple. Anything else? Fam, you know those first 3 seasons are watched by people of all ages. If not, maybe more adults now than children. If one episode ends up aging not too well with the current times, but also happens to lean more into that adult audience without being full-blown inappropriate, you can adjust things around the episode to inform the viewer of what to expect. Not to mention, there is a bit of a double standard at play. Oh, you can't keep the panty raid, but you can keep the mountain of iCarly, Drake and Josh, and Victorious episodes with tons of innuendos, suggestive situations, and the word boobs.
She can't get her boobs in the hamburger.
Pardon? For an example of how to handle this, you can simply re-rate the episode instead of dropping it entirely. And I know this is feasible because the entire series was re-rated years ago. Remember the early 2000s when quite a bit of Nickelodeon animated series aired as TVY programming? This episode was TVY when it first premiered. It wasn't until 2007 where Nickelodeon reevaluated their catalog and bumped up their TVY programming up to TVY 7, aside from Nick Jr., of course. So what's stopping Nickelodeon from re-rating older episodes, if not the first few seasons entirely, just to cover their bases? Bump them up to TVPG. Parental guidance. That one simple thing suddenly takes it out of their hands and reinforces the fact that parents should maintain awareness of what's being exposed to their children. The decision on whether or not this episode should be viewed by a child is one that should be made by their parental guardian, not the company who was fine with it for 16 years. Again, the exact concept of a panty raid flew over my head as a child. I just saw a funny underwear joke, and it's not like the thought has crossed my mind to engage in one as an adult. If you're letting iCarly get away with a lot worse, with an adult revival to boot, you can perform this simple task, Nickelodeon. Or even as IGN suggested, just throw up a disclaimer. Like how Disney Plus has a 12-second disclaimer ahead of a few of their classic animated films for negative depictions and stereotypes. Just inform viewers ahead of time that the panty raid could be found inappropriate. Whether or not it should air on TV, I honestly don't know or really care either way. There's so much SpongeBob to go around on linear channels like Nick that viewers don't really have a choice in what episode they're going to watch in the first place. But on streaming, which is intended to have less restrictions, and viewers are supposed to have the choice on what to watch, sweeping it under the rug is absolutely not the right answer. Good news, everyone! The Great Snow Race actually isn't lost to time. Although its original release with Midlife Crustacean is still unavailable in Prime, they re-uploaded the episode by itself and have also paired it up with Gary in Love. So now it's just on here 3 times, I guess. It's also important to note that on iTunes, although it says it's paired up with Midlife Crustacean, the synopsis is also clearly Gary in Love. So at least now people looking for that episode will get double the snail. Happy ending, I guess?
We interrupt this program for an important news announcement.
And then there's Quarantined Crab, an episode that just boggles my mind for the sheer fact that they basically made an episode about coronavirus a year before coronavirus ruined our lives. Produced in 2019 and intended for a United States premiere in 2020, Quarantined Crab sees a normal day at the Krusty Krab interrupted by the health inspector, who proceeds to declare the Krusty Krab as a health hazard, suspecting that someone on the premises is carrying the clam flu, a mysterious illness. As a result, we're given quite the bottle episode, with the main cast of characters quarantined inside the restaurant. Yeah, yikes. It only gets dicier. Squidward's against quarantine due to the notion that such a thing will make everyone sick eventually. Uh-oh. The cherry on top? The resolution of the episode is everyone finding out that the health inspector incorrectly assessed the situation, and there was no illness in the first place. But everyone still winded up getting sick from other things, except Plankton, who's removed for most of the episode and still winds up getting the clam flu. Wow, this is something. No fault to the SpongeBob crew. They were just doing their thing, minding their own business, and had no way of knowing how events in the world would unfold in a year's time. But man, I actually understand why Nickelodeon has had cold feet about this episode thus far. We already know that this pandemic has had some strong COVID deniers who are full-blown adults. So imagine children in the middle of 2020 watching an episode where Squidward claims quarantine will just make people sick, everyone does get sick, and the life-threatening illness wasn't even a real threat for anyone except the bad guy, who's a literal plankton. It's not like everyone else didn't get it because they took it seriously, but because of arguably dumb luck. Besides, I feel like seeing COVID hit the Bikini Bottom would be depressing for a majority of viewers at home who are seeking escapism. Maybe kids could find it relatable, but I seriously doubt that that'd be the takeaway for most of them. If anything, it just come across as making fun of the reality of our situation, which isn't inherently bad. Yet since people have lost loved ones and jobs and all of this, it could easily come across as insensitive. Now, I do find it ridiculous that this episode has been removed from the release of the Season 12 DVD. Hopefully a future release can feature the episode, but I do want to acknowledge that it seems like Nickelodeon wants to air this episode eventually. In July of 2020, current co-executive producer and supervising director Vincent Waller stated that he'd be surprised if viewers saw the episode in the US anytime soon. But as of January 2021, Waller has stated, "We realize many children and their parents have been traveling through very scary times. In an effort to give them a safe place to find entertainment and escape from the current reality, the episode was shelved until the pandemic is in our rearview mirror, whenever we are past masks and social distancing." And honestly, good call. When this episode does finally premiere in the United States, in whatever capacity, I think the best way to handle it is to simply give the audience a disclaimer that outright states, "This episode was made in 2019. Any similarities to COVID-19 is purely coincidental." Whether that disclaimer makes its way onto TV, Paramount Plus, or the home release. This is a simple yet effective way to cover their bases, let the hard work of the crew be seen by the masses, and avoid pissing people off and enabling them to run wild on social media with whatever angle they have on why SpongeBob is propaganda now. And you know, not just this being a silly episode that happened to age rather poorly. But it's only been a year. We don't know how it'll age in 3 to 5 years, if not longer. And hopefully it can wind up on something like a Season 13 DVD down the road. Ultimately, you can't please everyone. We're all human beings who are built differently. But what you can do is choose the appropriate course of action in responding to those who don't see eye to eye, or may take offense to the work of art you created. How Nickelodeon has handled these episodes may not have been the best, but there's room for them to learn, improve, and correct themselves. Don't just bury it and wash your hands clean. The more Paramount Plus grows and nostalgic consumers seek out SpongeBob, the more that people are going to realize that Midlife Crustacean has been removed. And if anything, when we're talking business, now that people are getting vaccinated, Quarantined Crab may actually be appealing to older viewers. Curious to see how SpongeBob pulled a Simpsons. Well, sort of anyways. Shortly before the premiere of the Owl House Season 2, the third and final season for the series was announced. However, fans across the globe were devastated at the revelation that Season 3 would only be comprised of 3 44-minute specials, as opposed to the typical 20-episode season. As creator Dana Terrace herself put it, Season 3 was significantly cut. As it stands, we only have 11 more episodes of the Owl House Season 2 and these 3 specials before the series officially wraps. That's not a lot of time. But in the aftermath of this initial announcement, there's been a lot of confusion and misinformation centered around why the series is coming to a close so soon. But today, Dana dropped an unexpected post on Reddit clarifying the conditions around the series cancellation. I mean, granted, the Owl House wasn't technically canceled, they just decided Season 3 would be the end, and gave the green light for a shorter amount of content than we expected, but it's clear the vision for the series will not be fully realized. There's only so much you can do in the equivalent of 6 episodes compared to 20, but nevertheless, let's dive in. I wasn't planning on making a post because it's too late for a normal Season 3 pickup, and the real reason we were let go is not as exciting as some of the wild theories I've seen. But there's a bit too much misinformation, so I hope I can clear stuff up. Also, posting here instead of Twitter because this thread would be too long and too easy to take out of context. Why is the Owl House ending so soon? Why was Season 3 cut? Was it the LGBT plus rep? While we have had issues airing in a few countries and are just straight up banned in a few more, I'm not gonna assume bad faith against the people I work with in LA. Was it COVID or budget related reasons? Every show had to tighten their belts. Budgets were constrained and episodes were cut across the board. But we took the biggest bullet, and I wasn't given the option of a Season 4 when parks open again. They just wanted to be done at the Owl House, and this was the perfect chance to do that. Even getting the Constellation Season 3 episodes was difficult apparently. Hard to say. I wasn't allowed to be part of any of the conversations until I was just told. Wasn't even allowed to present my case. Love the transparency and openness here. This is sarcasm. So it was the ratings. That argument doesn't hold water either. Our ratings were good for a channel show during the streaming wars, but they were also incomplete. This decision was made, to my knowledge, before Agony of a Witch premiered and well before we were on Disney+. But also, how are you gonna judge ratings when you don't rerun the show you're trying to measure? Get out of here, you silly billies! So what was it? At the end of the day, there are a few business people who oversee what fits into the Disney brand, and one day, one of those guys decided the Owl House didn't fit that brand. The story is serialized, barely compared to any average anime. Our audience skews older, and that just didn't fit this one guy's taste. That's it. Ain't that wild? Really grinds my guts, spoils my brains, kicks my shins, all the things. It sucks, but it is what it is. In any case, there are still a lot of awesome The Owl House episodes left to come out, and all the support is seen and appreciated. Not only does it support the crew, but it encourages studios to take bigger risks on shows coming down the pipeline. And who knows, maybe there's a future for the Owl House world if Disney TVA has different people in charge. For now, we have some exciting specials to go all out on. I'll be logging off Reddit now, so I won't be answering any questions, just wanted to drop this. Go watch Amphibia Season 3. Bye! And there you have it. Of course, I have my own 2 cents to throw in, but in terms of what straight up came out of Dana's mouth, that's it. And she's right. Misinformation is abundant online, especially for fandoms of any TV show. And I wouldn't be surprised if any of my speculations played a game of telephone until they became another myth floating around, especially when it comes to behind the scenes stuff like this. So I apologize on my part. But yes, I know a lot of people suspected and treated as fact that the Owl House was canceled due to its strides in LGBT plus representation. After all, we've had situations like Steven Universe, where a gay wedding nearly cost the show's run. And considering how much they wanted to cover in the original series but weren't able to, it still kinda was, but they bounced back. But enough about Steven. Considering the seeds for Lumity was planted all the way back in Season 1, alongside other factors like how executives are probably aware that, hey, representation helps shows like Steven Universe succeed, I always had my doubts that this was the reason they pulled the plug. However, I was in the camp of people who believed that the show's premature end went hand in hand with Disney's financial situation, and the losses they saw last year due to COVID. However, it now sounds like this could have been a justification rather than an actual reason. Because, as Dana alludes to, serialized animation, ongoing stories, they aren't what higher-ups are looking for in a cartoon. And that does contribute to why the Owl House and Amphibia don't really get reruns, they just have their initial premieres. They feel as if it's a bit more challenging to rerun these shows if a casual viewer has to know what's going on. Although I feel that both of the aforementioned series, beyond their first, mainly episodic first seasons, are balanced enough that a casual viewer can be eased into the story, even if they're not starting from episode 1. But it really does seem like the age of story-driven cartoons on network television is coming to a close. At least the ones that aren't based off existing IP, like DC, Marvel, and Star Wars. When Steven Universe concluded, Cartoon Network didn't really follow it up with a new big show. There was Infinity Train, but that got the axe. And looking at Disney, when Gravity Falls was coming to a close, we already had Star vs. the Forces of Evil passing the torch for an animated series with an overarching story. When Star was coming to a close, we knew we had Amphibia and Owl House. But there hasn't been another story-driven cartoon announced yet, because that's not what Disney TVA wants to make at the moment. It's not what a lot of these studios want to make at the moment, which sucks. But there is a reason why the episodic cartoons like Big City Greens, like Gumball, like SpongeBob still thrive, still get plenty of reruns, and could probably go on until the sun burns out. While they have continuity, their shows aren't really built around the continuity, but more so the bits of continuity service the characters. Nevertheless, it sucks to see that all of these great animated series that I thought had pushed boundaries and definitely appealed to my taste as an older animation fan aren't what the higher-ups want to make right now. They don't want to give it that energy, even though we have more platforms like HBO Max and Disney Plus that these type of shows feel perfect for. But they're kind of an afterthought, because the only shows that are really going to get that treatment are, again, those with existing IP. It sucks, but as Dana says, it is what it is. Hopefully there could be a change in the future, but for now, guys, keep supporting these shows, but for the future of animation, be sure you're also supporting independent animation, as competition breeds innovation, and these studios aren't gonna change until a bulk of all their audiences have their eyes on animated content that's free on YouTube, rather than their own networks or streaming services.
Guys, logos are important. They sell the message of your brand. They can have secret hidden messages that YouTubers decode over and over again. It's kind of getting old. We know that there's an arrow in the FedEx logo. Move on. But guys, there's just something about the Cartoon Network logo that is so iconic. The C, the N, the black and white color font. Maybe it's because we grew up with it, multiple versions of it even. But unlike the very loose and 90s feel of Nickelodeon's logo, and even the extreme nostalgia of the old Disney Channel logo, the one I dreamed of drawing in a bumper every single day of my childhood, there was just something about the Cartoon Network logo that was always my favorite. I don't know, maybe I liked Cartoon Network the best. Maybe I was biased. But this new logo, it's making some waves, and not in a good way. Logos are very delicate, okay, and it's very easy to screw them up. And lately we've seen a change of corporations just completely simplifying their logos to a lot of backlash. Just look at what happened to the Pringles guy. Why do they make him like that? This is weird, I don't like it. So naturally, it would make sense that when Cartoon Network changed their logo, after having it for almost a decade, it would stir up a lot of criticism. So why are people mad? Well, let me get into the situation a little bit deeper. This is more than just like anime avatars on Twitter being mad, although that exists also. Even the former general manager, who was involved with a lot of iconic shows, like basically everything since the early 2000s, jumped on Twitter to kind of slam the new logo. Brian A. Miller said, "Warner Brothers has released a peek at the, quote, new CNS logo. Made me laugh when I saw it. I spent 20 years making sure our logo was never inverted in colors. In fact, I once rejected 300 jackets that were printed, quote, wrong. Here, Warner Brothers made a choice to flop it to make it feel new. Now, I'm not gonna put words in this man's mouth, but he's got this new logo on the ropes right now. Look, I get that frustration, especially if it was your job to do something very arbitrary, like make sure the colors were never inverted. But then one day they just do it anyways. I can see that being really frustrating, based on that jacket story alone. And I don't want to seem dramatic, okay? At first glance, the logo doesn't seem too bad. But once you're taking all the changes, you kind of get slightly annoyed at the decision. It's little things, like how CN Schedules pointed out that everything's kind of off-center. And I'm no graphic designer, your boy's an amateur, but I can kind of see it. Overall, it just looks off. It looks kind of like imitation-y, bootleggy, or kind of like a rough draft. Something that shouldn't be following all the previous logos, which are all pretty iconic in their own right. The fact that the last logo was such a clean refinement of the most common approach to the studio's logo should have been a sign that any rebrand should try to reinvent the logo completely, like the 2010 logo, which despite just being 4 white squares and a black background, was sleek and looked cool in motion. It definitely leaned into the minimalism hard, but that's what made it refreshing for its time. A lot of people are even finding the new animation for the CN Studios tag kind of disappointing. Do I prefer this to the classic classic opening and closing of the logo? Of course not. I'd be lying. That's nostalgic for me. That's my childhood. And I also thought it was pretty cool. This one just gives off like YouTube channel outro vibes. It doesn't feel like Cartoon Network Studios to me, but that's just because the old way was so iconic. I mean, they brought back the OG tag for a reason. That middle logo stretching out to reveal the animatic of the characters, or a fully animated clip. Iconic. That's Cartoon Network. I mean, remember how sick it was when Infinity Train changed their tag every season, and eventually every episode in book 3 and 4? That was what made the old logo so sick. Then again, this era of Cartoon Network basically killed Infinity Train, so I ain't forgetting. Okay, look, ultimately, while this is just a logo, and it seems insignificant in the long run, it makes Cartoon Network look, unfortunately, out of touch. Especially since a lot of stuff has changed behind the scenes with the corporate merger. This logo is clearly trying to get in touch with their roots, going back to the square one, but fan reception shows that it's kind of a swing and a miss. Time passes, and studios change. We're seeing a lot of creators and longtime executives leaving Cartoon Network, and it looks like the Cartoons program is promising and basically one of the last hopes for an era that I loved, but it's clear that this new logo is not hitting with fans. I don't know, if I learned anything from the internet, it's that if people complain on Twitter hard enough, they can change anything.
So I watched Turning Red this weekend, and it was dope. I found most of the characters charming. It was generally a pretty gorgeous film to look at. There were plenty of relatable moments, contrary to what some critics would say. What, Mailman can't relate to a concert?
Get out of here!
But something in my viewing experience felt missing, like I wasn't able to truly connect with Turning Red in the way the filmmakers wanted. And the reason why didn't click until my editor sent me a text of a certain something in the credits. Oh right, this was supposed to be in theaters! And it wasn't, even though Disney has other films out, yeah. This has reinforced an idea that's been floating around my head ever since this whole panini started, which is that, from what their actions have shown us over the last 2 years, Disney does not respect Pixar. Not that they respect a lot of things. And I have beef with that. And I know I'm not just being a little loony, because Pixar employees feel some type of way about it as well. So let's run it back a few years. Disney and Pixar are just pumping out sequels one after the other. And people are longing for some originality. It's me. I'm people. Do you guys realize that between the two studios, Coco was the only new IP to come out between Cars 3 and Frozen 2? 5 sequels and 1 original story? No matter how you feel about those movies, you gotta admit that's kinda depressing. But then, a beacon of hope appears in the horizon. Pixar's contribution to the resurgent craze of fantasy and D&D, starring the voices of Spidey Boy and Mario Field. Onward! Set to release on March 6, 2020. Oh no! Yeah, you may remember that Onward was a casualty of movie theaters shutting down at the start of the Panasonic. Rising concerns about the virus already hurt the limited time Onward had in the box office, but it was sentenced to a fate of unrecognition the moment theaters began to close their doors. But not all was lost. With everyone huddled up at home, Disney did parents a solid, freeing them from the shackles of bored, loud children for about 2 hours, by releasing the movie digitally on Disney Plus at no extra cost. Although Onward lost out on a strong theatrical run, fans still got a chance to see the movie as long as they forked over the $7 to subscribe. This was nice. And because they tried to sell us movies like Black Widow and Moo live action on an upcharge after the fact, getting Onward for free really felt like a gift. Wow, the monopoly is foregoing millions of dollars for us! But then things got immediately sus for me. Over the course of 2020, Disney kept pushing back the release date of Pixar's next film, Soul, a movie a lot of people were actually really eager to see due to its grounded atmosphere, philosophical premise, and older black protagonist. You already know my ass was turned. But as the year came to a close, Disney decided to drop the film on Disney Plus Christmas Day, once again, free of charge. Meaning, at least in the United States, it would forego a theatrical release entirely. And while I was glad I didn't have to shell out $30 to watch the movie from home, something about this rubbed me the wrong way. But then the same thing happened to Pixar's next film, Luca, having its theatrical release canceled in March 2021, and dropping it on Plus on its intended release day, June 18th, 2021.
Not again. Oh,
Oh, this ain't supposed to happen to me.
But turning red is what really pushed me to make this video, especially after watching it. Disney and Sony just released Spider-Man No Way Home in December, making a shit ton of money while a variant's tearing it up in the streets. And I'm not talking about Tobey Maguire, baby, you feel me? Yet, after No Way Home's success, they still decided to axe Turning Red's theatrical release and drop it on Disney Plus for pandemic-related reasons. And yes, I'm definitely saying that with quotation marks. That excuse worked for Onward and kinda Soul due to the whole theaters being closed situation. But by the time Luca and especially Turning Red were ready for their theatrical release, not only have theaters seen a resurgence in general with a handful of blockbusters, but Disney themselves have put out their own animated features as well. Those produced at Walt Disney Animation Studios and not Pixar Animation Studios, Raya and the Last Dragon and Encanto were released in theaters. Raya was on Disney Plus on the same day, but behind another paywall. Encanto's run was initially cut short, released on Disney Plus a month later, but get this, they announced it was going back to theaters after Turning Red was cut. What type of shit is this? I'll tell you what it is, a bias. It is abundantly clear to me that Disney does not value Pixar's films on the same level that they value their own animated films, particularly their original IP. They don't have the same level of confidence in Pixar's newer ideas that they do in Pixar's sequels or IP that came directly from Disney. Pixar is on a trajectory of having all their non-sequels reduced to bait. Nothing more than fodder to entice anyone who hasn't subscribed to Disney Plus to pay up and get in on the hype. And that's so disrespectful on so many levels. These aren't made for streaming movies. They weren't made with TV aspects in mind. These were made for the big screen first and foremost. These films are packed with so many little details that make them brimming with life. Details that shine the brightest when they're presented 65 feet wide, 30 feet tall, in a dark room with overpriced popcorn, not a flat screen TV. It's why Pixar employees have stated on more than one occasion that these decisions hurt them. They're demoralized and hurt that Disney continues to take the movies they spent years of their lives on and dump them onto a streaming service where they'll be forgotten about a week later. Like, imagine being given a big canvas to draw on. Something like the size of a billboard. You'd probably go hard, putting in a lot of details that's best appreciated up close and personal. Now imagine putting months into it, it's looking good, there's so much going on in it, and then whoever gave you the canvas magically shrinks it down to the size of a tiny little frame. Okay, yeah, it still looks pretty, but people aren't gonna be able to recognize as many of the details as they could when it was 50 times the size of their head. And although a consumer won't complain that it's free, you gotta admit, it feels a little condescending that the Walt Disney Animation movies have an upcharge, but Pixar doesn't get even half of the fanfare. But don't worry, they'll screen the movie at one location only for a day or two, so they can still nominate it to the Academy. What really bothers me about this is that I feel like these films have become way more personal in the stories being told. Seeking out the chance to reunite with your late father when you don't even remember much about him, confronting mortality and the existential crisis that comes with it, having to hide who you truly are from the world around you for your own safety, the trials and tribulations of coming into your own as a person while trying to live up to the role of a perfect daughter and dealing with sudden changes in your body. This is all really good stuff that feels a bit more mature than what's come before because it's coming from an extremely honest and vulnerable place. In a lot of ways, these films come across as a different approach from Pixar. Instead of, what if blank had emotions? They're pivoting more to the territory of Ratatouille or Up, stories that feel like they're about real people who look like me or you of varying ages. Stories that come from the deepest place of one's heart. Those aren't the kind of stories you deprive people of experiencing on the big screen. Those are the kind you embrace by providing the most immersive experience possible. I want to see everything. I want to hear everything. I want to feel all of the emotions being presented to me. And you can only get so far when you're experiencing that for the first time in a format that does not match the intended vision. Let people be whisked away to a world that looks close to their own, but with larger-than-life qualities that convey strong and particular emotions in a way reality never could. We all know Lightyear, being a spin-off of the highly profitable Toy Story, is going to have a successful theatrical release. That's not gonna get canceled and move to Plus, but don't champion Disney when it doesn't, and that goes for any sequels. Pixar should not have to prove that their stories have value to be displayed in theaters. This is not progress for Pixar or animation in general. It's regression. Disney is feeding into the idea that animation inherently holds less value by setting up this idea that Pixar isn't worth pulling up to the theater for. But Disney's own in-house films are, Marvel films are, Star Wars films are, but apparently not Pixar. Not unless it's already a part of a multi-million-dollar franchise. Whew. Anyways, the mom from Turning Red was pretty hot. Cartoon Network is like that parent who just sits on the couch belligerently drunk every night, glancing at the framed photographs on the wall of their glory years, holding back the tears. Kind of an abrupt way to start this video, but Cartoon Network has been fumbling the bag horribly, and it's something I want to talk about. It is now May of 2022, and Cartoon Network has not once even mentioned the fact that it's their 30th anniversary. And that crushes the inner child in me. Not only because I grew up as a Cartoon Network baby, most of you know this, but if you recall how hard they went in for the 20th anniversary back in 2012, the state of things now is just abysmal. This goes beyond cable, because cable has been on life support for years now. But we're at a point where the Cartoon Network brand transcends the station itself, and they just aren't doing anything with it. So let's unpack this. And maybe in our endeavors of cyberbullying a brand mainly geared towards children, I, a grown man, can get what I want. I mean, I watch adult shows too, I promise. Y'all seen Barry? That shit slaps. Also, please like and subscribe, hit the bell, check out our cartoon-themed merch at Toondrip, link down below. Okay, let's get into it. So obviously, it's worth pointing out that Cartoon Network launched in October of 1992. Given that it's May, there's still plenty of time for them to celebrate the 30th anniversary when it actually arrives. However, the point I'm trying to make is that they already took the L, and compared to the potential of the 30th anniversary, whatever they do is just gonna feel kinda mid at this point. Now, they didn't do anything too crazy for their 25th anniversary back in 2017. If memory serves, their big thing was just a music video. Plus, back then, it was basically still just the channel, with the app holding shows hostage every other month. But ultimately, it's half a decade. It doesn't have the same weight to it that a full 10 years does, you know? And again, compared to their 20th anniversary, they are lacking. I remember May of 2012 vividly. On this week 10 years ago, I remember they brought back Cartoon Planet, this block hosted by Zorak and Brak from Space Ghost, which was basically just a vehicle for reruns. But in 2012, those reruns were tailored for nostalgic cartoons. By that point, Edda and Eddie, the Powerpuff Girls, Billy and Mandy, Courage, they were all old news. Adventure Time, Regular Show, and Gumball were dominating. It was just a new era. And as someone who had those 2000s cartoons for a bulk of their childhood, it was awesome seeing those shows on TV again. And it didn't stop there. Throughout the year, rerunning the classics just kind of became norm for a while. And they had these awesome bumpers of the characters interacting at a party. It was nice. It felt like they were taking a giant victory lap for putting out some good-ass cartoons. And they topped it all off with this fire music video that holds up to this day. And over on the Adult Swim side of things, weebs with cable rejoiced as Toonami came back as a full-fledged block, which not too many people talk about now, or even back then compared to everything else. But I'll die on the hill that Toonami's comeback contributed to the rise of anime in the West. I mean, let's not completely lie to ourselves. It was popular in the 2000s, but the stigma around it being this weird, perverted, or extremely convoluted thing really didn't start to be challenged until the mid-2010s. But I'm getting off topic. You get the idea. 2012 was a good-ass year for Cartoon Network. But again, look where we are now. Not a single peep of the anniversary. Like, come on, big dog, you're 30, pop some bottles. Cartoon Network really isn't just the channel anymore. I'm not surprised you're not rerunning anything old right now. Well, I mean, old stuff that I care about. But the Cartoon Network brand in itself also lives on HBO Max, the only streaming service that people seem to like as much as Netflix. And here's one big way they keep fumbling the bag. HBO Max has been around for 2 years. Cartoon Network has been there since day one. And at least over here in bumfuck America, there's plenty of the classic hits still missing from the roster. Stop being afraid of getting canceled and post Johnny Bravo already. Where the hell is Generator X? Hi Puffy Amiyumi? Gym Partner, Camp Lazlo? Whatever happened to Robot Jones? I'm not just saying the name of the show, like, where is it? Where did you put
put them? There are specials missing from the shows that are on there as well. Where's Big Boogie Adventure? Big Picture Show, Ego Trip, the Powerpuff Girls movie. There are some gems that they have dragged their feet putting on there for years. Now tell me, we are now approaching summer. More people are going to be out of school, hanging out, and ending their nights with some streaming. And probably have a lot more time to stream some good shows. What better move is there for the Cartoon Network brand than to hook everyone in with nostalgia and go all out with the HBO Max catalog, advertising it as a 30th anniversary drop. They market the Cartoon Network Hub on here to more than just families. I have seen ads marketed directly at adults, using shows like Foster's and Kids Next Door to go, hey, look, your childhood favorites are on here. But nope. Nothing. Luckily, since this is HBO Max and streaming's always changing, they have time to fix this. But let's talk about something else. Something that's gonna be huge and loves showing off the Cartoon Network brand. Multiverses. It's basically if Smash Bros. And Fortnite had a baby, but with Warner Media characters. I got into the closed alpha they had this week. It's super fun to play, and the playable characters include Finn, Jake, Steven, and Garnet. There's also Tom and Jerry, Shaggy, Velma, Superman, Wonder Woman, characters that have all been on Cartoon Network but aren't owned by Cartoon Network. The fact they have this free-to-play fighter coming out this year, with a lot of attention on the game, it's the perfect scenario to push the Cartoon Network brand for the 30th anniversary. Assuming the game launches before October, there'd be some time to build up an audience, and then dedicate October, if not more of the year, to roll out at least 2 or 3 Cartoon Network fighters that are around for a limited time, with the sole purpose of pushing the 30th anniversary. Whether that be Gumball, Ed and Eddie, Blue, you name it. Now, according to leaks, Ben and Craig are in the game, but those are kind of no-brainers, and Craig's still a newer show compared to everything else, so none of those scream 30th anniversary. And while we don't know they won't do anything like this for a fact, I sincerely doubt they'd even consider doing such a thing. But I think the biggest L is to not use this 30th anniversary to roll out some new specials for HBO Max and gain subscribers while celebrating their legacy. Now sure, we have the Gumball movie in the works, but we don't know if it's coming out this year. And the circumstances around that movie coming to fruition ultimately does not stem from the 30th anniversary, because the creator and fans have been wanting this to happen for years. Now I am glad they are getting back into the game of making movies, as there were 2 original movies announced recently, but the fact they didn't pull a Nickelodeon and give their equivalent a Florpus, Jungle Movie, or Static Cling is just a huge missed potential, especially since last year, and even a little bit in 2020, we had Adventure Time Distant Lands. Now of course, I think this mainly comes down to the fact that Cartoon Network internally is kind of a mess right now. I mean, it's been obvious by the lack of shows, and obviously making a movie takes time. I'm assuming they would have needed a 2 or 3 year head start, given that Steven Universe the movie started in late 2017 and didn't drop until late 2019. But I find it a little disappointing that the higher-ups had no foresight for this, or they just didn't care, given that we have the creators of Kids Next Door and Billy and Mandy flurrying ideas at the network such as Galactic Kids Next Door and Billy and Mandy Destroy Us All, both of which the network turned down. I mean, I don't even know what their beef with Maxwell Adams is, but that's just a topic for another time. All of that being said, I feel like they're probably gonna have the Gumball movie serve as a big draw at Comic-Con and mention the 30th anniversary there, but in general, my expectations for Cartoon Network has just gotten low. I think the most we're gonna get out of this anniversary is a music video, and again, considering it's the 30th anniversary, it's sad! As someone who loves animation, and as a nerdy little kid would make my own little schedules for the network, this sucks. I just wanted to rant about this. Maybe by the end of the year they'll prove me wrong and they'll do something cool, but in general, I think the 30th anniversary is turning out to be a big L. I mean, no one's even been thinking about it. I haven't seen anyone even been talking about it. And I feel like most people would see that as a sign that your brand is falling off. Whoa, did you know there's a new Powerpuff Girls with the original creator? And Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends? I remember that. Whoa, they brought back Rugrats too? I remember that. Avatar has a whole studio making movies and TV shows? Sweet, I remember that. And SpongeBob, I remember that even though it never ended. And Total Drama, twice. And Beavis and Butthead, and the Proud Family, and Johnny Test, and Spider-Man, and Future, and DuckTales, and We Bear Bear. Are they still doing I remember that. Give in to nostalgia.
It's no secret that entertainment has felt a little creatively bankrupt over the last few years. Rebooting and reviving old properties has become the norm, especially for animation. And it's gotten to a point where you can't really ignore it. It feels like most animated projects nowadays, at least the ones that garner the most attention, are some new version of a beloved series people grew up with. Whether it be from the 80s, 90s, 2000s, or even 2010s. Whether if it's a reimagining that builds a new world from the ground up, a continuation that's business as usual, or a product that's somewhere in between. With this practice now being commonplace, it's kinda interesting to witness the polarizing reactions on the internet. It seems like the majority now treats any return as a monkey's paw, which is ironic, because in the 2010s, it felt like everyone was begging for networks to bring back the old shows.
Our childhood was better. Kids these days don't know what they're missing out on.
The typical nostalgia spiel. Yeah, how'd that work out for ya? But love it or hate it, reboots and revivals aren't gonna slow down. It's only gonna get bigger from here. And the truth is, the problem has nothing to do with creative bankruptcy. It's all about competition and operating like a business. Why does your childhood keep getting rebooted? I'm gonna break down why. Let's keep it a buck and start with the obvious answer. Alright, well, besides that. 3 words. Attention over everything. Back in the day, a network could rely on good marketing to get everyone hyped up for a new show. But in an era of streaming where everyone hates watching ads, it's not so easy to pull off. Especially if animation. Reboots, however, are a different story. Always have been. Even as a kid, I'd notice when an old show got a makeover and presented itself as something new. The countless Scooby-Doo reboots that stood out from one another. Thundercats getting the Avatar treatment, Looney Tunes going for a few iterations. There was an appeal because it's familiar. I didn't even watch the OG Thundercats growing up, but because there'd be references to it here and there in pop culture, pop culture, I wanted to check out the 2011 series, and then it died a horrible death. Still, having notoriety to your brand will get you way more attention than being the new kid on the block. Attention is currency, and that's why even bad publicity is good publicity. The Powerpuff Girls and Ben 10 reboots were torn to shreds by the internet, but because of that heat, they got way more exposure than they would have as an original show. And hey, views don't lie. Just observing individual clips, it seems like kids had way more eyes on these reboots than some of the other shows around at the time. Though, at least for Powerpuff, you can tell Cartoon Network genuinely wanted it to be a success for the new generation, given how hard they went with the marketing back in the day. The reboot itself was just mid. I don't think it was given the resources or time it deserved to be a good show. But now, reboots and new entries in the franchise are more than just a quick buck. They're entire attractions to a streaming service. Companies have to put their best foot forward to convince consumers that those spare $15 in their pocket should go here instead of there. And what better way to do that than to flaunt someone's childhood memories for a new audience? When most people see Paramount Plus, they think about the new iCarly seasons, or the highly shadow on Nickelodeon reboots. Hell, once Avatar Studio rolls out, I think Paramount will see a surge of subscriptions solely for new animated Avatar goodness. One of the early heavy hitters for HBO Max was Adventure Time Distant Lands. And although Close Enough was an original property, RIP, a lot of interest in it came from the idea that it'd be adult regular show. Hell, Disney Plus has always operated off this line of thinking. When it launched, sure, there was a lot of hype for the MCU shows, but people were really eager to get their hands on the final season of Star Wars: The Clone Wars. The Proud Family, Louder and Prouder, is one of the few non-Marvel, non-Star Wars shows that they're giving a big push. And even now, one of their most highly anticipated shows is X-Men 97. Funny enough, Disney has also shown why this is easier to pull off with animation than live action. The medium of animation allows franchises to either pick things up where they left off in a near seamless fashion, or start over with a fresh interpretation. However, no one's gonna go crazy for the cheaper by the dozen remake, and creating new live action stories in the Star Wars universe with the same characters in their relatively same ages, with actors who are of course decades older than they were when they first played those characters, has led to a lot of viewers criticizing the uncanny valley effect that goes into trying to keep these characters the same age that they were back in the 80s or 2000s. cartoons. And they're clearly afraid to recast, partly because they don't want to scare people off with new actors. For a myriad of reasons. Rebooting a live-action television series can be arguably way more challenging to pull off than rebooting an animated series. Movies are easier to pull off, but I mean, people hate most Hollywood reboots anyways. When it comes to cartoons, though, I think there's a reason you only see certain shows get rebooted. After all, despite Powerpuff Girls and Foster's having new shows in development, the studio flat out rejected ideas like Galactic is Next Door or Billy and Mandy Destroy Us All, with the dumb reasoning,
Kids today won't know who those characters are.
as if that wouldn't apply to the other shows you're rebooting from the exact same era of Cartoon Network. Why do some classics pass the vibe check while others don't? Well, it's not just about the shows themselves. I don't think it's a big secret that merch can be a huge source of income.
These are horrible.
There's a reason why every other YouTuber you watch tends to have a big push with merch every so often.
Please check out our dope cartoon-inspired designs at Toondrip, by the way.
But this especially rings true with corporations. We all know Marvel characters get a new suit every movie so they can sell Funko Pops off of it. But do you know why Teen Titans Go is on its 7th season with a spin-off on the way? Because it's making millions in toys, tees, and DVDs. That's not even counting the movies. The Ben 10 franchise is worth over $7 billion. That reboot everyone was dunking on didn't do crazy numbers in viewership, but its existence was keeping the lights on at Cartoon Network, thanks to the toys. And that's why Ben 10 is inevitably gonna be rebooted again, because they got money to make. At a net worth of $2.5 billion, the Powerpuff Girls has always sold well, which is why it got an anime, 2 reboots, and a CW show that refuses to die. But why would it? Not only can they still sell merch to kids, but once that CW show is out, you can bet Spirit Halloween will be littered with
Officially licensed
Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup costumes for college girls to rock at parties. The show premiered in '98, and not even 2 years later, it was projected to make $300 million in merch. By 2002, it made nearly $1 billion. I can't find how much money Foster's made, but between Cartoon Network shoving cheese down our throats and the fact they had a Macy's Day Parade float where Foster's Rick-rolled America, I'm guessing it was pretty profitable. He-Man and She-Ra were conceptualized to be toyetic franchises. So of course, they've gotten numerous reboots over the years and will probably continue to do so. If there's plenty of opportunities for merch and it's a proven moneymaker, it's not gonna stay dead for long. It's unfortunate as these projects take slots that could have gone to new ideas. But until something changes, it is what it is. Entertainment is a business after all. And the big shots operate off of working smarter, not harder. Which goes into the last point I want to make. Yeah, it's just easier to go with something that's already proven itself to be a smash hit than it is to roll the dice on an original idea. You already have a cast of characters to pull from, a pre-established world for said characters to adventure in, and lore for the writers to revisit and even expand upon in new ways. Don't get me wrong, a lot of work still goes into a reboot. Figuring out the art direction, casting, setting itself apart from the original series, and a slew of other tasks that would exist in any other production. Not to mention, reboots tend to have way more cooks in the kitchen. Execs want to be a lot more hands-on because of a show's esteemed legacy. To them, these ain't just cartoons they're making. These are billion-dollar properties that, ideally, will help keep them afloat for a few years. Now, of course, I think the main problem people like you and I have with these reboots is that as more teenagers and kids stop watching TV in favor of streaming, YouTube, and Twitch, the more these reboots tend to cater to younger and younger audiences. Really young children whose parents just stuck them in front of the TV, or an iPad with YouTube Kids. Again, those reboot clips don't get millions of views for nothing.
Like I was turned when I heard back Craigie's bringing back Foster's. Until I read it was a preschool reboot. Not saying it's gonna be bad, but even with nostalgic value, it's just not gonna be for me. And that's okay. Not every reboot is gonna knock it out of the park with things that old and new fans can enjoy, like DuckTales or Thundercats. Some are just gonna be goofy little tunes to pave the way for merch. And I'm not gonna say that's a good thing, but it's putting food on a lot of people's tables. Creatives who work in animation for a living, just trying to survive in this crazy game we call life. Reboots, I don't always respect you. In fact, I fear most of you. But your existence paves the way for some original ideas to be funded in the first place. So, I guess you're not all bad. But thank God Antonucci owns the creative rights to Edda and Eddie. Can't reboot that shit if you tried. Thanks for watching the video. I always love doing little dives like this into the industry. And with the Powerpuff Girls and Fosters coming back, I knew I had to make a video and say something, so I hope you learned a thing or two. For years, Cartoon Network has been a huge player in the animation game, but now it looks like Warner Discovery is taking it out Old Yeller style. The biggest casualty in what feels like a never-ending corporate merger. You may have seen over the summer that numerous HBO Max titles have been removed from the service, both film and series. This also included cancellations of beloved HBO Max originals such as Raised by Wolves and J.G. Quintel's Close Enough, the latter of which went through hell to end up on TV in the first place. But the straight-up removal of content was sudden. Shows like Final Space just gone, lost to the void and no longer available to stream. But surprise, it got worse, as over 30 shows from HBO Max, most of which animated, are set to leave the platform this week. This includes titles such as Close Enough, Infinity Train, Mau Mau, OKKO, Summer Camp Island, and Victor and Valentino. It feels as if all of those shows never caught a break. Mau Mau was silently canceled after announcing a season 2 that never released, because finished episodes from said season don't exist. Summer Camp Island's final season was delayed right before release by a year. Victor and Valentino still has episodes to air. And I don't want to talk about Infinity Train's cancellation for what, a 5th or 6th time? It's just heart-wrenching to see. Of course, shortly after the news broke, industry professionals went to air their grievances on social media. Julia Pott, creator of Summer Camp Island, said, "We worked for 5 years to make 100 episodes of animation. We worked late into the night, we let ourselves go. We were a family of hardworking artists who wanted to make something beautiful, and HBO Max just pulled them all like we were nothing. Animation is not nothing. And we worked through the pandemic to make 20 linear episodes that are our best work yet. I cannot wait for you to see them. You will see them. I will not rest." Owen Dennis, creator of Infinity Train and the Frogs and Hat Twitter account, tweeted out a screen cap of his new bio that reads, "Creator of Infinity Train, a show that got pulled from HBO Max and can now only be pirated. I post frogs and hats." Can you believe animators carried the TV and film industry during the pandemic because nothing else could be made? And as a thank you for that, all the executives just cancel every animated project? No words. So much hard work put in by these creative teams. So much work goes into making a show. Warner Bros. Discovery has become a hostile place with no regard for artists, writers, and talent. Please watch our cartoons before they're removed this week. I see nearly my entire cartoon career being removed here on these lists, which is wild. Thanks for watching and supporting the things we make with love. Wait, am I misunderstanding, or is Summer Camp Island's last season not going to air? What is going on? Cool. Love to work on something for literal years and then have it totally vanish. It's extremely good that TV writing has become building sandcastles at high tide. We've come so far as a society. And Jones Cordy confirmed on Twitter that no creator was looped in on this decision, at least as far as he knows. But judging by these reactions, I don't think anyone knew. But why is this happening? Well, according to a spokesperson from HBO Max, as we work towards bringing our content catalogs together under one platform, we will be making changes to the content offering available on both HBO Max and Discovery Plus. That will include the removal of some content from both platforms. To understand this on an even deeper level, Discovery bought Warner Media from AT&T, which was in incredible debt as a result of purchasing Warner Media in the first place. I'm talking billions. months. The reason why all of these shows and movies are vanishing is because they're being written off for taxes. We've seen this before with Cartoon Network series such as Thundercats 2011, Symbionic Titan, and Megas XLR. No longer able to air on TV as a result, although Symbionic Titan did end up on Netflix for a brief period in 2020, but we can assume they can never be streamed on a Warner-owned platform. When a show or movie is written off, all the money poured into the project can be refunded. Perfect way to climb yourself out of debt, I guess. This is also why HBO Max and Discovery Plus are becoming a new platform. I imagine it's cheaper to operate one streaming service instead of two, but it's still a fucking dumb decision. And as of this morning, things got worse, but there is a slight glimmer of hope for everyone who poured all this time into their shows. Cartoon Network has removed almost every tweet mentioning Infinity Train or Mau Mau, with every video of the two removed off of their platform. I assume this is a consequence of the tax write-off because why else would they try to hide its entire existence? But Cartoon Network did send out a statement regarding the future of Victor and Valentino and Summer Camp Island, noting that the two shows will continue to air on Cartoon Network. The dates are to be determined, but fans can look forward to the remaining new episodes of both shows this year. But it may have to be this year because it looks like Cartoon Network won't exist in a year. As a deleted tweet from someone who works in the industry, who we're gonna keep anonymous, claimed the following: "I've heard more than a few people forecast that Cartoon Network will not exist as a brand by the end of the year and all just get downsides and rolled under the WB umbrella. So hey, I guess we'll see." And I can unfortunately back this up. There does seem to be a lot of whispers about this very thing. And I fear, in a move blindsiding everybody, that everything Cartoon Network has lined up will ultimately fall apart and be swept under the rug, destroyed at the hands of a CEO who doesn't care if HBO Max succeeds. As far as he's concerned, he's from Discovery. So HBO Max, Warner Bros., Cartoon Network, anything under that umbrella, they're bending to the whim of Discovery, not the other way around. Despite how dumb that sounds to the consumers, you know, the people giving you idiots money, because Discovery don't got the sauce like that. But you do you. Drive the company further into the ground. Ruin the livelihoods of so many people. After all, you can just quit and walk away from all this at any time. The countless of employees you fuck over in the process, though, aren't so lucky. So not so fun update, while making this video, things of course got worse. For starters, everything's gone now. OKKO, Infinity Train, Fungies, all but one episode of Uncle Grandpa. It's all gone. This definitely has to be a tax write-off because everything related to these shows are also removed off of Cartoon Network's YouTube channel. I'm assuming because of ad revenue, and with tax write-offs, you can no longer monetize that property in any way, shape, or form. But what feels like going too far is that the pilot for Infinity Train is a victim in all of this. A piece of animation history. Millions of views. A proof of concept that got animation fans so excited, they lobbied for the thing to become a full-length series. Not only that, but the soundtracks for Infinity Train are now removed off of every music streaming platform, alongside the OKKO theme song, Let's Watch the Show. I'm just baffled. For these shows to just no longer be a part of HBO Max or the Cartoon Network catalog as a whole, we don't know how much time OKKO has left on Hulu, if at all. Since that isn't owned by Warner Media, perhaps it can still be lent out to other streamers. I mean, again, Symbionic Titan was streaming on Netflix in 2020, but I don't know. This just feels bleak, and it goes to show they have no qualms of writing off anything Cartoon Network related. And I'm sure this goes beyond the shows that were on HBO Max. Johnny Bravo, Whatever Happened to Robot Jones, The Life and Times of Juniper Lee, all of these were shows that people wanted to see on Cartoon Network, but if they already weren't getting any play, why the hell would they be left out of the write-offs? It's just a tragic situation to deal with. Oh, and apparently residuals from streaming helps pay for healthcare if you're in the union. Guess that's another reason why they're doing this. And that's what this is really all about. This goes beyond animation, but entertainment as a whole. People pour their blood, sweat, and tears into this. People lose sleep and relationships over this. People sacrifice so much, and now the fruits of their labor is snubbed away just like that. Imagine pouring so much time into something, and you can't even watch it. No one can watch it. Not legally anyways. And what? You trust the average consumer to torrent? I know plenty of people pirate, but there's more people who don't know how to do it.
It's heartbreaking, man. Everyone in the animation industry truly deserves better. I don't know how much time Cartoon Network has left, or what the future looks like for the brand or even its studio, but I hope everyone working there right now is just able to hang in there, because this is one hell of a present for a 30th anniversary. The Queen is dead and she's taking Cartoon Network with her. It's been a rough few years for Cartoon Network. The studio has become a punching bag to these corporate mergers, and the network has become a dumping ground for beloved classics like Caillou. Everyone loves Caillou. I've discussed before that when it comes to their 30th anniversary, Cartoon Network was fumbling the bag tremendously throughout most of this year. Compared to their golden 20th anniversary, they absolutely dropped the ball. Well, since then, amidst all the chaos of massive cancellations and shows being pulled from HBO Max, they actually have begun to celebrate their 30th. But unfortunately, this isn't going to be a video of handing out participation trophies because they tried. There's genuine effort, and then there's half-hearted attempts that make you think they were kind of better off doing nothing at all. But before I drench myself in negativity, let's talk about the positives. They are doing the bare minimum of celebrating their anniversary by airing a lot of older shows. And not just for like an hour a day and calling it a wrap. No, reruns of their classics is taking up a good portion of their schedule for this month, and presumably October, which will be the actual anniversary month. Adventure Time, Regular Show, Powerpuff Girls, Courage, Dexter, Billy and Mandy. They're all getting the spotlight on TV, and they even have been throwing in specials. Stuff like Adventure Time Elements, Craig of the Creek Capture the Flag, Teen Titans Trouble in Tokyo, Steven Universe Change Your Mind. The list goes on. A lot of goodies are in the mix, and I'm happy to see it. So again, the bare minimum is taken care of. But what about the goodies? The posters, the bumpers, what about a music video? After all, the 20th anniversary was loaded with bumpers, showing all the characters mingling at a party with a fantastic music video. And of course, the 25th anniversary had its own music video and a pretty nice logo. So what do we got for the 30th? The big midlife crisis. Well, we got garbage. Yeah, it's garbage. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Not giving them a pat on the back just because they did something. It's not good. And I think the best place to start unpacking this is with the poster. At first glance, not that bad. A pretty healthy mix of characters. The Jellystone version of Yogi Bear is helping form the three, which I think is really cute. It's a cute poster and doesn't appear to be that bad at first glance. First off, let's take a look at the beautiful 20th anniversary poster. Full of so many beloved, iconic characters from Cartoon Network history, and not just the main characters. For every Scooby, Blossom, Buttercup, Bubbles, Eddie, and Chowder, there's a Peppermint Butler, Panini, Schnitzel, Haas Delgado, or Goo. And so many different series are represented here from throughout all of Cartoon Network's history at that time. The new to 2012 stuff, the underrated hits like Juniper Lee, and even some of the more controversial shows like Out of Jimmy's Head or Squirrel Boy are here. You even got Tom from Toonami. Even the programming blocks are getting representation, people. The colors are varied. It's something you can stare at for hours and just get lost in. I wish I had this poster framed in my apartment. And now when you compare the 30th to that, you get to see how it's a little bit of a downgrade. But that's just my opinion. Different strokes for different folks. And just because there's less characters here doesn't mean that this poster is inherently bad. What does make this poster inherently bad is that about 80% of it, if not more, is traced over recolored renders that have probably all appeared in a Roundtable thumbnail at least once. And why are some of them like oddly warped? It doesn't look good. Like, it actually makes me laugh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to whoever designed this. I'm sure you're on a time crunch. I'm blaming budget and time above anything else, but come on, man. That Steven? That Craig? The Jessica? So many people thought Jessica was just another Craig because it's only her floating head. You've seen that Oscar. You've seen that Raven. You've seen that Garnet. You've seen that Steven. You've seen that KO. You've seen that Beast Boy. It does look like an artist started drawing from the middle, as I think that Ed, Batman, Rigby, Finn, Jake, and maybe Courage appear to be original illustrations. But then at some point, the Big Cheese walked in and said, hey, this is going up tomorrow. Do what you can. But I could
could be wrong. These all could be slightly edited stock art. Reused vectors that are just sitting in the Cartoon Network server. Have fun. And look, it's just a poster. It's not the end of the world. Again, I find it more amusing than anything else. But goddamn, big milestones like this only come every 10 years. So much love went into this 20th anniversary poster. But again, this 30th, graphic design is my passion looking ass. It looks like they went and pulled something from my high school portfolio. The kind of Photoshop I would have made instead of doing my actual assignment. It's sad to see. But wait, over on HBO Max, they posted a half-hour montage celebrating Cartoon Network's rich history. And you may be surprised to hear that this is pretty lame too. Look, I know someone edited this. Again, I don't put the blame on you, underpaid editor. But hot damn. Not only is this timeline they have entirely wrong, a lot of revisionist history here, but a lot of old shows in here really get the shaft for recency bias, which is really counterintuitive considering it's an anniversary music video. You're supposed to give more love to the old stuff, if not just an equal amount of attention, but I guess that wasn't their prerogative here. Y'all know I love Steven Universe, but what was the decision to give that a full-blown AMV, while some shows like Edda and Eddie just get a random clip? Granted, Powerpuff Girls and Fosters do get an adequate amount of screen time here, but they got reboots on the way, so that's probably why. But yeah, We Baby Bears, Craig of the Creek, no hate to either of those shows, of course, but they were really hogging the screen time. Why did Ben 10 get the Alien Force theme for the Ben 10 segment when not only is the old theme clearly more iconic and recognizable, but it fits the pacing of this montage a lot better? The Alien Force theme really takes time to build itself up, whereas the OG theme from the get-go is just a pure banger. There's no love for programming blocks, no love for the obscure shows, no love for the classics. I've been saying that they are terrified of mentioning Johnny Bravo in 2022, but it's weird that he's nowhere to be seen here. No Cow and Chicken, no Robot Jones. It's a mess. Also, the lack of Scooby-Doo, Hanna-Barbera, Warner Brothers, and all this is just weird. I get they're not Cartoon Network Studios productions, but they built up this channel. Why exclude them? It's a weird vibe all around. And I know people have been taking shots at the fact that a lot of shows that were removed from HBO Max are featured here. I don't have any beef with that because they already made it clear that was a Warner Discovery decision, not a Cartoon Network decision. Cartoon Network was not happy about any of that. And with this montage and poster, all they did was ship that off to HBO. So I really don't find that to be a valid criticism. What really racks my brain is that Cartoon Network promotes fan artists. They commission people to create amazing things, like that Craig of the Creek anime opening. So for them to half-ass the 30th anniversary poster, when they could have just recruited some amazing talent, it's rough to see. I don't like it, and it really makes me sad. Maybe they can still come out with a phenomenal 30th anniversary music video that looks like it was animated by the gods themselves, like James Baxter just multiplied his physical form until there was a whole ass crew of him. Now, I'm not gonna say this is the worst anniversary ever or anything, although it's definitely the weakest, but all in all, it's just decent at best. Nowhere near the level of quality that a 30th anniversary should have. Again, I'm not gonna give them a participation trophy. I'm not gonna say, oh, it's better than nothing, but I am glad to see the classics running on TV throughout the month. I think that's a very nice touch. It's a great way to expose the new generation to classics that the older generations grew up with, and they did a job well done on that end. I don't care that the older episodes are cropped or the credits are out of order or whatever the case may be. I don't need old reruns to be perfect. But yeah, everything else is, just really underwhelming and lame. But again, I don't blame the designers or the editors. They were just following instruction, and you can tell they were not given the time they needed. But yeah, Cartoon Network really blew a 3-1 lead. That's rough, buddy. Strange World is the new Disney animated movie about does anyone actually know what this movie is about? Yeah, so Strange World is the latest movie from Walt Disney Animation Studios that is currently dropping on the deck and flopping like the crustiest fish in theaters. A budget of $180 million, and it's only projected to make a measly $19 million on Thanksgiving weekend, with a tragic $4.2 million on opening day. That's not good. Not good at all. Just scrolling through showtimes on the AMC app right now, it's kind of baffling that even out here in old animation land, theaters are empty.
And they're likely going to be a ghost town just about everywhere. But why? Easy. Disney sabotaged this movie from the start.
Sabotage?
Now, this isn't going to be some video that encourages everyone to rally up and go see Strange World. At this point, if you want to see it just to support the artist behind the film, by all means do it. But as someone who really just learned what this movie was about just to make this video, I'm not here to sell tickets on Disney's behalf. I'm not doing their job for them. Instead, I want to unpack how and why Disney did this movie dirty. From marketing, to the timing of its release, to their last-minute attempt at trying to squeeze some money out of it. Like, yikes. This makes their treatment of Pixar over the last 2 years look like absolute mercy. Strange World has not only been under-promoted, with a lot of people not even realizing it came out this weekend, but the marketing it has gotten has been weak. It's definitely reminiscent of how they treated Atlantis and Treasure Planet, which apparently this film actually has a similar vibe to. Nice. But again, can you even tell me what this movie is about? The fact most of you watching can't should be a red flag, because Disney kinda rocks at selling movies to their viewers off of very simple ideas. And yes, I am including Pixar and Marvel and all those other brands in there. Coco, kid with a love for music stumbles into the land of the dead. Tangled, Rapunzel with singing. Wreck-It Ralph, video game bad guy wants to be a good guy. Lightyear, Buzz origin story. Soul, this time the lead black character turns into a booger. Turning Red, girl turns into giant red panda when she's amped up. Hell, we've all seen the same. What if Blink had feelings? Pixar meme that's made the rounds since 2012 Facebook. So it feels purposeful on Disney's end that the average moviegoer can't tell you what this film is about beyond, planet, family, gay. Actually sitting down and watching the trailer paints a better idea of what the movie's about. A family of explorers are recruited to check out an alien planet where the eldest of the family went missing. But I can't say it really entices people to go see the movie, given that it spoils half of the plot. Imagine being in the theater and watching this trailer for the very first time. The hook of the whole story, the mystery of the eldest, is answered halfway through. There's a whole minute of trailer left, man. The only takeaways you really have left from the trailer itself is the generational trauma and extravagant alien world. The problem is, Disney already has movies with those bases covered, released within the last year alone. Encanto and Lightyear, the latter of which only came out like 6 months ago. And this isn't me saying you can't do different takes on the same subject. Not at all. What I'm saying is, as a basic consumer, whether that be kid, parent, or just animation-loving adult, based off the marketing alone, there isn't much about this movie that stands out from its contemporaries. At least, not enough to justify a trip to the movies. This honestly might be a reason why Disney sabotaged Strange World. Because the people in charge of marketing know that this movie, on a surface level, has a lot in common with other films they just released. A case of a movie that's probably pretty fun, being at the wrong place at the wrong time. However, we can't ignore another way Disney fumbled this movie's marketing, seemingly in a last-minute attempt to get some seats in the theater. Their favorite chess move as of late, promoting their 800th first openly gay character with Ethan. This marketing tactic has gotten on pretty much everyone's nerves, as people who want to see themselves represented on the big screen have gotten used to Disney clickbaiting them into seeing a character or couple who only has a few minutes, if not seconds, of screen time, with said screen time being easy to cut out of international releases. And then you have the corner of the internet who just hates everything gay, going absolutely supernova, review bombing the movie, and even tanking the trailer with dislikes. You can't even see dislikes anymore without downloading an extension. Why are you wasting your time with this? Grass is free! If Disney really wants all walks of life to be represented on the big screen, regardless of their race or sexuality, then they just need to let them exist without their existence being treated as some sort of spectacle, not having any part of their identity marketed as their defining trait, which seemed to be what they were going for with Strange World, until again, they decided they wanted to make some quick bucks off of it. It is worth mentioning that people who actually have seen the movie say that Ethan's sexuality isn't something that can be trimmed out, and is actually pivotal to the overall story. Part of me wants to give my props to Disney for finally not duping everyone with half-hearted representation for once. But another part of me wonders if that's exactly why they set this movie up for failure. Because they're aware that anti-woke is on the rise. And if they went all out with this movie, then they run the risk of pissing off their more conservative audience, finding it way easier to just give it a blink and you miss it theatrical run before tossing it into the void. That is Disney Plus. Oh yeah, did I mention that the release for this movie is even worse than the marketing? Strange World isn't getting a full theatrical run like other Disney-owned movies. Instead, they're giving it the same treatment Encanto got last year. A limited 30-day run, and then it's banished to streaming. Yeah, because people are going to be flocking in droves to AMC for a movie they can just watch for free in a few weeks. Well, free if you have Disney Plus, or this fancy new streaming service I found. I heard they got everything! But that's just one obstacle in this poor movie's way, as Disney decided to sandwich it between Black Panther Wakanda Forever and Avatar The Way of Water. At this point, it's just bullying. It already has a lot to prove to general audiences due to being an original IP. And you stuck it in between the sequel to one of the highest grossing Marvel movies that has even more buzz around it than it would have due to the tragic passing of Chadwick Boseman and Blue Man Group 2. Oh, and there's also this thing called other studios that make movies too. So again, not really doing Strange World any favors. Because let's be honest, Disney wants all of their movies to be outings for families and friends. They want you to see these in a big old group so they can make more moolah. But like, the movies aren't cheap? I moved to California earlier this year, and a ticket at AMC is like $16. And I'm not even seeing it in IMAX or anything. So if you're a parent taking your kids to the movies, you're gonna have to pay for multiple tickets on top of food and drinks, which is easily another $10 to $20 per person. If we're thinking of the typical nuclear family, this is gonna be close to, if not over, a $100 trip. Black Panther and Avatar being pushed as must-see movies. So why would someone want to make the expensive-ass trek to the theater 3 times in a month just to see an animated movie they barely know anything about and probably don't want to see that bad because of their shit marketing? And if you need further convincing that Disney does not give a rat's ass about this movie succeeding, they're not even bothering to release it in France. And it got pulled in 20 countries over Ethan being gay. Soft! Those bozos are soft! The international market matters a lot for studios like Disney. So you'd think not releasing in that many places outside of the US would encourage them to push it harder here so it can turn a profit. But instead, it really feels like the mouse is just shrugging his shoulders and wiping his ass clean with it. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how this film will be remembered, and if it'll hit the same status as Treasure Planet and Atlantis. Once it's on Disney Plus, it could become a hit, which may light a fire under Disney's ass to try and squeeze money from it by putting it back in theaters, just like Encanto. But I don't think Encanto's re-release was successful enough for them to take another shot at it. Cause you know, everyone could watch it at home for free. I really hope this is the last animated film to get treated like this under Disney's Iron Fist, at least for a while. Considering one of the first things Bob Iger did once he reclaimed his throne was fire Kareem Daniel, who was in charge of the media and entertainment distribution division at Disney for the last 2 years. Ideally, Danny Boy's replacement will treat the upcoming slate of animated films much better, with much more care and respect, but my expectations for Disney as a company have hit rock bottom. Again, if you want to see Strange World because you're genuinely interested, or just want to support the artist, do it! But don't waste time, because at the rate it's flopping at the box office, theaters could pull it much sooner than the 30 days it was slated for.
This video contains spoilers for Inside Job. I adore Inside Job. I've watched the first season at least 5 times. I love a lot of the characters. I admire the effort they put into the world building. And I'm overall happy that adult animation kinda has a new Gravity Falls. With a comedy that starts out episodic but gradually builds up to an epic overarching story. There's just one problem. It's too short. Oh, and all the references. And not short in an oh my god I need more way, although that is true. Rather, it's short in a I like what you're trying to do, but you needed more time to do it kind of way. If you ask me, it's the show's biggest flaw, and it's entirely out of their control. In only 18 episodes, Inside Job has committed to multiple changes with the status quo, from who's in charge of Cognito Inc., to the leader of the team, to Reagan getting recruited by the mysterious Shadow Board. And while I was on board with all of this, I can't say I was emotionally invested in everything. Why? To make a long story short, they needed more episodes. And to make a short story long, well, you're watching the right video. The best place to start is to talk about the number of episodes. Netflix had initially ordered Inside Job for 20 episodes back in 2019. These 20 episodes presumably being split into what would be known as Part 1 and 2. But if you take a look at Part 2, you'll notice there's only 8 episodes. What happened? Well, in June 2022, it was announced that Inside Job got renewed for a second season. Yeah, Part 2 technically isn't Season 2. I know, it's kind of confusing. Although they didn't specify how many episodes would be in Season 2, I don't think Netflix can afford another 20. Seeing how things are going right now with both Netflix and the animation industry, it's way more likely the streaming giant only ordered 8 to 10 episodes for Season 2, aka Part 3. Oh, I'm sorry, Part THB. Given where Part 2 left off, I wouldn't be surprised if the next season is more ambitious than the last 2 combined. So to make sure they have enough time for a satisfying arc and a potential conclusion, they may have moved 2 of those initial 20 episodes over to the next season. But if that's true, doesn't it highlight the problem with these short-ass seasons? Especially for animation, the medium that allows for the most ambitious, larger-than-life stories possible? If Part 2's number of episodes really suffered for the benefit of another season, then Netflix's approach to the number of episodes they give a show like Inside Job is inherently flawed. It feels like a mix of saving money and wanting people to finish a season as quickly as possible. Netflix has always thrived off of binge culture, which worked best in the early years of original content. Back when seasons were about 12 to 13 episodes, with some shows clocking in half-hour episodes and others clocking in at an hour-long episode. Not too different from cable. However, as Netflix put out more scripted originals, a lot of consumers felt like that binging was starting to feel like a slog, because storylines that may have only needed a few episodes had to be stretched out to fill a whole season. But I feel like this really was an issue with shows that were an hour long instead of 30 minutes. Nowadays, it feels like we're dealing with the opposite problem. In recent years, we've seen the rise of a lot of 8-episode seasons on streaming, mainly because it saves them money. And while that pacing works a lot better for shows that have hour-long episodes, it's done a lot of harm to half-hour shows, in my opinion. For example, going beyond the realm of animation, I fucking love the show Barry on HBO. HBO, while already its own channel prior to streaming services, had a lot of shows with only 8-episode seasons, but those tend to be an hour long. Barry is only a half hour, a measly 30 minutes. And as a result, their story only gets 3 to 4 hours to be told, while everyone else gets to be hot shit with their 7 to 8 hours. That's a school day. That's a long time. Oh, your Widow season can be binged in a whole afternoon?
Try giving up a whole night's rest, bozo.
And I don't even want to talk about anime, bro. Don't even bring up One Piece. While I hold Barry in high regards, my only gripe with that show is that after season 1, they have so many moving pieces that I'm always left feeling like they needed a few more episodes to flesh things out. And I've seen other fans of the show feel the same way. So when bringing it back to Inside Job, 10 episodes in season 1 and 8 in season 2 weren't nearly enough for me, because I went from meeting these characters to dealing with their status quo shattering developments within 3 hours. And I still don't know most of them that well. Like, these characters are fun, but I barely know some of them. I think the first time I really felt like this was episode 9, as it's the first half of a 2-part season finale, or mid-season finale, however you want to look at parts 1 and 2. So to usher us in that season finale atmosphere, you have the Shadow Board looking to recruit JR, rewarding us for watching this far by finally digging into the show's greatest mystery. And at the same time, you have Reagan and the team wanting to be recognized for their hard work. These both feel like natural accumulations of the story. Like, if you told me after episode 1, this is what the season finale would be about, I wouldn't be surprised. Yet I feel like I'm not as fired up for the team as the show wants me to be, because I just met them. And the focus for most of the season was on Reagan, Brett, and Rand. A decision that makes sense when you see where they take things in part 2, but Gigi, Glenn, Andre, and Mike are practically all sidelined, with their bits of character development squeezed in wherever they can fit. I know they all get their flowers in part 2, but I'm only referring to part 1 right now. None of them at this point had an A-plot like the 3 characters the show clearly wants us to focus on the most. No moments where they're shown to be vulnerable and real people deep down, like Reagan and Brett. The closest thing was sober Andre, but it was played off more like a gag instead of the focus. So I don't feel anything for their dope varsity jackets, beyond, I need to wear it. Where can I buy this? Let's compare this to Gravity Falls, for obvious reasons. The first episode of the 2-part season finale is built around Dipper's frustration with Grunkle Stan, something that I was able to feel invested in because at that point, they were butting heads for 18 episodes. Not to mention that season 1 of the show took like a year to air. But even on a binge watch, that's double the length to get invested into the Pines family dynamic than the team's dynamic in Inside Job. Dipper and Stan's back and forth, and Stan's overall sketchiness had time to marinate in my head and cement itself as a long-running conflict. Now, don't get me wrong, having the context of both parts 1 and 2, I don't think Inside Job needed to trade any of those Reagan, Brett, or Rand episodes for other characters. But I know Netflix goofed up, not giving them the standard 26 episodes, so at least Gigi, Andre, and Mike could have an episode where they get to star in an A-plot. Which brings me to... So you may be asking, okay, internet rant man, so what makes these 4 characters underdeveloped compared to these 3? Well, Reagan, Brett, and Rand all feel like real people. We know a lot about their history, their families, what makes them tick, and why they behave the way they do. We know about Reagan's dysfunctional childhood, where her father always tried to control her while substituting his presence with technology, and her mother, Tomiko, who was only focused on her own happiness, constantly acting on her own self-interest. All of this led to Reagan developing poor social skills, a cynical outlook on life, and an inability to connect with others. In her adult life, she has an obsession towards her own career because it's where she places all of her self-worth, and her relationship with science has been the only solid relationship in her life. We know Brett's a people pleaser because he was the black sheep of a very rich, very successful family. He just wants to be accepted by a group of people, even if it means being manipulated by those people. Something he thought he got in college with his frat, but he learned early in the series that was nothing but smoke and mirrors, and that in reality, his frat bros couldn't wait for the day where they never had to see him again. Brett dedicated his life to molding himself into the most likable, charismatic person imaginable for people who were never willing to give him a chance in the first place. Rand is a victim of his own hubris and his paranoia, as he got in the way of all of his significant relationships, viewing himself as a god and thinking he knows what's best for everyone around him. His actions cost him Cognito, his wife, and a healthy relationship with his daughter, something he internalized as he 40 chessed his way back into regaining control of Cognito and desperately tried to get the family back together, putting even the fabric of reality at risk in order to make it happen. So where the hell are all these tragic anime backstories for everyone else? I'm sure you've been waiting for me to mention this, but part 2 did give Mike a substantial amount of development with his high school reunion episode, confirming a lot of lore around his species and establishing that he was a loser in high school. He's another social reject. That's good, that's progress. And kind of a pleasant surprise since, although he is one of the funniest characters, he was also the most shallow when it came to the main team. As for Gigi, Andre, and Glenn, it really feels like they all have the seeds planted for some really good character exploration and development, yet the show uses those seeds as vehicles for more jokes rather than really digging into them. Unlike Reagan, Rand, and Brett, whose characteristics are often used for jokes while still retaining depth. Gigi is someone you think would have a much larger role and arc in the series. Given her role as head of media manipulation for Cognito Inc., she's actually competent at her job and constantly tries to get poached by the Illuminati until she gets roasted by them in part 2.
If you need us, we'll be in the room where it happens.
Where what happens?
If you have to ask, honey, you'll never know.
I was hoping this would unravel some sort of arc where she desperately tries to prove herself to the Illuminati before realizing she's better off without them and it isn't worth sacrificing her dignity. It also would have fit in nicely with part 2's themes of trying so hard to make something work, but ultimately having to let it go, as it's healthier for both parties involved. I mean, imagine an episode where Gigi convinces Stradler to try to wipe the Illuminati's memories of her so she could get a clean slate and hijinks ensue. There was a setup for something great here. Instead, it's just kind of never brought up again until the Mandela Effect episode, one of the standouts of the season, in which there's a timeline where she rules the Illuminati.
Lin-Manuel, start rapping about how much you suck.
Yes, Queen.
Listen, it's a good joke. It's a great joke even, but it just screams wasted potential. Like, why does Gigi strive for something greater, or at least something she views as greater? Is there anything in her past that informed that version of her we see today? Did she miss out on a major opportunity in her past that made her never want to settle for less again? These are things I want to know about her that I believe would help her feel like a more fleshed out character, and that's kind of how I feel about the other two. We know Andre is a drug addict, and we know he's an absolute wreck when he's sober, but why? What series of events in his past made him turn to drugs in the first place? And is there any chance of him reeling it in so he can be better at his job and grow as a character? We know Glenn is a veteran. He struggles with self-image issues, went through a divorce, and almost took his own life if he wasn't saved by Grassy Knoll. But there really hasn't been a through line with his character that makes this all connect. I'm actually surprised they didn't do anything with Dolores in part 2, given that he could have bonded with Rand over wanting to get their wives back. Now, sure, not every character needs a major backstory, but I think it sticks out with these characters in particular because they're a part of the main crew. I mean, look at Futurama, right? A show that Inside Job initially reminded me of with the whole sci-fi workplace dynamic. Sure, not everyone on the Planet Express crew is on the level of Fry and Leela when it comes to development, but we understand why they're the way they are. Because they had plenty of episodes to explore the team dynamics, and for everyone to have an episode of their own. I rambled on enough about this. I really don't want to give the impression that I don't like these characters. I do. I wouldn't have rewatched the show so many times if I didn't. I just think it's important to highlight these disadvantages of a shorter episode count for a show like this, especially when characters are arguably the most important part of a show. This all takes me to the final thing I want to talk about, pacing. As I said in the beginning of this video, Inside Job has a lot of status quo changes in a short amount of time, and while everything that happens makes sense for the narrative, the short episode count made it hard for things to land perfectly, though I'm really specifically talking about everything with Cognito. I want to kick off this section with some positives and highlight what the show was able to execute very well with its short episode order. I think part 2 knocked it out of the park when it came to Reagan and Stadler's relationship and Rand spiraling, because these were character arcs that were built up since the very beginning. We always knew Reagan had trouble in relationships, and we always knew Rand still had a thing for Tomiko. We see Rand put his best foot forward to woo her on multiple occasions, and the only time it works is when it's not him. Not to mention, he literally says what his end goal is in the first episode of this part, like he was never trying to hide it.
Then Cognito's gonna claim its ex-wife, and its daughter, and its original beautiful hairline.
But we just assume wanting to get back with Tomiko, or Reagan's good graces, is just more of him being a control freak than him having a genuine longing for his family. But Reagan and Ron Stadler are clearly the stars in these new episodes. So let's really dig into them. After having 2 episodes in part 1 focused around Reagan's fumbling the bag when it came to dating, it makes sense that the third time would be the charm, and Reagan would land an ongoing relationship with Ron. And I can't lie, they're cute together. I like watching them bring a semblance of joy out of each other. While the relationship could have lasted for more than 8 episodes, I think this was actually the perfect amount for the relationship to serve its purpose in the story without really feeling rushed. It definitely feels like a breath of fresh air just because of how dragged out relationships tend to be in shows. The will they, won't they breaking up and getting back together, or just the weird ways to give them drama after they're together. Jim and Pam, Nick and Jess, Sadie and Lars, the disaster that was Mordecai's love life. It's a dreaded immortal trope that lives on today with banger shows like Abbott Elementary. Here it takes about 1/3 of the season, or part, for them to get together, 1/3 for them to be together and try to ignore the friction their 2 worlds bring to the relationship, and 1/3 for the relationship to be put to the test and for Reagan to accept that it's better for the 2 of them to let go. I didn't cry. You're crying. Shut up. Honestly, I think it works because it's close to rom-com pacing. Like, this really felt like a pseudo love letter to a lot of iconic romance movies with bittersweet or straight up downer endings. Would some more episodes with Stadler have been nice? Of course. He's hot. I would have loved to see him interact with the team more. Again, the Gigi Stadler adventure would slap, but I'm still happy with what I got from him, even if it definitely took time away from the other characters. And on that note, let's unpack the status quo changes that didn't have the best pacing. Right off the bat, Rand taking over Cognito. It happened just a little too soon, in my opinion. I already expressed earlier that we weren't given enough time to connect with the whole team, so it stands to reason that if I'm not super attached to them, I'm not going to be attached to Cognito as a whole. Status quo changes are the most effective when the show's gotten the most out of its current format and the writers need to keep things fresh. But I feel like the version of Inside Job we did have in part 1 only found its identity right before they switched things up. We didn't get enough time to explore Cognito Inc. itself. We could have had more of the team dealing with government conspiracies, and more of JR trying to wiggle his way into the shadow board. We could have had Rand interact with the rest of the team before he took over, so things would have felt a little bit more compelling when he took over. I found it kind of lame that everyone kind of shrugged their shoulders, with the reasoning that trading JR for Rand really wasn't going to make much of a difference, especially when it kind of did. If Rand had more time to interact with these characters, he could have used his position of power to more or less bribe everyone into loving him, by hooking them up with things that meet their specific needs, enabling Andre's drug addiction with some experimental shit, letting Gigi design a new lab coat for the company. Mike was already content with the water coolers being filled with vodka, but you get the idea. Seeing Rand's face everywhere, watching him force the team to help with his crazy schemes, it's a really big shift to have so early in the series, especially since Rand's midlife crisis and Reagan's romance arc take away so much focus from Cognito. Rand wants to be put back on top, but we never really explore what that means. Part 2 also splits up Brett and Reagan for most of the season, putting Brett in charge of the team, which becomes a permanent change by the end of the season. It's something that should feel huge, but because a lot of these episodes are laser focused on the personal lives of these characters, we don't really ever see what Brett as a leader means for the show. It's finally touched on in the season finale, as we see how the team struggles to take Brett seriously because he's such a sweetheart, but this should have been addressed a lot sooner. I even feel like the Robes making Reagan partner kind of happened too soon, only because we barely know anything about them. But at the same time, they spin it in a direction where that's the point. Now that Reagan's partner, she thinks she's finally going to know everything. But it would have been cool to have had a few appearances of the Robes outside of their headquarters, where they display some kind of creepy, hard to comprehend feat that makes us wonder, what the hell are they? Stuff to make us theorize and be on the edge of our seat for their next appearance. Instead, it feels like we might have an info dump on their lore in part 3, instead of having it gradually trickle out. Again, it's a lot to pull off in 18 episodes. So of course, not everything is going to land perfectly. I don't think it has anything to do with bad writing or anything close to that. It just further proves why these streaming services need to properly invest into animation and focus on giving quality shows as many episodes as they need, rather than giving the green light to a bunch of shows and only keeping around the cheaper to produce animation. With all of this said though, I do think they laid the groundwork for part 3 to be the best season yet. Assuming it does have 10 episodes, there should be room to explore the Robes and the characters in a meaningful way. I hate making videos like this, and it feels like I'm doing it more now than ever, but sadly I'm here to report that the Netflix original series Inside Job was cancelled last week. It's a troubling sign for the animation industry as a whole, and it's not the only absurd cancellation. In fact, it seems to be one of many, so without further ado, let's talk about it. So Inside Job is an incredibly popular Netflix original series by Shion Takuchi. There's incredible people working on it, a lot of really talented people, most notably Alex Hirsch is a huge part of this project, and if you were to ask me, I would say that this was an incredibly popular show. It had a huge following online. It was consistently hitting the top 10 whenever it premiered. I would see it all over the internet, and it seemed to only be getting bigger with the episodes they dropped a few months ago. That really elevated the show from where it was and got me even more excited by the future of the show. Unfortunately, as of now, there will not be one. Shion took to Twitter to say, "I'm heartbroken to confirm that Netflix has decided to cancel season 2 of Inside Job. Over the years, these characters have become real people to me, and I'm devastated not to be able to watch them grow up. Reagan and Brett deserve to get their ending and finally find happiness. And I would have loved to have been able to share what was in store with you all. To everyone who watched, thank you for coming along the ride. Even though I'm sad, it helps to know that there's people out there who cared just as much about these characters as me." Now, like I said, Inside Job was pretty popular after part 1. Despite the Rick and Morty comparisons, which I feel like you could say about a lot of current animation these days anyways, and season 2 was picked up. Part 2 of season 1 dropped and was in the Netflix top 10. If you watch it, then it's almost inescapable on TikTok and Instagram, and the engagement on these posts are insane. It's a really popular show. Most frustratingly, part 2 ended on a massive cliffhanger that, as of now, will never be resolved. So why was it cancelled? While we may never know for sure, especially with how sudden it seemed to be, it honestly might just boil down to the usual two factors. Money, because animation is really expensive, and to put it bluntly, Netflix just got what they needed out of it. This is more than a typical pattern. This seems to be like the only way Netflix does things now. They're famous for canceling shows after 2 seasons. They've done this to Altered Carbon, Sense8, The OA, and even Luke Cage. It's not just animation, even though it has affected animation too, like Tuca and Birdie. It seems like everything besides Big Mouth and Stranger Things gets the axe after just 2 seasons. Now, this has to do with a lot of really complicated statistics statistics, and I'm not going to claim to understand how Netflix works on the inside, but according to a Wired article, it looks at 2 data points within the first 7 and the first 28 days of a show being available on the service. According to the article, the first is starters, or households that just watch 1 episode of the series, and the second point is completers, which is subscribers who finish an entire season. I don't think I have to point out that this weird, data-driven, robotic way of measuring the success of a show is not that effective, clearly, but also I think it's worth noting that a lot of people would argue that Netflix is just focused on building up a huge catalog. In fact, most streaming services in these quote-unquote streaming wars see that as a top priority. So when you have 2 seasons of a show, it's easier for them to just go find something else to add and throw that in their endless catalog that most people couldn't even dream of sorting through. It's so big, just so they can boast about the amount of shows they have. Again, this is a mix of sources and speculation, and also just what I've seen personally, but it's definitely frustrating as a fan of television and specifically animation. Inside Job was also produced in-house at Netflix Animation, which more or less began to collapse last year because, again, animation is expensive and streaming is suffering, so despite its popularity, it may have just never stood a chance at surviving. But that doesn't justify canceling a season they already ordered. Now, predictably, there is a lot of backlash online. Fans have rallied across social media, fighting for Inside Job to get an ending with the hashtag #RenewInsideJob and hashtag #SaveInsideJob trending almost immediately after the confirmation that the show was canceled, amassing tens of thousands of tweets as we speak. But this isn't the only animated production to have a second season just flat out erased from existence, as other adult animated series Pantheon also got canceled a similar way. The buzzed about animated drama had a 2-season order. I heard a lot of people talking about this show, I heard a lot of good things, and though I didn't get a chance to watch it, it looks like now I never will. That's because Pantheon got pulled from streaming at the end of December on its host service, AMC Plus, despite being an AMC Plus original. And according to sources online, the second season, which is already finished, just won't ever get released. Now, Pantheon seemed to be sabotaged on a deeper level, like AMC greenlit it after seeing a surge in demand for adult animation, but lost confidence due to how much it was grounded in being a sci-fi drama, with an Invincible-esque art style instead of the usual adult animated comedies that take off in popularity. And, as far as I know, it doesn't have the shock value that Invincible has either. Real quick, Johnny Tuchello's made a great video promoting Pantheon, you should check it out. Honestly, it just seems like the streaming bubble in general has popped, with so many companies finding themselves in debt and struggling to hold on to subscribers, as well as grow and get new ones. Animation is an easy target, because despite its high cost, it's not nearly as respected or appreciated as cheaper to make live action content. But even live action content's been getting screwed over, especially scripted dramas. It's the reality TV shows that stand the test of time due to how cheap they are to produce, require no scripting, and still get millions of viewers. Canceling these shows, and in some cases even removing them from streaming services, also allows these platforms to circumvent paying royalties and residuals, which for animation, unions need to pay healthcare. Inside Job nor Pantheon deserved this fate and should have been treated much, much better.
Here, your parents probably won't let you watch this show, but have you seen this one?
Look, reboots are nothing new, but as time goes on, the shows we once thought of as the new and exciting shows that defined a generation become the old nostalgic shows that people talk about online. I know, it's freaky, we're all getting older, but it's something we can't ignore, especially because we're already starting to see it. That's right, there is a huge wave of 2010 cartoons getting rebooted, and I want to highlight it because I think it's really interesting. Case in point, the Phineas and Ferb reboot. Now look, I know this premiered in 2007, but the show went on forever, so I'm still counting it. I mean, I personally grew up with this show. I feel like it just barely ended, and it's already coming back. Maybe it's because the characters were so heavily in Milo Murphy's Law, but you know, still. And I have no doubt that this show will bang. I mean, Phineas and Ferb is a timeless classic that hasn't gone down in popularity at all. And everyone's on board, the cast is returning, both the creators are back and vocally excited about the reboot, and I think that Phineas and Ferb is a show that can manage to come back in a big way. I mean, it's iconic and episodic, just set these episodes as random adventures we didn't see. I mean, I know they gave them an ending and they grew up, but it's not like they can't just say that all of this happened before that. But it goes to show this whole new cycle of reboots is here, and it's not just Disney properties either. Take, for example, Fiona and Cake. Now look, since Adventure Time ended, I don't think anyone's really felt the show's absence, because almost immediately after, we got the HBO Max original Distant Lands, and even more adventures in the Land of Ooo, including one with Finn and Jake that made me cry. Not only am I insanely excited for this, but it's just smart. Adventure Time is a blockbuster hit, and it would make sense to keep it going in one way or another, Fiona and Cake being the perfect vehicle for this. These two totally make sense to keep the brand alive with fresh and original stories in a fun and updated way. And, like Phineas and Ferb, it's confirmed that Adventure Time alum Adam Muto will be in charge. So this isn't some soulless reboot. The series will follow Fiona, Cake, and, surprisingly, Simon Petrikov as they go through adventures through the multiverse. So I guess it's another multiverse story? It makes sense. The series will have a new antagonist that's trying to wipe them out, something that I'm sure will be interesting to see. Again, this isn't just some dumb soulless reboot in a fresh new updated art style. This is a cool series with the heart of the original show and a genuinely fresh premise. I think the reason a lot of reboots get hate, like the 2016 Powerpuff Girls show, it's because they take something that everybody loves and cherishes and tries to shove it in a modern box that might not line up with everyone's original idea of the show. And I think a lot of fans push back for that very reason. But they'd never do that again, right? Right? The new Powerpuff Girls reboot, the second technically, was announced a few months ago, but I'm actually excited this time. See, this one's bulletproof in the fact that not only is Craig McCracken returning, but he also plans on bringing the voice cast back as well. There's rumors of this version having a more serialized storyline, something I'm extremely interested to see them try and pull off. Now, I'm taking this all with a grain of salt because Craig has been vocal on Twitter that he's working on the show only after pitching many other original ideas. This is a little sad as we've seen countless other incredible creative works from his mind. I don't like the thought of him being shoved into a reboot deal because it's like the only thing that executives are interested in. And looking at how the state of animation is right now, the idea of executives trying to play it safe is something that honestly checks out. But still, this has a lot of potential to be both a continuation of what made the original so great while still being fresh and new. And yes, I'm still counting this as a 2010s reboot because the 2016 Powerpuff Girls was a pretty big show that had a lot of episodes. So yeah, I think it works still. But not everything is falling under the strict reboot title. Some things are long-awaited continuations. Case in point, Gumball. Yes! The beloved show is so huge. I would argue it's one of Cartoon Network's biggest shows ever, and it's still criminal what happened to its cliffhanger ending. Now, fans were happy to receive confirmation of a movie to finish the series' unfinished storyline, which seemed to be the plan all along. And fans were also gutted to learn that the movie would not be officially happening in HBO Max. Now, it's not technically canceled yet, as they're still trying to shop it around, and we still haven't gotten the word that the movie is still completely canned. Until then, I will keep believing in this movie, praying and hoping that it sees the light of day, but until then, we just don't know. But in a recent turn of events, it seems we've gotten confirmation that there will be a season 7 of the show. At least, it's in development. Will it happen? I don't know. But I do know that it better happen, or else I'm gonna be real mad. And look, this is another situation of, even if this wasn't meant to finish off the series, Gumball goes viral like every other day. The show is still huge without even being on. A reboot only makes sense. So with all that being said, where does this leave us? I think there's a trend here that's cool to see. I mean, it's just been long enough that these beloved shows are older now, and reboots will never not be a thing. It's insane to say, but yeah, we're in a world where Adventure Time is the thing that's getting a remake. But this all feels different and cooler. It's not a soulless continuation for profit only. All of these are well thought out, creative, and exciting projects that are being spearheaded by the original teams, which I think will make all the difference. And they're shows with a huge demand for more content. This is like a win-win in my opinion. All that's really left is regular show, which again, the show is bigger now than ever. Like, it would be kind of dumb to not bring it back in some way. For years we had Close Enough, which I loved. Unfortunately, the show was lost at the hands of tax write-offs. The only silver lining is now the crew is potentially free to work on a reboot project, maybe? You're telling me a regular show reboot wouldn't bang? Come on, bro. The fans are practically writing new episodes for fun on TikTok. It's time, and I, for one, am excited. This is a renaissance. And I think it's time we just kind of pull back and note that it really isn't just 2010 cartoons either. We could be seeing more reboots of even earlier cartoons. Now, this is nothing new. I mean, we saw Hey Arnold get rebooted, Proud Family. Felt like there was such a huge wave when all the streaming services came out. It seems like everybody wanted one of their sweet IPs to have a brand new show on the platform. And while it's important to note that right now, these are just rumors and none of these are confirmed, there's rumors floating around that Disney's actually working on a reboot of Recess. This all comes from a /film interview with creator Joe Anselbaher, where he confirms talks about a Recess reboot, saying that he's actually been developing it for the last couple of years. Quote, "We've come up with several different angles and we've tried different things. It's been 4 years that we've been working on it, but that's an example of how things have changed. Things are slower." Now, I for one would welcome a Recess reboot, but I don't know exactly what it would look like. Like, in the post-pandemic world, do they still have Recess anymore? Is that even a thing? I'm not against it. I'm just cautiously optimistic. I think the bottom line is, if a show is legendary enough, they're gonna find new ways to bring it back because there's whole new generations of kids that would be willing to watch, and adults who are willing to check back in. And like I said, the coolest part is it seems like they're really going back to the old creators for a lot of these, meaning they could be more authentic reboots. And while I do look forward to new, fresh, and exciting projects, I also recognize TV is in a really weird place right now, especially animation. And this is still going to be really cool to see. I look forward to it.
You're not reading that title wrong. For the last year or so, there have been a lot of rumors that Cartoon Network is shutting down. And then there have been a lot of conflicting reports on what that exactly means. I was previously under the impression that Cartoon Network Studios as a building was closing up shop, with its employees migrating to a different building owned by Warner Bros. Discovery, where they would still create Cartoon Network productions, with the only difference being that they now share a roof with WB Animation. But that's not the case, because Warner CEO and part-time supervillain David Zaslav doesn't see the value in animation and has to dedicate his whole career to getting Warner Discovery out of billions in debt. So their solution is to get rid of Cartoon Network entirely and basically have it only exist as a brand. But where's this information coming from? Well, as you may know right now, all of the writers in Hollywood are on strike for better working conditions and better pay. And to put things into perspective, they're only asking for a 2% raise, something that these CEOs making up $1 billion every week could easily afford. 8 of them actually making over $773 million in salary, but they're still refusing to budge. And this absolute airhead David Zaslav had the audacity to say that the strike won't last because a love for working will end the impasse. How fucking delusional do you have to be to say this? Especially when the strike is still in its infancy. We're about a week into this versus the 3 months the 2007 strike lasted. And this week has already cost studios an unfathomable amount of money. So this statement is just absolute buffoonery from old Davey. Obviously, no one in the entertainment industry took kindly to this, but there's one thread I really found to be eye-opening by a writer whose name and handle I'll keep out of the video for privacy's sake. Says the dude who makes $88,000 an hour, even while sleeping, to destroy brands like Cartoon Network and HBO. Cartoon Network doesn't exist anymore, guys. This dude went in and killed all original development and has an agenda to only make shows based off IP. I lost 3 original shows with insane talent that I had been working on for years thanks to this dude, and he can suck it. He also fired all the execs that have been working there, putting their blood, sweat, and tears into these projects too. People I've spent a decade developing relationships to get where I got, and in a snap of his fingers, gone. All of it. The jobs, the buildings, the shows. There is one person on the Cartoon Network team. One! When there used to be a whole company. When I found out Cartoon Network doesn't exist anymore, I sobbed. They made beautiful, original work. Art is being destroyed in silence, and they want you to blame everyone but them. So yeah, not only is Cartoon Network Studios as a building about to be kaput, but all the talent and jobs are going with it. It's absolutely disgusting and heartbreaking to see.
Immoral, thoughtless, hurtful!
All because this corporation is ran by Mr. Krabs cosplaying the villain in a Disney Channel original movie. Now, about a month or 2 ago, I made a video running down all the upcoming Cartoon Network shows, but in light of this news, I gotta keep it a buck with y'all. If it's not already out on TV like Unicorn, or a reboot like Powerpuff Girls, it's probably dead in the water. I know Invincible Fight Girl is still kicking because the people who work on the show still tweet about it, but I wouldn't expect that to be anything more than a one and done. Of course, don't expect the Cartoon Network brand to disappear. The TV channel, social media, and all of that is gonna stick around. Why wouldn't it? It's a name that a lot of people have a connection to, and thus it's good for business. But now it's going to be a shell of what it once was. It's Cartoon Network in name and name alone. It's very reminiscent of how the OG Hanna-Barbera ceased to exist, which if you guys don't know or don't remember, they produced a lot of early Cartoon Network shows before some of them switched production to Cartoon Network Studios proper. It's also fairly obvious that higher-ups were well aware that this was going to be Cartoon Network's fate for quite some time, given that it's been public knowledge that the Powerpuff Girls and Foster's reboots are being made at Hanna-Barbera Europe. They clearly did not anticipate for Cartoon Network Studios to exist for much longer, and while the United States is dealing with all of this corporate restructuring and now strikes, they can just outsource the production of their shows to a different country. And I would basically expect this to become a pattern for the rest of Cartoon Network. Don't expect any original ideas, and expect reboots to be made somewhere else. All of this really has me looking at Adult Swim's newest show, Unicorn Warriors Eternal, as a swan song for Cartoon Network. For starters, it's created by Genndy Tartakovsky, who's created Dexter's Lab, Samurai Jack, Primal, and co-created Symbionic Titan. This man has been around for pretty much every era of Cartoon Network, and now he's basically sending it off with this beautiful piece of art that has gorgeous animation and an engaging story that truly respects its audience. It feels like lost media from Cartoon Network's glory days that's been recovered in the highest quality possible. I truly recommend checking it out. And I mean it. It really does feel like a swan song, with the premise revolving around 3 warriors whose souls are reincarnated into the bodies of different people every generation. The themes of legacy and identity really reflect the state of Cartoon Network in its final months as both a studio and network, before it's reincarnated into something different. Something that's called Cartoon Network, but on the inside is something entirely new. Seriously, check out Unicorn, it's really good. It's airing weekly Thursday nights on Adult Swim, with new episodes being posted the next day on HBO Max. And considering it took over 20 years to make, a majority of Cartoon Network Studios' lifespan, it's appropriate that it's the last big show they're releasing before everyone is forced out of the building. Are you tired of the same adult animated shows being full of crude humor, uninspired references, and predictable storytelling? Sick of having to come home to 5 more seasons of Big Mouth? Do you wish there was a series out there that redefines what it means to be adult animation? Then I have just the show for you. HBO Max just doesn't want you to see it. Instead, they're hoping you never see it so they can cancel it after 1 season and write it off for tax purposes, unable to show its face on a streaming service ever again. This is Fired on Mars, an HBO Max original series created by Nate Sherman and Nick Vokey, based off a 2016 short by the same name. My boy Johnny Two Cellos put it best when he said it's like Infinity Train meets King of the Hill meets Severance meets Last Man on Earth, but I haven't seen that last one. It's also the first project by Pat and Mike Productions. Now, why do you care about that name? Well, because this studio was founded by the former senior vice president of Cartoon Network Studios, Brian A. Miller, and features other talent from Cartoon Network on their roster. On the surface, Fired on Mars is centered around Jeff Cooper, a man working for a mega corporation by the name of Marsley, which has recently sent him to Mars to live on their exciting new colony. Now, Jeff thinks he has it all. A fulfilling career as a graphic designer, a steady relationship with his girlfriend Hannah, plans to start a family. What more do you need? But the truth is, Jeff is a bit of a loser who desperately wants to be recognized as valued talent at Marsley to preserve his own ego. His graphic design work is mid. He's surrounded by people who loathe him, and it's pretty obvious when he's trying to compensate for these things. And all of his flaws are really brought to the forefront after he's, you guessed it, fired on Mars. Which starts up a very sad cycle of Jeff trying to give himself a purpose within this colony as he has to juggle new jobs, new friends, and new responsibilities, all while combating Marsley's psychological warfare and his own ego. Also, there's a mysterious sleep tank that Marsley hosts her laid-off employees in for months if not years at a time for reasons unknown. And it's not exactly a place you want to end up in, given that the negligence of Marsley's own doctors means you're at risk for straight up dying in the tank, which happened to Jeff for a few minutes, but it's okay. They swept it under the rug by giving him a brand new internship. And although Jeff has his own flaws, you're really rooting for him when you watch him go up against this mega corporation that does not give a fuck about anyone. Now, you may be hearing all of this and think, Kevin, this doesn't sound very funny. And you're right. Rest be assured, Fired on Mars does come packing with the jokes. Though if you ask me, a lot of charm really comes from its characters. And this show does have some pretty fun characters to balance out the sad vibes.
I know you're sad, but quit being fucking stupid.
I got enough plutonium to bring this whole place down around us like...
Jackson Sluggo in particular are the best characters who will stick out in your mind when thinking about this show. They both actually become two of Jeff's really good friends, which makes some developments in the back half of the season heartbreaking.
I'll just go fuck off and suck a dead dog's dick.
Suck a what?
But yeah, comedy isn't the main focus of the show, and frankly, it shouldn't be. I am so sick of every adult animated series having to sell itself as a comedy to get anywhere, and make no mistake, this show was initially pitched as a workplace comedy. Technically not wrong, but best case scenario for me. But that's also why I had zero expectations for this show going in. I thought it would just be another episodic try-hard comedy that thinks raunchiness is the only thing that the medium and demographic is capable of. And instead, I got one of my favorite shows of the year by far. One of the best HBO Max originals by far. The focus of Fired on Mars isn't the comedy, it's focused on Jeff's journey of self-preservation in a place that treats all of its employees as disposable.
Well, is she dead?
Let's just say she'll be giving notes remotely. For a time, but, she's a real great person. Anyway,
it's focused on the drama, the characters, and building a narrative that we really haven't seen in Western animation. It's refreshing to have an HBO Max cartoon that feels like an HBO show, instead of something that just got dumped on the platform because plans fell through elsewhere. I could gush about this show for a while. How it relishes visual storytelling, sprinkling in ambient moments that speak for itself, the sci-fi elements that naturally come from a story set on Mars. Even the way it's written really stands out to me. Like, let's look at Jeff's girlfriend Hannah, for example. Hannah is still on Earth, having much better luck at her career and social life than Jeff, and her boss clearly has the hots for her. She knows Jeff has to get his shit together, but she also still cares about him, and you can tell she genuinely wants long distance to work. But that distance between them and the pressure of having to pick up her life and move to Mars is clearly adding more friction to their relationship. At the end of the first episode, Jeff tries to dodge going into the tank by making a break for it, but right before he can leave the colony, he gets a butt dial from Hannah. A FaceTime no less. So many other adult cartoons, hell, TV in general, would have had some raunchy revelation that Hannah is indeed fucking her boss and cheating on Jeff. But Fired on Mars is built different. Instead of the Cuck Olympics, we see that Hannah is looking for advice on her relationship because she knows Jeff has a lot of growing up to do, but she doesn't know if moving to Mars is the right call. Ultimately, she ends up breaking things off 2 episodes later after Jeff goes into the tank twice, with the tank getting destroyed the second time by Jax.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
I can't believe something so normal would be refreshing to see in adult animation, but it really is. Hannah wasn't even in the wrong for dumping Jeff, because at this point, even though it was out of his control, he was absent in her life for months at a time. That's going to take a toll on both people in the relationship. Well, I mean, Jeff was unconscious for all of it, but in a normal relationship, it would impact both parties. And it doesn't help that their superiors summed up the horrors of the tank as a spa to Hannah.
Then Darren told me you were in some kind of a spa?
What? No, it was a tank. It was a sleep tank.
But before I spoil the whole show, I want to focus on how HBO Max has been treating the series because, my god, has this treatment been nothing short of stinky. And I really just want to highlight their poor treatment of the series and why I think they're sabotaging it so hard. And why one of those reasons is Pete Davidson. Fired on Mars didn't get any sort of acknowledgement by HBO Max until 3 days before its premiere. For comparison's sake, they've been advertising the new Clone High for well over a month now. And that premieres at the end of May. When the show did premiere, they barely posted about it on their social media, and haven't posted about it since its debut, despite 2 episodes dropping weekly. When it premiered, only some HBO Max users had the show in its little front page highlight carousel. I know some users didn't, because I didn't. But I saw it on the front page of other people's profiles. Mine eventually did get added to the rotation, but only for a day or 2, and that was already a few days after the premiere. And in the weeks after release, any promotion for the show has basically been non-existent. You'll be lucky to get an ad for it before watching another show on the platform. Now look,
I'm not asking for Barry or Succession levels of treatment here, but obviously people aren't going to find the show if it's not even mentioned by HBO Max while new episodes are rolling out. They did the bare minimum to show there's proof of some advertisement, but not nearly enough to support the show long term. Despite this, the show is getting some eyes on it. It was the second most watched animated series on HBO Max worldwide, the week of April 30th. But even then, worldwide hit oddly doesn't translate to a hit in the United States. And I feel like those are the metrics they'll use to justify cancellation or a second season. But given HBO Max's track record of canceling shows like Infinity Train and Close Enough, the president himself could demand another season and they'd still cancel it. Granted, I don't think most people will listen to the president anyways.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was gonna
So why are they doing the show dirty like this? First off, I truly believe that HBO Max wants little to nothing to do with animation going forward, once they rebrand to merch. God, this really went from one of the best streaming services to one of the most mid in the span of a year. 2 years ago, they had a slate filled to the brim with exciting adult animated series. And, Velma. But the only shows to come out of the other side were Velma, Clone High, and Fired on Mars. There's been absolute radio silence on these other projects, so I'm just assuming they're all canceled. Animation is expensive, often more expensive than the average live-action sitcom or drama. And it's still insanely stigmatized, with a lot of people regarding it as a childish medium. Of course, shows like Fired on Mars could help destigmatize animation in the West, but I don't think HBO Max wants that. I think they know this show could go a long way, but if it gets attention and then they cancel it, the backlash is going to be a lot more vocal than if they keep their current approach. Because as it stands right now, if they canceled it next week, most people would go, oh, I didn't hear about this show, so I'm not surprised it got canceled. Which is exactly what I think they're banking on. Max is owned by Warner Discovery after all, a corporation in massive debt, and has put animation on the chopping block in an attempt to crawl out of that debt. Another reason why I think they're burying Fired on Mars revolves around the themes in the show, namely in the back half of the season. More spoilers ahead, but Jeff ends up stumbling upon a secret collective of Marcy employees who became disillusioned with the corporation and want to get back to the original goal of life on Mars, planning to leave Marcy's colony in favor of starting their own. They just need to find water first. Now, when you're watching these episodes, especially right now, during a time of very intense politics in the entertainment industry, I'm assuming we're all aware of the writer's strike, you're definitely going to pick up on the themes of community and unionization. A big aspect of the writer's strike right now is that streaming is still considered new media, despite being around for 10 years at this point. And long story short, people are getting paid less than they should be and not receiving royalties. HBO Max, being a streaming service, probably doesn't see it in their best interest to promote a show that's actively calling out corporations like them. You show this to David Zaslav, and he'll be quaking in his boots. And last but not least, there's reason number 3, Pete Davidson. Please, let me enlighten y'all. When Fired on Mars was first picked up, Pete's name was attached for maximum star power. This headline is kinda nuts looking back at it. Pete Davidson to star in Fired on Mars, an HBO Max animated comedy about tech bros in space. This makes you think the show would be about tech bros when the tech bros are the antagonist and Pete's character isn't even one of them. But wait a minute, Pete Davidson is in the show? How come he isn't listed in any credits? Well, I think we may have an answer, folks. For those who have watched the series and are familiar with Davidson, it's very obvious that he voices the character Martin, who, surprise surprise, doesn't have a voice actor listed on IMDb. But why? Now, I don't like using sources that I don't know are credible, but a comment on the Fired on Mars subreddit kinda makes a lot of sense. When someone created a thread to ask about Davidson's involvement with the series, a user stepped forward and claimed that Davidson got mad when he was asked back to do some extra dialogue and quit the show, according to an off-the-record source.
course. I'ma keep it a buck. I know people lie on the internet all the time, but I can't see someone running to the Fired on Mars subreddit that has less than 400 users in it and come up with a bullshit reason as to why Davidson's name isn't attached. Even if that's not the exact story, there being some bad blood between Davidson and the production makes sense, considering that he wasn't supposed to be just a voice actor, but also an executive producer. And again, his name isn't attached anywhere on the show. And that is a huge hit to HBO Max, because that's less star power they have to market this show. I bet they would have plastered this show everywhere if Davidson's name was still attached. They probably would have tried to spun it as his show if he maintained an executive producer credit, like how so many people think Alex Hirsch created Inside Job, or had more to do with it than he actually did. So you have an expensive to produce TV series that a fair share of consumers will blindly write off just because it's animated, themes of unionization, which is scary to the big shots over at Max, and no Pete Davidson to bait college students into watching. I don't agree with any of these points, but I do think this is enough for HBO Max to selfishly bury the series. As of the week I'm making this video, the final 2 episodes of the season are going to debut on the platform. So if you've already been watching, or are curious in the show and want to see it succeed, be sure to tune in. I think after the season is over, numbers will matter more than ever. And it'd be awesome to raise enough awareness to the point where the whole season gets a lot more attention than it has been. So spread the word. Even though I had screenage for the whole first season, and binged it all in one sitting, I've been watching with friends every week, and I love seeing their reactions. I truly believe this show is something special. Please check it out. Please support it. Don't let HBO Max get away with how they've been treating it. Once upon a time, Adult Swim was this cool little thing that almost felt like a secret club. This whole other side to Cartoon Network that only came out to hang when the sun goes down, for the sole purpose of showing us some of the coolest and weirdest media on the airwaves. Just the most insane shit you wouldn't get anywhere else. And when the sun rose back up, the channel reverted back to good old Cartoon Network. But now, oh how the turntables. Over the years, Adult Swim has claimed more and more airtime from Cartoon Network, going from 11 to 10 to 9 to 8 to even 7. And now Adult Swim is replacing Cartoon Network in the evenings altogether, as it was just revealed at our Warner Bros. Discovery upfront that Adult Swim will be starting at 6 p.m. as of September. To quote Kathleen Finch, head of cable networks at WBD, Adult Swim, our animated block, is so popular that we've started airing it 1 hour earlier every night at 7. And in September, it will kick off at 6. On paper, this is a 50-50 split between Cartoon Network and Adult Swim. The kids get 12 hours, and the adults get 12 hours. But when you factor in that an hour and a half of Cartoon Network goes to their weird preschool block, Cartoonito, and the reality that for 10.5 months of the year, kids and teenagers are in school pretty much all day, coming home at like 2:30 or 3, at least from my own experience, the Cartoon Network side of the channel is barely going to have a few hours in the spotlight. And honestly, as someone who's been an avid lover of Cartoon Network and Adult Swim for basically their entire life, I think, given the current state of everything, and as someone who believes the future of animation is in the adult demographic, this is actually a good thing. Allow me to explain. But before we dive in, it would mean so much if you guys subscribe to the Roundtable and hit that notification bell, so you never miss a video. So yeah, I know Cartoon Network is going out sad with CN Studios coming to an end, and now they're completely losing primetime, but hear me out. Everyone who cares isn't in the demographic anyways. Cartoon Network's target demographic is boys and girls ages 6 through 12. But according to Statista, 75% of its viewers are over the age of 18 and 43% over the age of 30. I imagine a lot of those viewers are like me, people who grew up with Cartoon Network and Adult Swim and are accustomed to still casually throw it on, at least when I watch live TV. Nowadays, it's a rare occurrence. A lot of kids don't watch cable. This new generation prefers streamers, YouTubers, and of course, platforms like Netflix or Hulu. From a business perspective, why would you cater to the demographic that's barely tuning in? You wouldn't. Not when most of the people watching your channel are the exact demographic your late night programming is tailor-made for. Fuck them kids! Also, I should probably mention that Adult Swim and Cartoon Network are run by the same person now, so I'm not really surprised by any of this. If anything, we've all should have seen this coming. Now, this next part is for all my
"they're only gonna air King of the Hill reruns"
people in the house. Or just anyone who's worried about some poor kid finishing their homework and turning on the TV to Rick and Morty cock and ball torture or some shit. Historically, Adult Swim has been able to borrow from Cartoon Network, while Cartoon Network can't borrow from Adult Swim for obvious reasons. You can air TV PG at 2 a.m., but you can't air TVMA at 3 in the afternoon, my guy. Space Ghost Coast to Coast was a Cartoon Network show before Adult Swim was even a thing, but by the end of its run, it was an Adult Swim original. Toonami reran Thundercats and Symbionic Titan after Cartoon Network did both of them dirty, and of course Adult Swim was responsible for reviving Samurai Jack, giving it a final season on Toonami. There was even a point in 2019 where Adventure Time was the opening act for Adult Swim, though that was very short-lived. Not to mention, Toonami itself went from Cartoon Network to Adult Swim, and at this rate, it's gonna outlive its original run, which is insane. So I don't think it's crazy to think that the 6 through 8 p.m. time slots could rerun some Cartoon Network bangers like Adventure Time or Regular Show, and even some of the shows that got wiped off of HBO Max like Infinity Train, or maybe for later in the night, Close Enough. I'm sure there still will be reruns of King of the Hill and other Fox shows, but I truly think that, over time, Adult Swim will experiment with these hours until they find something fresh that sticks. And of course, this year we've seen brand new shows like Unicorn Warriors Eternal and My Adventures with Superman premiere on Adult Swim, which is huge because not only were they announced for Cartoon Network, but these are both shows that I don't think most people would expect to fall under the Adult Swim brand, at least outside of Toonami, where both of these shows will be reran. To add these shows to the lineup is to redefine what the Adult Swim brand is, paving the way for all sorts of shows to be greenlit on the network. I said this not too long ago, but I can totally see shows like Pibby getting the green light, given how much has changed in a short amount of time. They have already been pretty damn consistent when it comes to giving us variety in adult animation. Within the last few years, of course they've given us Smiling Friends and 17 seasons of Rick and Morty, but they've also given us shows like Primal and saved shows like Tuca and Birdie, at least for as long as they could. Look man, I'm gonna be honest, as someone who's been watching Cartoon Network pretty much all of their life, Adult Swim has been the far more interesting side of the channel for quite some time. They pretty much have never faltered when it comes to variety in programming, memorable presentation, and most importantly, letting shows cook for as long as possible instead of rushing them out. This is the only network that would do some crazy shit, like let Uzumaki get delayed multiple times over the course of multiple years, just so that show can be the best version of itself. Hell, The Boondocks, Metalocalypse, Venture Bros, tons of Adult Swim classics took years in between seasons. Rick and Morty used to take years in between seasons, because again, Adult Swim gave them time to cook! And unlike other channels, Adult Swim is willing to go the extra mile to give these shows genuine conclusions so they don't end on an unfulfilling cliffhanger. This is where I want new animated projects to premiere, not Cartoon Network where they're going to premiere at 10 a.m. and get done dirty. And this is just scratching the surface on how great of a network Adult Swim has consistently been since it launched in 2001. I'm glad it's getting more time, because there's room for them to do more cool shit that Cartoon Network was never going to do. All of that said, there's only one thing I want from 6 p.m. Adult Swim. Something that would bring this all full circle. And that is...
Welcome to the Funhouse. 4 to 5 catch up on Dragon Ball and DBZ.
My turn.
5 to 6, He-Man and Transformers. 6 to 7, all new Dragon Ball and DBZs.
The second round begins.
6 shows, 3 hours. Toonami, weekdays 4 to 7.
Bring back weekday Toonami. It's kind of a no-brainer, honestly. There was a time when Toonami used to be a block that ran during the week on Cartoon Network from 4 to 6, alongside the Midnight Run and the Saturday morning Rising Sun. I think it's time to return to tradition. Give us 6 through 8 p.m. Toonami as a transition from Cartoon Network to Adult Swim. And just like back in the day, you can have it be a mix of Western animation and anime. Granted, that's also Toonami right now, but I'm just trying to paint a picture for y'all.
When it comes to the tunes, you could rerun Samurai Jack, Unicorn, Primal, and My Adventures with Superman. Maybe work something out with DC to get shows like Harley Quinn and Young Justice in the mix. Harley already aired on Toonami before. And if Toonami can get away with adding shows like Food Wars, which isn't really action-oriented, it's just a good anime, then there's no reason why something like Adventure Time reruns should be off the table. I know anime is a bit trickier since back in 2012, when Toonami was brought back on a smaller budget, they were only able to afford to get a bulk of their anime for one run only. Once they aired that final episode, they lost the rights to that show. I don't think this was the case for all of their acquisitions over the years, as they have reran a handful of shows like Dragon Ball Super and My Hero Academia, with Dragon Ball Super actually airing on weekdays outside of Toonami at one point, but it is something I'm keeping in mind. I think it would be smart to keep the Saturday night block around and continue to have that be their night for a bulk of their anime, but the really long-running shonen like Naruto Shippuden and One Piece could easily air on weekdays. Or just get Dragon Ball Z Kai and Super back for reruns. Come on, Crunchy, cut them a deal. I promise you, this move would appeal to any kids and teens still watching the channel at 6 and 7, while also satiating Adult Swim's target demographic, because odds are, millennials tuning in would love the rush of nostalgia from seeing Toonami back in its prime. And once 8 p.m. rolls around, you can go back to King of the Hill reruns. Come on, Adult Swim, you know you wanna! You already have the assets, you have the shows, and now you have the time. Prioritize Toonami. It will be beautiful to see. Disney's treatment of Pixar over the last 3 years has effectively ruined the studio's reputation, with their latest film Elemental having the lowest opening day in Pixar history. A measly $11.8 million. The whole weekend only pulling in $29.5 million. The second lowest opening weekend. If you're curious, the #1 spot belongs to Toy Story, which you know was their first movie, so that checks out. For something to flop harder than The Good Dinosaur is honestly impressive, and a pretty clear indicator that Pixar is in trouble. But sadly, anyone could have seen this coming, given that this is the first non-sequel from Pixar that Disney has put into theaters in 3 years. Although the conversation towards Elemental's box office failure is starting to gravitate towards its poor marketing, which is absolutely a factor, I think the entire fiasco is a symptom of a much bigger problem. And I don't think Disney's solution of ordering more needless sequels is going to help out either. The mouse dug a steep grave for our beloved lamp, and now it's struggling to climb out before getting buried alive. How did we get to this point? Why do things feel so dire for an animation studio that used to be on top of the world? And what can its parent company do to truly repair its reputation? Well, let's start from the beginning one last time. Okay, maybe not the beginning. Let's settle for, March 2020. My god, I can't believe it's already been 3 years since 2020. Time is dead and meaning has no meaning. Pixar just released Onward, their first non-sequel since Coco at the end of 2017. And it did okay, opening to a disappointing $40 million. It still led the box office, opening at #1, but it grossed the low end of what was projected. For comparison's sake, Coco's opening weekend grossed $50 million, with a total of $70 million once you factor in the 5-day Thanksgiving weekend. Incredibles 2 opened up at $180 million, and Toy Story 4 opened up at $120 million. Now let's be for real, measuring up to one of the most highly anticipated sequels of all time, and Toy Story 4, was going to be an impossible task, at least financially. But even without factoring in the full Thanksgiving weekend for Coco, that $10 million gap between the two openings is baffling. If you're getting compared to The Good Dinosaur, you might have fucked up. There was a clear disconnect between audiences and the marketing for this film, a problem that would unfortunately linger beyond this movie. While Pixar has always featured relatively mature storytelling that's suitable for all ages, I think they wanted to kick off the 2020s by elevating that storytelling, sprinkling in older protagonists and much more personal subject matter into the conflicts at hand. Whether it's mourning a parent you hardly even remember, grappling with mortality itself, having to hide your identity from an entire community of people, or dealing with sudden changes to your body during one of the most confusing and rebellious times in your life. But I think to those in charge of marketing, these heavier themes make it a bit more difficult to sell the movie because they simply don't have confidence that the general audience will connect with these stories. at least from a trailer. More so, they don't have confidence kids will connect with these stories. Which is crazy because everyone of every age who watched Up back in 2009 still love it wholeheartedly and have those first 20 minutes engraved into their soul. Instead of marketing the film's true tone, Onward was mainly presented as a movie with this D&D-esque world featuring the talents of Spider-Man, Garfield, and this lesbian Cyclops. Disney thought the resurgence of D&D and 2 other superheroes would be enough to carry this film, but the reality is that there was little for the average moviegoer to latch onto. It's okay though, it's only an opening weekend. Perhaps word of mouth and a lack of competition will help Onward prosper. I can't think of anything that could happen within the next 3 weeks that would disrupt the entire film industry.
Foreshadowing is a literary device and
the breaking news, stay at home. That is the order tonight from 4 state governors.
Stay home.
Yo, this is more serious than I thought it was.
Whoa, Raggy. So yeah, COVID happened, theaters shut down, films got delayed. But as you may remember, corporations resorted to releasing their films on streaming in order to make a quick buck. They all have their shiny new streaming service, and now that everyone's cooped up inside, what better way to rake in some subscriptions than the movies that didn't get a chance to shine in the theater? Sadly, I think they got carried away pretty early into this experiment, especially Disney. This is where the tides began to turn against Pixar's favor, as not only did Disney throw Onward on streaming in April 2020, but the studio's next 3 films would forego a theatrical release entirely and exist exclusively on Disney+. Getting branded as Disney Plus originals even though they were made for theaters.
I can't believe you've done this.
Soul, Luca, and Turning Red each robbed of the format that they were made for, and each time it felt more egregious than the last. Soul was understandable, but still felt like a major blow. It already got delayed from its original summer date, and I can't fault them out for wanting to give families something to watch for the holidays, but come on! This film is gorgeous! And I feel like I can't even comprehend how gorgeous it is because I watched it on a 55-inch TV instead of a 70-foot screen. But Luca is where the hypocrisy began to show. Despite Raya, Black Widow, Cruella, Jungle Cruise, and Mulan receiving theatrical releases and short-lived premiere access on Disney+, Luca was confined only to streaming for free.
Not again. Oh, this ain't supposed to happen to me.
Which, being free wasn't inherently a bad thing. Premiere access wasn't a successful model for Disney anyway, but even employees at Pixar felt some type of way that Disney was basically saying, our movies and Marvel movies are worth an extra price tag, but Pixar's aren't. Turning Red was the breaking point for a lot of people, and the biggest indicator that Disney lost their faith in Pixar for whatever pointless reason, as despite releasing Encanto in theaters twice and reaping a chunk of the profit from the smash hit Spider-Man No Way Home, Turning Red still missed out on a theatrical run and was released on Disney Plus at a point where theaters were back in business. It just made no sense, especially because it's a great film. Out of all 6 films in the 2020s thus far, this is the one that's gotten the most praise, and I still see love for it on a regular basis. Hell, at the time of recording this video, the movie has been trending on Twitter for days in response to Elemental's performance, because people are saying how they'd still be willing to throw money at Disney for a chance to watch it on the big screen. Disney, you fucked up. Turning Red should have been in theaters. Soul should have been in theaters. Luca should have been in theaters. Even if it amounted to a pity run in theaters, none of them should have been robbed. Oh, but Luca did run at the El Capitan Theater for a week. So congrats to everyone who lived in California that got to go see it. Most probably didn't though, because they probably didn't know.
Experience the world of Disney and Pixar's Luca on Disney Plus, the way creators intended, with OLED TV and its accurate and vibrant colors.
And to those of a disposable income who are going to be paying for these trips to the theater, whether that be teens, adults, parents, or parent-adjacent family members, there's only so many takeaways you can have from Pixar essentially shifting to direct-to-DVD status for 2 years. Those takeaways sadly being that these films aren't worth your money, and that you're better off watching them in the comfort of your own home, when you're not distracted by a million apps on your phone. That is the stigma they have attached to Pixar films. Don't believe me? Look no further than the first Pixar film they distributed to theaters since Onward. The underwhelming outing that is Lightyear. Of course, the first Pixar film they're comfortable returning to theaters with is the Toy Story spin-off. But unfortunately for Disney, Lightyear kinda flopped pretty hard for them. With a budget of $200 million, Lightyear only grossed $226.4 million. I'm very doubtful they broke even once you factor in marketing and all that jazz. But it was supposed to make a bajillion more $billion like Toy Story 4. That was supposed to be some executive's yacht money. How did this happen? Well, they destroyed Pixar's reputation and made a mid-movie. That's what happened. Lightyear kinda stunk, and I think they knew that. Seeing as the marketing for the film just relied on the fact that it was a Buzz Lightyear origin story, where Buzz is voiced by an Avenger. Ooh. Keep in mind, we haven't had an Avengers film in 4 years at this point, and Chris Evans retired from the role of Captain America, so like, who is this casting for? Don't get me wrong, I love Evans. Definitely my favorite of the White Chris tetralogy, but his casting was definitely meant to drive up ticket sales. Too little too late, and this whole thing not only being an origin story, but the exact same movie Andy watched as a kid, is just a confusing gimmick that's poised to disappoint people when barely any of the shit Buzz Lightyear is known for is in the movie. Why was Buzz the only character from this movie that got an action figure in universe? And I still detest this plot twist. Why have the villain be Buzz from the future? It's so dumb!
It's so dumb, it's brilliant. No! It's just dumb!
Of course, another significant reason the film massively underperformed is the sheer existence of Disney Plus, and again, conditioning people to see less value in the Pixar brand. You want to know the most common response to Lightyear that I heard? I'll just wait till it's on Disney Plus. Theaters have gotten expensive, especially for a whole family outing, which was formerly Pixar's bag. In today's day and age, where a trip to the theaters could easily cost the average nuclear family anywhere from $50 to $100, why not just wait the 3 months and have a movie night at the cost of a $10 subscription you're already paying for? Honestly, I think this has affected more than just Pixar. They're just the ones who have gotten the worst of it. Marvel's taken a beating too, with pretty much all their 2022 films underperforming compared to their predecessors, for pretty much the same reasons. There's a huge dip in quality, and these movies are something we'll be able to stream in a few months anyway. There's no incentive to see these films opening weekend anymore, if in the theater at all. This brings us to Elemental and how its fate encapsulates all of Disney's mistakes over the past 3 years. Every bad move we went over today is present in this film's marketing in spades, misrepresenting the true tone of the film in favor of presenting an easily digestible story about two strangers who fall in love but can't be together because reasons, when in reality, it's about the daughter of two immigrants finding herself and finding love in the process. But again, that's too much for Pixar to market. We don't want people to think these stories mean something. So yeah, let's just sell it solely on the romance and lead people to think it's a predictable Zootopia-esque allegory on racism. Everyone felt like they could figure out the plot to this movie based off the trailers, and I can't blame them. But I can blame the Pixar marketing team. They simply failed at their job to sell people on the movie. A majority of the public have no idea what this film is really about. And although a lot of people think the movie isn't bad, they also don't think it's that great either. And when you're in the situation Pixar is currently in, you need something that's more than just okay by their own standards. Now, outside of their own standards, the movie probably is really good. I low-key still haven't seen it yet, but I plan on watching it this week because I want to support it. Wasn't planning on it at first, but the word of mouth at least swayed me, so hey, check that out, Disney. Knowing about the actual plot to your film makes people want to see it. Who knew? Maybe it'll fare better on Disney Plus like Encanto did after its initial release. But for now, the damage is done. It'll take a lot of positive word of mouth for Elemental to escape being viewed as something more than Pixar's biggest flop. So where does Pixar go from here? How do they fix their reputation and preserve their legacy? Well, in Disney's mind, the right move is to make a Toy Story 5 with both Buzz and Woody, undermining the ending of Toy Story 4, which undermined the ending of Toy Story 3. While I'm sure this will definitely make more money than Lightyear and especially Elemental, I don't think it's going to make as much as Toy Story 4. Toy Story 4 oddly had a lot of hype around it. It piqued a lot of people's curiosity and it brought a lot of families to the theater, especially because at that point, people who grew up with Toy Story had kids of their own. But with the mixed reception to Toy Story 4, I don't know those same people would be willing to bring their families back out for another go years later. To Disney and Pixar, a sequel is a guaranteed way to bounce back, but I think audiences may see another attempt to recreate something that was lost ages ago. I think what's really hard for Pixar and any studio making movies really is that things are greenlit years before we'll see them, so they can't really afford to have a mindset where we'll just have to make the next one really good because the next one is already right around the corner. They just kinda have to take a chance with what they got. I do think all of the hardships Pixar has endured is amplified by the competition like Spider-Verse and Puss in Boots. And yeah, the CCO did sing the praises of Spider-Verse and said it's not a competition. But in what world would the head of an animation studio make a professional statement on a successful movie that makes them look salty? I'm not saying they are salty. I think these words are genuine. But I also really doubt that anyone high up at an animation studio is going to watch Spider-Verse and not feel a fire lit under their ass. Come on now. They may not be direct competitors in the sense both studios may have animated films dropping the same weekend, but I'd say they're competitors when it comes to brand recognition and reliability. It's clear Pixar's name is holding less and less power, and at this rate, it may only be a matter of time until DreamWorks or Sony Pictures Animation starts to be favored more than them by the general public. But I want to end this rather grim video on a positive note. Pixar's next film, Leo, looks amazing, and I already think is exploring sci-fi concepts in a much more interesting way than the likes of Lightyear. And I love Leo's design. He stands out to me as a protagonist, and unlike Elemental, this teaser isn't met with an irrational amount of dislikes, so I'd say it's off to a good start. I'm really rooting for this film. More original ideas like this, with marketing like this, instead of hoping that more unnecessary sequels are gonna save ya. I don't really know how to end this video, but I do have a question for all of you. Something that's been on my mind for a while now. Does anyone know if this bitch does something in the movie because she's been on every poster in that same damn pose? Welp, it finally happened. What was poised to be the greatest Spider-Man film of all time has been delayed, and I just don't know if my heart can handle it. I am of course talking about Kraven the Hunter starring Aaron Taylor Johnson, moved from a beautiful October release date to next August! Oh, and Beyond the Spider-Verse got delayed indefinitely, if anyone cares about that.
Alright, let's do this one last time.
A few weeks ago, I made a video centered around the inevitable delay of Spider-Man Beyond the Spider-Verse. One that would be justified by the SAG strike, as the actors would be unable to record any lines for the movie, on top of the fact that recording hadn't even started yet. But in reality, a delay would have come either way, as 4 animators from across the Spider-Verse came forward and shared their experiences getting overworked on the film. I recommend checking out that video for full context, so I'm not wasting too much time retreading old information here, but one of the animators revealed that Beyond the Spider-Verse basically had no work done on it due to them putting all of their attention and energy into Across the Spider-Verse, a movie that had numerous rewrites during production, to the point where any script they had for Beyond wouldn't even be consistent with where Across the Spider-Verse left off. And although the delay itself isn't shocking, what's catching many people by surprise is the fact that Beyond the Spider-Verse has been delayed indefinitely. While all these other films are getting new release dates, Beyond has been removed from their schedule entirely. Now, they're not gonna cancel it, after Across made them a buttload of money, and Spider-Man is really the only IP Sony has left that they can squeeze as much money out of as possible. So you got them fucked up if you think they're gonna scrap the finale, something that is more or less a guaranteed $1 billion in the box office. Let's be real. But to me, this indefinite delay is perfect, because in my opinion, given the working conditions of Across the Spider-Verse, Beyond the Spider-Verse needs a substantial amount of work done before they even consider a release date. Now apparently, Sony says they are considering multiple dates for Beyond the Spider-Verse depending on how long the strike lasts. But as Discussing Films put it perfectly, if they gave the writers and actors the fair deals they deserve, this would be sorted out faster. And honestly, this movie is the ammunition the strike needs. It's Spider-Man, it prints money, and it basically guarantees Sony $1 billion in the box office. They better come correct before they lose even more money. And rest assured, the longer they drag out this strike, the worse off all of these CEOs will be compared to a timeline where they just bit the bullet and paid the people what they deserve. And make no mistake, the studios are the ones dragging this out, not the actors, not the writers.
Man, they're still striking. Hey, numbers guy, how many weeks are we on now anyway? Yeah, WGA is on week 13 and SAG is on week 2 with no signs of stopping. What exactly is your plan here? We're just gonna wait it out, preferably until they lose their homes. Maybe cut some trees on the picket lines. Corporate leadership is awesome. Right, sure. But how do you plan on dealing with the costs? Money's the least of our problems. That's like the one thing we have left. I mean, how much is this even costing us anyway? Yeah, it's not just us. Some estimates are saying it's going to cost the entire industry $150 million a week. Oh. Yeah, which is kind of crazy because according to some estimates, the new yearly contract would only cost between $450 to $600 million a year. These are all just rough numbers, but right now it looks like if you keep dragging this out, eventually we're just gonna hit that number anyway? Okay, this is officially insane. Who has the power to stop this? Literally you!
So yeah, I guess I'll see y'all at the theater in 2029? As I'm sure many of you know, Hollywood is effectively shut down right now, as the writers and actors have gone on strike. The writers go to America for nearly 3 months, and the actors for a few weeks. The first time both parties have been on strike together in 60 years. Needless to say, this is history in the making. But quite a bit of people have been wondering where animation falls into all of this. Are they going to go on strike, or are they okay as is? And the answer is a lot more depressing than you may initially realize. First off, the reason why the Animation Guild isn't on strike is simple. Strikes can't be on a whim. They only happen as a last resort when contracts between unions and studios are up for renewal and an agreement hasn't been settled. The AMPTP, who represents Hollywood studios and production companies, have purposely set up their contracts with TAG, SAG, and the WGA to all renew at different points in time in order to avoid all three striking in unison. Pretty evil, right? Sounds like something that would only be done if they knew a day like this would come and they wanted to stall for as long as possible. So TAG couldn't go on strike until next year. But that doesn't mean things are all sunshine and rainbows in the industry. The reality of the situation is, animation is in a pretty dire state. Both television and film. And if something doesn't change soon, the industry may never recover. This this Z really sums it all up. So, to recap, Disney is using AI for scripts to work around the strikes. Paramount Animation is no longer developing original films, only pre-existing IPs. The Cartoon Network building officially closed. HBO is removing programs. And unemployment in the animation industry is at an insane high. I've been trying to cover everything going on in the industry for a while. As you may or may not remember, I've been working on a doc diving deep into why those in the industry need a new deal for animation. Yet, as the state of everything got worse over the past year, the more overwhelming of a task it became. That's not to say the doc won't see the light of day, just that it's become such a massive undertaking that requires so much research that I've been re-examining my approach to it. Because to be frank, every time I go to work on it, I kinda end up just freezing in place. But I don't want to just twiddle my thumbs and ignore everything that's happening now, because I think it's very important to raise awareness and talk about these things while they're happening. It's just that so much is happening that trying to compile even a fraction of it into a coherent, organized video felt impossible because everything that's happening is far from coherent or organized. So let's just dive headfirst into the madness and hit on as many points as possible until we're just as exhausted as the people behind the shows we adore. And the best place to start? How about the fact that everyone is unemployed? Alright, maybe not everyone, but if you follow a plethora of artists or production workers in the industry on social media, odds are that most of them are either looking for work or preparing to look for work. Why? Because practically nothing is getting picked up right now at any studio. For those who don't know, animation, like the rest of entertainment, is very gig-based. Unless you're working in something like IT at a studio, your job has a set end date from day one. Which checks out, given that the project you're working on is either a TV show with a certain number of episodes, or a movie that's ideally going to get released eventually. But even that's not a guarantee anymore. Years ago, having an end date on the project didn't necessarily mean you had a countdown to unemployment hanging over your head. It used to be way more common to either have the show you were working on get renewed while you were working on it, meaning there was a good chance you'd be brought back for the following season, or the studio would do their best to keep you in their system and move you around to other projects being made there. Why do you think Adventure Time, regular shows, Steven Universe, OKKO, Infinity Train, Craig of the Creek, and so many other Cartoon Network shows of the 2010s have an overlap in artist? But now, there are fewer projects being greenlit everywhere, and seasons are getting much shorter. Thus, animation jobs are becoming even more limited and much more competitive than before. And make no mistake, it was a competitive job market, but 2023 has felt really different, much more bleak, and I don't think it's a coincidence that there's a lack of projects getting greenlit after studios reached an agreement with TAG last year. It almost feels spiteful. Sure, we'll agree to slightly better working conditions. We just won't give any of you work, so you can't reap the benefits of that new deal. And even with the new deal, it's clear that a lot of issues within the industry have not been resolved. For example, shows getting picked up for one big season, only for a streaming service to only release the first half of that season, label it season 1, and then release the other half a year later under the disguise of a second season. The issue with this? It's just a way for studios to avoid greenlighting an actual second season, and in the process, they can avoid giving their artists raises that usually come with a second season. And on a similar note, job creep hasn't been resolved. What's job creep? Let me just give you an example. Right now, there's a lot of discourse around this incredible animatic from Invincible Season 2, an entire fight scene done by a single storyboarder that's more or less full-blown animation. Storyboards don't have to be this detailed. And as far as we know, the artist did not receive any extra compensation for going the extra mile with this sequence. Now, for the artist, I'm sure this is a great way to retain your vision, to ensure what's in your head is translated perfectly into the final product. But no matter how you slice it, that's still doing the work of an animator while only being recognized as a storyboard artist. Storyboard artists nowadays have a lot of responsibilities on their plate. Responsibilities that used to belong to different job positions, like layout artists, but now those positions really don't exist because they've been absorbed into other jobs without a pay raise. And while I'm sure that kind of work ethic is appreciated, the popular opinion from storyboard artists is that it shouldn't be normalized. And keep in mind, most animation jobs require you to live in LA. Most entertainment jobs do in general. Which is why anyone bitching about the strike looks so fucking dumb. Saying these actors, writers, and artists are already making a lot. Like, do you know how expensive California is? I've been living here for a year. It's fucking expensive, my guy. They don't have a choice but to be here for their career. So imagine how stressful it is to go without work for months in one of the most expensive places in the country, but still dropping thousands of dollars a month on bills because the studios that are already forcing you to live out here won't greenlight anything for you to work on. No matter how you slice it, that's messed up. Not to mention the amount of things that do get greenlit but are produced internationally. Looking at you, Warner Bros. Discovery. And lest we forget, residuals aren't really a thing anymore. At least not something that help people survive while looking for a job. And for the animation guild in particular, residuals help pay for healthcare. Better residuals in the age of streaming is one of the many things they're fighting for. And it's not just the people making the cartoons that are suffering. The projects are also taking a hit. Everyone's complaining that TV's getting worse. And yeah, it's easy to blame the writers. But use your head. It's common knowledge that TV shows and movies are rushed out the door nowadays. Writers' rooms are much smaller, and they're given way less time to let these projects cook in the oven. If you're watching this and you have a job, how would you feel about being forced to complete your task in half the time you were given before at either the same pay or less? And all the while, the CEOs spearheading these changes are pocketing millions a year. Unfathomable amounts of money. You wouldn't be too happy, wouldn't you? So practice some basic fucking empathy. That being said, adult animation really seems to be the only side of the industry that's remotely doing okay right now, putting out projects that people seem excited for. But on the kids side, things feel dry. I think a big reason why is that for the first time since 2010, 2012, we don't have a big serialized cartoon for people of all ages to latch onto that isn't based off a pre-existing property. Moon Girl, you deserve so much better, and I'm sorry that being tied to the Marvel brand has caused a lot of people to write you off without giving you a fair shake. This isn't just speculation, by the way. I know a lot of people who love animation and acknowledge that Moon Girl looks gorgeous and seems like a really good time, but has trouble giving it a shot solely because it's a Marvel property and superhero fatigue did catch up to the general audience. Honestly though, even before superhero fatigue, I can't say the crowd that watched Gravity Falls and Star vs. the Forces of Evil back in the day was super into any of the Marvel shows, even though pretty much all of them were serialized. I mean, take a look at the Disney TVA social media for example. They used to average about 1,000 likes when Owl House and Amphibia were airing, but now that both of them are over, most of their posts barely go above 200 likes. And the ones that do, surprise surprise, either pander to nostalgia or are about Owl House and Amphibia. You're falling off! That being said, please check out Moon Girl, y'all. It's far from your average Marvel outing, and if it gets canceled, I don't know the next time we're going to get a show that manages to not only look this good, but tells the kind of intimate stories that it does. But without a big original show that releases gradually, like Gravity Falls, Steven Universe, Owl House, Amphibia, etc., I think there's a genuine lack of interest in Western animation at the moment. People are flocking to anime, and I can't blame them. These story-driven cartoons tend to get people engaged in animation and seek out more shows like it in the medium, but in the process, they get exposed to a bunch of other shows they wouldn't have given a chance otherwise. I can personally attest that if it wasn't for Owl House or Amphibia, I never would have watched Big City Greens over quarantine, and now I think that's one of the funniest Disney Channel shows ever made, period. In an age where we're barely getting new shows, the ones that are rolling out from the top dogs like Nick, Cartoon Network, RIP Studios, or Disney don't have that all ages appeal. They're just skewing younger and younger. And that in itself isn't a problem. Kids obviously deserve their own programming tailored to them, but kids nowadays don't even actively watch TV. They watch TikTok and streamers and Cocomelon. Oh my god, that's so terrifying. Part of the reason Cartoon Network is losing more time to Adult Swim is due to more adults watching the network than children. To quote Deadline, adults have gravitated to the network in early fringe, well before the previous 8 p.m. start to Adult Swim. From 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., 68% of Cartoon Network's viewers were over the age of 18. HBO Max data is kept closer to the vest, but Adult Swim and Cartoon Network are set to be foundational elements in the rebranded service. Yeah, we'll see about that, given that it keeps purging content from the platform. New programs skewing younger is a huge mistake because historically, teens and adults have always tuned into these channels for the shows that appeal to them too. Whether that's turning off their brain with some SpongeBob, being moved to tears with Avatar, or a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B with shows like Steven Universe. And these are the people that are going to show up to conventions with their squad or their kids, dressed up as the characters from the shows they adore. Like, no disrespect at all, but you're just not gonna get that same level of passion from shows like Kif or Haley's on it. I'm sure they're fine shows, and I'm sure there'll be Kif cosplay to make me eat my words, but I feel like these shows are not gonna appeal to an older crowd at all. And hey, psst, kids like things that skew older because they feel cooler watching it. Which is why, serialization or not, these cartoons should be allowed to get their edge back. Standards and practices have cracked down so much that getting something like Cartoon Network's 2010 catalog made today feels impossible. And speaking of Cartoon Network, over the past year, the future of Cartoon Network has been a topic that's come up quite a bit by animation fans and people who work in the industry. I've covered this topic in numerous videos, but I think a lot of people are either confused or just think the notion of Cartoon Network going under is fear-mongering for YouTube clicks. And I can see where that idea is coming from. Last year, when it was first made known that the days of Cartoon Network studios were numbered, things quickly turned to a game of telephone, and people thought Cartoon Network as a channel was going under. The story actually got pretty big to the point where it was making rounds on not just Twitter and TikTok, but Instagram and Facebook. So Cartoon Network had to say something. So they issued a statement along the lines of, "Hey, we're not dead, we're actually celebrating our birthday." but it was the first milestone anniversary in 10 years that didn't have an animated music video commissioned for it, so that was already pretty telling. And because the brand itself came forward to clear the air, I think a lot of people disregarded any further information about what was happening behind the scenes because Cartoon Network themselves said they're fine. It's not like brands have ever done damage control or anything. I doubt Cartoon Network as a channel or a brand will ever be going anywhere because it holds too much value to get rid of entirely. But like, that doesn't detract from the fact that they lost their studio with a ton of projects we've never even heard about canceled or in limbo, moved 2 new series to Adult Swim, although one was being made at WBA, it was still gonna premiere on Cartoon Network. Adult Swim itself starting at 5 p.m. as of this August. And aside from Invincible Fight Girl, most of their current or upcoming programming are reboots or revivals of popular IP. To quote the legend ENJQ, the building rules, but we're not just sad about the building itself. We're mourning Cartoon Network Studios being a unique entity. There will be no more CNS, and things will be different. It's not as simple as just moving people into a new building, I'm afraid. This is the loss of a unique studio culture. That said, good work can be done anywhere, and I'm hopeful that many of these good people will still be able to make good cartoons at WBA. You may remember a studio by the name of Hanna-Barbera. They made a ton of iconic cartoons like the Flintstones, Yogi Bear, and the Jetsons. I wonder what happened to them. Oh, they ultimately got absorbed into Warner Bros. Animation, being only used for marketing and trademark purposes. I wonder how Cartoon Network getting absorbed into Warner Bros. Animation could possibly end. Guys, it's Jover, and instead of denying it, we should at least be talking about it. Because the more awareness we spread, and the more consumers are made aware of what's happening, the bigger of a chance there is that something can change. I don't think we can get this building back, but maybe what's left of Cartoon Network Studios can hold on to its independence and creativity. This is Cartoon Network's current and upcoming slate. Adventure Time Fiona and Cake, Craig of the Creek, The Amazing World of Gumball Revival, Teen Titans Go, Wee Baby Bears, Looney Tunes cartoons, Jessica's Little Big World, Ianu Child of Wonder, Invincible Fight Girl, the Powerpuff Girls reboot, and the Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends reboot. Only 2 of these upcoming shows are original series, and they're definitely not long for this world. Fucking incredible stuff, guys. And by incredible, I mean incredibly depressing. I'm not gonna act like I'm not excited to see more Gumball, or that the idea of a serialized Powerpuff Girls show from Craig McCracken himself doesn't pique my curiosity. But it sucks to see Cartoon Network conform to the same path Nickelodeon went down years ago, and only rely on the shows they know are safe and profitable, rather than experiment with new ideas. SpongeBob, Loud House, Casa Grandes, The Patrick Star Show, Camp Coral, The Rugrats reboot, Big Nate, based off a comic strip, the upcoming Fairly Odd Parents reboot, Smurfs, all the Avatar Studios projects. Is this not a little depressing? Recently, the head of Paramount and Nickelodeon, Brian Robbins, denounced the idea of original animated movies, and instead wants to only focus on movies based off popular animated series. You know, like a bajillion more SpongeBob and Avatar movies. Sorry, Avatar, I'm excited to have you back, I really am, but you have to be thrown under the bus for this one because they are going to milk you dry. We're not going to release an expensive original animated movie and just pray people will come, Robbins said. Just absolute insanity. Now, the president of Paramount Animation, Ramsey Natio, did a bit of damage control in the following interview, and if this doesn't demonstrate the disconnect between the people at the top and the people actually responsible for making animation, I don't know what is. We are absolutely committed to making original animated films and are in development on a handful of projects. Brian and I believe we are nothing without fresh voices, faces, and narratives, and it's our responsibility to add new perspectives, modern characters, and vernacular to our culture of storytelling. Yo, they're gonna say Riz in the Nick movie. Originals speak authentically to today's audience and must be handled with care and make their own mark in our legacy library, and hopefully stand the test of time. That said, we're not a one-size-fits-all kind of studio, and our budgets are designed to support the scope of our storytelling. We'll see whose words end up aligning with the actions of the studio, but one thing I need these bigwigs to remember is that every successful franchise started out as an original idea, Toy Story didn't spawn in with 4 movies generating $1 bajillion. It started out as one movie that did well enough to get a sequel that did better than the first, and eventually a third and fourth that did really good in the box office. And even then, they made a bunch of other original ideas in between all of those films. Some hits, some flops. That's just the nature of the industry. You can't have hit after hit every time. But that's not a reason to abandon original ideas. Just because one original idea kinda flopped doesn't mean the others will. Because all you're really doing by greenlighting popular IP after popular IP is making sure that people get tired of those IPs. And I can't say I want that either. I want beloved characters to remain beloved, but I want you to make room for new characters and new stories as well. That's what I think most people want. It's exhausting seeing a new show come around knowing that it's the kind of game changer for animation people have been looking for, but also knowing that it's not going to last more than a season or two due to a lack of support from the platform hosting it. What's happening right now is the result of these corporations getting way too ahead of themselves, ditching cable, riding the streaming wave, trying to mimic what's popular, while cutting costs and throwing talent to the side, only to find out that none of that was sustainable. Now they just want to rush out anything that's proven to make a quick buck. Now they want to remove content from streaming services to evade paying royalties. Now they want to do whatever it takes to keep them rich without taking into consideration the creatives or the consumers. And if you don't care about either of us, then what the fuck are we doing here? Everyone's being punished. The people behind the scenes pouring their entire being into a project, and the fans who were once so fond of their work. Everyone is jaded, everyone is desensitized, and everyone is tired. I'm scared. I really am, especially for animation. Just like 3 years ago when productions had to shut down due to COVID, animation is the first thing these higher-ups turn to exploit when things in the entertainment industry are starting to look a little shaky. And just like 3 years ago, animation will be the first thing they toss to the side when it's time to save money. But they will continue to feed their investors and their consumers lies that everything is doing great and that they really value animation, even though their current slate clearly shows that they don't. And their insistence to implement AI into the process is only driving a bigger wedge between creatives and executives. We don't need AI anywhere near this industry. AI is inhuman. It, by design, goes against everything that makes art special. And make no mistake, content is art. We may all have started calling it content, but that was just another tactic by these multi-millionaires to further devalue the craft and try to make us more willing to accept any schlock they try to feed us. Things won't ever be the same after this strike, and after everything's said and done, I just don't know if people will be willing to work with these overpaid, ego-inflated CEOs who have shown their true colors time and time again. Because all they care about is their bottom dollar. To continue to have all the money in the world and share that money with no one. Even the people making the projects that got them there in the first place. The people who are struggling just to make ends meet. I really need you guys to understand that most writers, actors, and artists are working class citizens living in the most expensive cities in the world because that's simply where their jobs are located. And with animation, the most undervalued medium in entertainment, studios will try to get away with paying them as little as possible compared to their peers. But we can't forget that it's always darkest just before dawn. Across all of entertainment, we're seeing the rise in independent projects. Live-action projects like Snot Girl or The Comic Shop, and of course animated projects like Helva Boss, Far-Fetched, Murder Drones, and of course Lackadaisy. Which, while making this video, hit its $1 million stretch goal, funding 5 full-length episodes for Season 1. $1 million in under a week, absolutely incredible stuff. And proof that these big corporations aren't needed to bring your passions to life. And this is just the tip of the indie iceberg. Creatives are fighting back with everything they got, and I'm hoping that these projects give creatives the leverage needed against executives to create even more fresh and original ideas under much better working conditions on wages they can comfortably live with. I want to see reboots return to being the outliers, not the norm.
this video didn't go nearly as in-depth as I wanted to. As I said in the intro, I want the big doc to really lay everything out on the table. But for now, I hope you guys have a slightly better understanding of what's going on in the industry. Shit's fucked. And right now, the best way to make a change, in my opinion, is to spread as much awareness as possible about what's going on and support these indie projects. YouTube doesn't respect animation or anything that can be seen as remotely kiddie, even when the content itself is blatantly not meant for kids. And it's ruining the platform. Walk with me. Recently, the trailer for Adventure Time Fiona and Cake got restricted by YouTube. They're not so reliable bots flagging it as made for kids, thus disabling the comments and hindering its reach on YouTube. Now, some of you may be wondering what the problem is. Adventure Time is a kid's show, right? And while I could get into semantics and do my usual spiel about how a lot of these shows are written for all ages, and Adventure Time was clearly intended for a more teenage audience, they were airing reruns at like 10 a.m. at a Saturday morning during its peak. Obviously, a lot of kids watched Adventure Time. I'm not gonna argue that the OG series isn't a kid's show. The problem here is, Fiona and Cake really isn't a kid's show. It's confirmed to be TV-14, the same rating as a lot of other adult animated series. Futurama, Family Guy, Venture Bros, Harley Quinn, the list goes on. And although this trailer is pretty tame in terms of what it has to offer, I think this doesn't bode well for the future because odds are, this is just gonna happen again with clips of the show. And like, there's a clip going around from Comic-Con that I won't show because it leaked, but it involves Finn saving Simon from a giant monster and things get pretty bloody pretty quick. And people who saw the first episode at Comic-Con did confirm they swear pretty casually in the show. So the idea of clips featuring any of that getting marked as kids content and winding up on the Kids app because the algorithm has a bias sounds pretty messy. But that bias didn't come out of nowhere. It's no secret that a lot of people view animation as a childish medium. Ever since I was like 10, adults would always see me minding my business, enjoying some SpongeBob or Ed, Edd and Eddy, and felt the need to interject with their own biases.
Aren't you a little too old to be watching cartoons?
Aren't you a little too old to be wearing wigs that look like they were on Cellar Party City? Fuck you, Aunt Olga! And clearly this mentality affected other kids my age, because I remember going into the 6th grade, and pretty much the only shows my peers would talk about were Jersey Shore, Teen Mom, and anything else on MTV. Keep in mind, we were 11. Now don't get me wrong, a lot of them still watch kids sitcoms like iCarly or Hannah Montana, and had no problem talking about them with me because they knew I was a huge TV nerd. But if I mentioned anything animated, they would look at me like I grew a second head. Of course, there were exceptions like Family Guy or SpongeBob, the same shows that have immunity today. But otherwise, yeah, Toon Talk was not socially acceptable back then. And that was 100% because animation was and still is stigmatized. Fast forward to now, and I'll see those same peers share those Facebook posts that are like, I miss the old Cartoon Network, with pictures of like Chowder and Regular Show. And I can feel middle school me salty that they kept their love for these shows a secret back then. This is just a really long-winded way of saying, the average show looks down on animation, and has for decades. Unless a show is very in your face with its adult content or holds nostalgic value, people will immediately look at it as dumbed down entertainment. And those biases have shaped the algorithm in a post-COPA world. After all, algorithms are trying to learn our preferences and our biases. For those in need of a recap, 3 years ago, YouTube finally cracked down on all the creepy kids content on the platform, but in the process, overcorrected a bit. When you post a video, you have to mark it as either made for kids or not made for kids. Simple stuff. What's not so simple is that YouTube's bots can look at a video marked not for kids and go,
actually, it is made for kids.
And once your video is marked as made for kids, comments are restricted, it won't have as wide of a reach, and from what I hear, the ad revenue won't be as good. The video is basically kneecapped. And when this big change was instated 3 years ago, a lot of TV networks on YouTube like Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon got hit because of course a lot of their shows skew Y7. But even back then it was complicated and felt really unfair because of the comment section. That's half the fun of YouTube, especially when it comes to media. We lost a sense of community.
Gone are the days of reminiscing in the comments section of the Billy and Mandy theme song at 1 a.m. with other people mourning their childhood because bills and taxes are really scary and suck to deal with. And then there's the fact that a lot of the shows airing on channels like Cartoon Network at the time were truly being viewed by all ages. Not just kids, but mainly teens and adults, which was reflected in how those shows were rated. TV PG. Hell, My Adventures with Superman, which airs on Adult Swim, is often rated TV PG-V, on top of being a blatantly horny show. And yet, all of the videos on the Adult Swim channel get marked as kids content. Now yes, the show is pretty lighthearted, but there's no denying that that's still screwed up. People used to click on clips and trailers of these shows and theorize what would happen next in the comments, or leave really thoughtful paragraphs about why a moment in the show meant so much to them. And these channels were leaning into the fact that they were being watched by an older demographic. I'ma keep it a buck. They weren't posting Steven Universe panels for the 9-year-old fans of the show. I imagine most of them just cared about the sneak peeks that were shown at the cons, and those usually got posted as their own videos anyway. Nickelodeon didn't start an empire of Avatar content for the kiddos. They started it for the teens and adults who throw on those videos in the background while they draw. But you know, it is what it is. It sucks we lost years upon years worth of comments on all these videos, but that's not my real beef here. My beef here is that adult animation, and animation that's intended for anyone, gets marked for kids, wiping out discussion, hurting the video's performance, and ultimately exposing kids to content they're not meant to see, which defeats the purpose of YouTube Kids in the first place. Like, I don't think the Fiona and Cake trailer is gonna warp some 5-year-old's mind, but I tweeted about the whole debacle, and what prompted this video were the replies pointing out content that has no business being anywhere near the kids label getting hit. A lot of angsty, gore-fueled My Little Pony fan animations like Cupcakes HD were affected when this change first rolled out a few years ago. Belena Productions, an incredible 3D animator who makes Sonic content, pretty much has all of their videos marked for kids against their will because it's Sonic. Of course it's for kids. It's not like there's millions of adults who grew up with the franchise or anything. They gave Shadow a strap! Come on! Edbound is a creator who makes Lego animations that kinda play out like Robot Chicken sketches. These videos swear they have a viewer advisory, and yet he still struggles with uploads getting hit with that Made for Kids label. South Park and Family Guy clips are still prone to getting hit to this day. Futurama clips from the new season are getting hit. Officially posted by Hulu, has never been a kids show hit with the Made for Kids label. Yeah, I'm sure soccer moms are gonna love their kids quoting Bender. Green Lantern First Flight, a PG-13 movie, but oh, it's animated, so it's made for kids. Philaday, a 1994 adult animated mystery film. Rated TVMA in the States, made for kids. Pixar, wait, why the hell do they get to keep their comments? They're not restricted? Seriously? That mouse money runs deep, I see how it is, Google. Even outside the realm of animation, creators like Max Mofo have an uphill battle with his Pokemon channel. Because it's Pokemon, it must be for kids, right? Never mind the fact that Max's content is like watching every Adult Swim show at the same time. It's fine, Pokemans! This shit is actively ruining YouTube as a whole, impacting the livelihoods and morale of multiple creators. All because they let some dumbass robot steer the ship. A robot trained off biases. What makes all of this comical to me is that at the end of the day, it's fucking over the kids app too. We had to dive into the trenches for this video just to see what slipped through the cracks. And while it wasn't the wasteland I was expecting, some of these finds are still pretty egregious. First off, strange that YouTube proper doesn't have a section spotlighting animation, but YouTube Kids does. Almost as if they don't see any value in the medium at all, despite the abundance of animated projects bringing in revenue every day. But beyond that, we found Solar Opposites, Rick and Morty, and even a clip from MODOK. Fucking MODOK! 30 seconds of that show could permanently alter a kid's brain chemistry. I'm lucky these robots haven't really gotten to my videos, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna just sit around and lollygag while other creators get the short end of the stick. So with that being said, YouTube, this system doesn't work! Get off your asses and do something about it! Give the system a complete overhaul. Train your precious little robots to comprehend that animation isn't innately kiddie. And for God's sake, please just whitelist channels like Adult Swim and Hulu so that clips for their own shows don't get hit. Ya goofies? And you know what? While I'm already speaking my mind, I'm just gonna say it. Give Shadow his pistol back. It's funny.
So yeah, that's really about it.
See ya.
It's no secret that Cartoon Network has seen better days. So many of their projects have gotten cut short, canceled, and even wiped from streaming. And as I've touched on before, Cartoon Network Studios no longer exist, as their remaining employees now share a roof with Warner Bros. Animation in a new building. Things have been doom and gloom for a while, but it's no use dwelling on what could have been. Instead, I want to look at what could still be. The new Adventure Time series, Fiona and Cake, has left me feeling pretty optimistic, especially with all the attention it's been getting. This is the most eyes a Cartoon Network series has had on it in literal years, since either Distant Lands or Steven Universe Future, both of which were about 3 years ago at this point. God, we're all getting old. If Warner Bros. Discovery can play their cards right, I think this reinvention of Adventure Time could reinvent the Cartoon Network brand as a whole, reclaiming their title as the king of cartoons. Also, I should probably make it clear that I'm coming at this from a consumer's perspective, what I think would get viewers of all ages interested and engaged with Cartoon Network again. So for any industry peeps watching, I know there's a lot that needs to be fixed behind the scenes, but that's a conversation for another time. Fiona and Cake is now the second time a Cartoon Network series has been revived for an adult audience, following Samurai Jack's 10-episode revival back in 2017. And I think both make a pretty great case for why other Cartoon Network properties should get the same deal. A lot of Cartoon Network shows share similar pros and cons. People fall in love with the characters, the world, the humor, and the emotional cores of these shows. On top of that, I think a lot of people used to look at Cartoon Network as the edgier channel compared to Nickelodeon or Disney. Yet, for as much freedom Cartoon Network gave a lot of these shows compared to other networks, the conditions that come with being a kids channel always hold them back. Not just of how dark they can get or how out of pocket the jokes can be, but the storytelling too. Since the days of Kids Next Door, so many of these cartoons have built up an overarching story with stakes and deepest lore. But time was almost never on their side, as episodes were capped at 11 minutes, with the occasional epic half-hour special sprinkled in. Not to mention, these shows were obligated to stay episodic overall, so that casual viewers weren't lost during reruns. Both Samurai Jack Season 5 and Fiona and Cake dodged these problems by being concise, serialized stories from the jump. Both are 10 episodes, with every episode picking up exactly where the last one left off. In spite of this, every episode managed to feel distinct and like its own thing, especially with Fiona and Cake. Both shows were also bumped up to TV-14, allowing for blood, mild swearing,
God damn it,
crude humor that's a lot more blunt.
Look like a talking penis.
And it allows heavier themes to be explored, like how both shows delve into suicidal thoughts. These stories would not fly on regular old Cartoon Network. It never feels like they're overdoing it either. They use those elements sparingly. It also allows the characters to grow up with their audience. Fiona and Finn are about 30 in the new series, while Samurai Jack has a 50-year time skip. Although Jack stopped aging physically due to time travel shenanigans. You get the idea though. Watching Fiona and Cake has me sitting on the couch like, wow, I wish Steven Universe could come back so Pearl could say fuck. Seeing other shows in this format would be a dream come true. Give me a 10-episode Steven Universe sequel, where Steven and Lars go to different planets and uncover gem origins. Let me peep a Ben 10,000 show that lets Ben and his son Ken share the spotlight. Something that adults who grew up with the original can watch with their kids while also getting plenty out of it for themselves. You know, some Dragon Ball Z vibes. And I would kill for a regular show 25 years later miniseries, with a handful of Mordecai and Rigby's misadventures set in the epilogue. Hell, that can be a movie! Just let me see the raccoon smoke some weed! And you already know Galactic Kids Next Door deserves to get in the action. Maybe something like that doesn't need to be TV-14, as I do think the Kids Next Door franchise should be, you know, appropriate for kids. But even something TV-PG that has an aged-up Sector V working alongside the new generation of operatives would be great to attract old and new viewers alike.
The main appeal of these aren't just the shows having some edge to them, but it's really giving these shows a chance to evolve and embrace aspects of themselves that the network previously restricted. For some, that could be serialization. It could be telling stories that only really work with adult protagonists. It could be something that we wouldn't even think of until we see it before our very eyes. It's worth pursuing. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't want Cartoon Network to only have reboots and revivals with little room for anything original. I'll always want to see new ideas flourish in animation. Unfortunately, it's the bigwigs at the top that associate original with risk. They're much more comfortable relying on established IP, and if they're gonna go down that path, I'd rather them do it the right way with something like the Adventure Time projects that has the original crew involved, instead of starting over from scratch and giving us something horrid like the 2016 Powerpuff Girls. These revivals have a guaranteed audience and allow creators to do something new with the franchise without straying too far away from what made it work in the first place. They shouldn't be the only thing produced under the Cartoon Network label, but I do think it's better than nothing at all. It's no secret that cable got the short end of the stick amongst the streaming wars, and as a result, a lot of studios and brands who were popular on cable have also gotten screwed over. It was so simple at first. Netflix and Hulu were poppin', so studios would cut a deal for their heavy hitters and get them on streaming while they were airing on TV. But then everyone got greedy and started a bajillion streaming services, gatekeeping not only the pre-existing seasons of the shows they own, but new material as well. Want to see what happens next in the story you've come to adore? Well, fork over another $20. Then you can see Carly Shay swear.
You gotta switch it up on a bitch.
Or watch a Face and Furt movie that's kind of like the Mars episode, but this time they have movie shading. Needless to say, this wasn't sustainable long term, as streaming services are losing money and are purging media that don't live up to their mysterious expectations. Like, you only had this out for a week, but go off. One brand that's been caught up in a lot of this is, you guessed it, Cartoon Network. To be fair, this has been a problem before the streaming wars, but the last few years have shown just how much they've been lacking. Steven Universe, huge show, had fans from all over the world. And how did they handle the rollout? By dropping episodes on the app, but you need cable to watch them. Or premiering new episodes on cable with little to no fanfare. Fans still have no idea when they drop, and at the end of the day, you still needed a cable login to watch it. I mean, now you can at least watch some of the show on Hulu, just nothing after season 4. At least you can watch all 5 seasons in future on Max, but not the movie, you know, the thing that bridges the two of them together. Try figuring that one out. Adventure Time. The story has continued after Come Along With Me for a while on Max. Yeah, if they planned on airing any of the Distant Land specials on TV, they would have already. It's been 2 years since it ended, and I imagine the same goes for Fiona and Cake. Infinity Train, probably the best example of how fucked up this has all been. First 2 seasons air on TV with good marketing at first, but it was all mainly on the network itself, at a point where viewership was already dying, and the show wouldn't be able to stream anywhere until HBO Max launched, where books 3 and 4 would be exclusively released, still with little marketing, never airing on television, and now the entire show is removed from the platform, only available for purchase on digital storefronts like Apple. Yikes, right? Cartoon Network has always had an accessibility problem, and it's really hurt some of their best shows over the past decade. So, how do we fix this? Well, I think they're already halfway to a decent solution. They just need to go all in instead of dipping their toes in the water. First off, they need to license more shows to other streaming services, including the ones that were propped up as Max exclusives. You already see this a little bit with shows like Powerpuff Girls and Ben 10 making their way to Netflix. Ed, Edd n Eddy and Dexter are on Amazon Prime, and select seasons of some of their shows are on Hulu. But they really need to get more of their shows on other platforms, especially the new stuff. And I don't think things like Distant Lands or Fiona and Cake should be held hostage on Max either. Like, come on, Distant Lands premiered 3 years ago. If people were gonna sign up for Max just to watch that, they would have already. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with having an exclusivity window, a few months or a year of having dibs on an exciting new project, but after a while, you just gotta let it go and get it back from letting other services host your property. And if that wasn't already working out for them, you wouldn't see them already do this with certain shows. And it's wild because, like, you're telling me no one wanted to buy Close Enough for Infinity Train, a show by the creator of Regular Show, and the guy who's now making the Among Us cartoon? No, you're lying. I think another way to make their shows more accessible is to have a handful of newer episodes for free on YouTube. They already do this to an extent. For an example, Unicorn and My Adventures with Superman did this with their first episodes. Every Rick and Morty season premieres on YouTube. And a lot of shows will have random episodes up for free. But I think they need to be moving like how Disney did with the Owl House Season 3. Since it was broken up into 3 specials, Disney posted each special onto their YouTube channel after they premiered on TV, while still hosting them on Disney+. And when the next one dropped, the previous one would get delisted from YouTube. These Owl House uploads amassed millions of views pretty quickly. It was clear that this was the best way for fans to get their hands on new episodes as soon as possible through legal means. It's not too far off from Shonen Jump's model. You get to read the new chapter of a series for free alongside the last few, but if you want to read an entire series, you gotta get a subscription. Give people the chance to be caught up with their favorite series before busting out the paywall. Allow them to hear about a show and be given an official free way to watch at least a few recent episodes. I promise, if Cartoon Network went down this route for any of their upcoming series, they'll actually amass a pretty big following, and it's not like they wouldn't get some pretty good ad revenue, or have big brands directly sponsor episodes like they did back in the day. Anyone remember when a special episode would drop, and the commercials would be like, "You're watching the big f***ing deal episode, sponsored by Kraft's Mac and Cheese." Literally just do that. Throw an ad on the episode. Don't be shy. Game recognizes game. We're all trying to get a bag out here. Point is, there are ways for channels like Cartoon Network to make YouTube a financially viable platform for new episodes of their shows. Not in ways that replace cable or Max, but as in addition to them. You premiere it on TV, you get those cable ratings, and the next day you can throw it on Max. Have it be there, throw it up on digital storefronts, but then also throw it up on your YouTube channel for free. It don't gotta be that long, maybe for just a week, maybe 2. Maybe you can even have it like on demand, where there's 3 or 4 episodes at a time, and they slowly expire one by one, being removed from the channel after a while. When the next episode premieres, you replace one of those free episodes with that one. I don't think it's a bad system. People have a window to catch up for free as it's coming out in a way that directly supports these shows, without having to pay a subscription fee or relying on cable. And again, the network still gets a bag from it. Of course, being Cartoon Network, they could run into the issue of these episodes getting marked for kids, restricting its reach across the platform. But who's to say it needs to go on the Cartoon Network channel? Adult Swim has completely engulfed Cartoon Network. It took 2 of their new shows. It starts at 5 p.m. It's airing older Cartoon Network shows. It's basically become the Adult Swim channel with a little bit of Cartoon Network.
Itty bitty living space.
A lot of people reasonably see this as a bad move that's gonna end with more Fox reruns dominating the channel. But that's just because you guys don't see the vision! I need you to open your third eye and take a good look at what Adult Swim's takeover has to offer for the Cartoon Network brand. Adult Swim and Cartoon Network are currently led by Michael Uwuline. Or is it Uwuline? I truly don't know. Every time I look at the name, I think Halloween, and it's basically October, so Michael Halloween. Adult Swim and Cartoon Network are led by Michael Halloween, and I don't know the last time both sides of the channel actually shared the same leadership, if ever. And I imagine my boy Mike has actually been trying to save Cartoon Network from extinction by creating Checkered Pass and moving shows like Superman and Unicorn to Adult Swim, shielding them from the horrors of tax write-offs, shitty time slots, and the S&P department. And hey, I know what you might be thinking, but a shitty time slot for Cartoon Network does not mean a shitty time slot for Adult Swim. He wants to set a precedent for Adult Swim airing content aimed at young adults, aka teens and college students. And that's where I think Cartoon Network comes back into play. People have the assumption that Cartoon Network can only produce shows aimed at kids and teenagers. But even before Superman and Unicorn switched to Adult Swim, they had a track record of producing shows for an adult audience. Primal, Close Enough, and Black Dynamite Season 2 were all made in-house at Cartoon Network. And if Fiona and Cake is any indication, they don't want to stop making shows like these anytime soon. With most of the channel now being Adult Swim, Cartoon Network now has a reason to go all in on adult animation. I want to see a world where creators at Cartoon Network regularly pitch shows to Adult Swim, paving the way for a new generation of cartoons that get to be themselves and tell the stories they want to tell without getting watered down. Now yeah, kids need their own shows too, and rest be assured, Gumball and Teen Titans Go ain't going anywhere. But how much money are they willing to pour into an original show aimed at 6 to 11-year-olds that, at this point, is going to premiere new episodes either super early in the morning or early in the afternoon? Most of that audience is either in school or on their iPad watching streamers. 68% of Cartoon Network viewership are people over the age of 18. That's a majority! So get them shows made for them! Not to mention, a lot of the Cartoon Network shows people love couldn't be made today without being toned down heavily, like Regular Show or Adventure Time. Hell, they got toned down while they were running! And a lot of shows on Checkered Pass had to get re-rated for the block, bumped up from TVY7 to TVPG. Times have changed. The landscape has changed. And I think Uwalian is trying to adapt so Cartoon Network can still come out on top. And I think allowing more of their originals to premiere on Adult Swim is exactly how that can happen. And these originals don't need to be super crude or edgy. They can just be exactly what the creatives need them to be. Last week, Dodge Greenlee dropped an absolute bombshell on his Instagram, announcing that his viral sensation known as Pibby wouldn't be moving forward at Adult Swim, despite a short with 33 million views, an April Fool's stunt that was backed up with billboards in big cities, and amassing a devoted audience who didn't need to see a single episode. Pibby will remain as just an idea. The little preschool protagonist who could, but won't. I'm sorry to say that Pibby has not been greenlit, and it doesn't look like it'll happen in the near future. Making a show is a long, difficult process, and you can never say never. But for now, it looks like Pibby most likely won't become a show. I'm sorry to all the fans. Thank you for all your support. The response to Pibby not moving forward at Adult Swim has been a lot of sadness and confusion from fans. And then there's the haters. People want to know how something that seemed like a guaranteed hit could get shut down after everything Adult Swim has done for it. And I have my theories. While you shouldn't take any of this as gospel, I do think there's two big reasons why Pibby won't be getting a full series anytime soon. And they're hiding in plain sight. And it has nothing to do with Friday Night Funkin' or Pibby Glitch Cringe. Starting with the obvious, Pibby would be a legal nightmare to produce. The main appeal of Pibby is the novelty of seeing corrupted versions of beloved cartoon characters. Not just Cartoon Network, but also Warner Brothers, with hints of Viacom properties like SpongeBob. To be real, shows like SpongeBob or Rocko would have likely been parodied rather than going for the real deal, as there's no chance in hell Viacom would approve of those characters or settings being used. The real issue comes with the characters that Warner Discovery actually owns. I'm not gonna act like I know all the ins and outs of animation production, but one thing I do know is that crossovers and cameos aren't something you can do without approval. The more iconic the character is, the harder it may be to pull off. And it's definitely gotten harder over the years. Take Bird Girl, for example, a spin-off of Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. A big draw to that show was watching various Hanna-Barbera characters in wacky courtroom situations. Flash forward to Bird Girl, and all of the Hanna-Barbera characters are gone. And Bird Girl rarely appears in her costume, which, if you ask me, inherently made the show way less appealing. It's like eating a pizza that your mom picked all the toppings off of. Not that I would know what that's like. Times have changed. The powers that be aren't as comfortable with family-friendly characters worth millions of dollars being portrayed in an unflattering light. It doesn't mean it's impossible. The occasional crossover special or 3-minute short is fine, but a full-length series is a much different story, especially if we're talking about multiple characters from multiple shows appearing every single episode, going through legal and needing approval for every non-Pibby character, for every episode. Yeah, let's turn water into wine while we're at it. We might have ended up with a show that either went full parody of everything, losing some of the charm, or a show that has to greatly scale back on the crossovers, which I'm sure still could have been great, but it wouldn't have been the Pibby fans were promised. It set out to be an ambitious show, and fulfilling that vision was never going to be a walk in the park.
especially on a channel that has $2 and a stick of gum to their name. If there's one thing that's pretty obvious about Adult Swim nowadays, it's that money has gotten real funny for them. Not to pocket watch. I'm sure you can chalk it up to the state of Warner Discovery and Zaslav, but as someone who likes to keep tabs on Adult Swim, I've noticed they definitely had to dial things back a bit. Seasons are literally half as long as they used to be. Take Aqua Teen Hunger Force, for example. Seasons 5 through 10 had 10 episodes apiece, with season 11 having 9. 8 years and a movie later, the show is finally making a comeback with season 12. It's only 5 episodes. What the hell? That's not a season, that's barely a spice. Fooly Cooly, the beloved anime that wouldn't die no matter how many times you shot at it. Adult Swim produced 2 new seasons that premiered on Toonami in 2018. Fooly Cooly Progressive and Fooly Cooly Alternative. Both 6 episodes apiece to complement the length of the original run. A total of 12 brand new episodes. That's 12 too many. Yeah, despite most fans of the original not vibing with the sequels at all, Adult Swim doubled down and ordered 2 more seasons. Fooly Cooly Grunge and Fooly Cooly Shoegaze. One more and I get a free therapy session. However, instead of being 6 episodes for each season, it was just 6. 3 for Grunge and 3 for Shoegaze. Again, those aren't seasons. Not only were these half the length of the other seasons that were already pretty short, but it was revealed shortly after that these would be the last 2 Fooly Cooly seasons produced by Adult Swim. Darn, I really wanted Fooly Cooly Country and Fooly Cooly EDM. And while we're on the topic of anime, Toonami in general feels like it's seen better days. The lineup at the time of writing this consists of Fooly Cooly, One Piece, Naruto, and My Hero Academia, with One Piece and Naruto airing double episodes for most of the schedule. They also have the ability to rerun shows like Primal, Unicorn, and Superman, but that's just the thing. They're reruns! I'm sure a big problem is that now they have Crunchyroll standing in the way of new shows like Jujutsu Kaisen and Chainsaw Man. I suspect it isn't even a matter of exclusivity, and more so that Crunchy has jacked up the prices to be purposely outside of Adult Swim's budget. They're lucky enough to still have new seasons of the anime that they landed before Funimation got absorbed into Crunchyroll. But it still sucks that a lot of the big anime airing right now don't have a shot of airing on the block that they feel most at home at. But of course, I'm biased. I grew up with Toonami. Even Checkered Past, Adult Swim's new nostalgia block, had to get creative with its limited resources. Featuring 4 shows from Cartoon Network's golden age, a part of the Checker Pass aesthetic is recreating the vibe of CN City with bumpers of these characters in real-life settings. It's pretty neat, but once you watch all the bumpers, you quickly realize that they only had time and money for a handful of animations that they use over and over and over again. Beatboxing Double D has been in my nightmares for 2 weeks! Make it stop, please! Now, what does all of this have to do with Pibby? I mean, look at it! This would have cost a pretty penny to produce, at least for Adult Swim standards. At its core, Pibby is an idea that embraces the medium of animation. It's honestly not too far off from Smiling Friends, how both feature characters in different art styles, incorporating mixed media with a blend of simple and complex designs. But it seems like Pibby would have tried to crank this up to 11, and I think that scared someone in charge. Dodge Greenlee has been sharing some really interesting concepts on his Instagram. Pibby's arm getting corrupted, causing her to break the 4th wall and affect things like the video player. Pibby taking out a corrupted Huckleberry Hound with paint thinner. And a Chainsaw Man-inspired corrupted Yosemite Sam. True like a dark, f***ed-up version of Yosemite Sam. Just a glimpse into my dark reality. A full stare into my twisted perspective that would make most simply go insane. All of this would have been cool to see, but compared to everything else on Adult Swim, there's no denying it would be expensive. And right now, I think they're only gonna break the bank if your name is Rick and Morty. I mean, the Smiling Friends pilot was a hit, and that only got 8 episodes and an airport special for its first season. And it's still gonna take 2 years to get another season. We're living in a time where an established Adult Swim series that's on the cheaper side of things can't even get a full season order. When you look at it like that, you kinda get why Pibby was put on the back burner. Warner Discovery is still in debt, Adult Swim's money is shrinking, and the show already would have been a massive undertaking either way. Now, I'd argue it would have been a worthy endeavor. Last time Adult Swim had a viral hit that they followed through on, it became their biggest show since Rick and Morty. Now, if I'm being completely honest, there might be a chance that Pibby just isn't something Adult Swim is looking for right now, despite its success. The biggest Adult Swim shows tend to be absurd episodic comedies that have gone on for years and years. Even the ones with continuity like Rick and Morty and Venture Bros. Pibby very clearly wants to take itself a bit more seriously and be a bit more serialized than other Adult Swim shows, and that, unfortunately, might make it harder to sell.
A serialized story means there's an end in mind, which is antithetical to Adult Swim's whole MO. Personally, I kinda think Pippi would work better as a movie or limited series than a full-blown show. Something special you throw on every fall as both a spooky treat and a stroll down memory lane. Adult Swim released 3 big movies this year too, between Aqua Teen, Metalocalypse, and Venture Bros, so there could still be a case made for Pippi. That way, it gets to be remembered as something more than a viral short backed up by an April Fool's prank. The creator gets to realize his vision in some form, and the fans get a win. I imagine this could work out for Adult Swim as well, giving them the chance to roll out Pippi merch. Part of what made Rick and Morty profitable for them was the merch, and I already know if they went for it, Pippi's face would be plastered everywhere. I do hope Pippi gets to happen someday, hopefully when Adult Swim itself is in a better position. Adult Swim has always been the channel to make dreams come true, although there's been a fair amount of wasted potential in the past. Though if they just threw us a bone and did another night of Pippi glitching in and out of shows, with some bumpers wrapping up the story, I'd be content. Back in August, I shed some light on the less than ideal state of the animation industry, wanting to highlight some of the chaos people are being put through, because it's harder for the bigwigs at the top to get away with the BS when more people are aware of what's going on. So, animation industry, it's been a few months since I've checked in on ya. How we feeling? They say it's going to get worse before it gets better. Unless you work for a mega corporation, then it just gets worse before someone files for bankruptcy and you're out of a job. Although it looks like Hollywood is on the up and up with the actors and writers no longer on strike, as the top dogs finally came to the conclusion, you know what, maybe the people making us money do deserve to live. Animation is still struggling, as right now is the most vulnerable time to work in the industry. I said in the last video that if something doesn't change soon, animation production in the US may never recover. Sadly, it feels like moves are already being made to ensure that happens ahead of next year's animation strike, which is looking more and more likely to happen. And so, the fight for animation has begun. Everyone's taking note of the SAG and WGA strikes, and if you ask me, I think a lot of the powers that be are scared, because they know those working in animation will be empowered by the actors and writers. It feels like things are being set up so that there's little chance artists will be able to reap whatever next year's strike sows. Now that companies are wasting no time canceling shows and punishing productions in order to recoup losses and, in my opinion, spite the strikers, we already know which medium is gonna get a beating: animation. Like last time, this Zeet really sums it all up. To recap again, DreamWorks and other studios are laying off in-house artists in favor of cheaper international labor. Netflix Animation canned more animated projects and is doing even more layoffs. The Animation Guild contract ends summer 2024. Although the DreamWorks and Netflix news is already pretty outrageous at face value, I need to unpack just how insane all of this truly is. And trust me, these are just scratching the surface. So here's some more heartbreaking shenanigans that's happened in the animation industry since my last video in the summer. In 2020, Avatar took over the internet after being added to Netflix. In 2021, Paramount announced Avatar Studios, a production company dedicated to expanding the Avatar universe with not only new shows, but theatrical films as well, with their first movie set to enter production that year. 2023, oh god, what happened? At the end of September 2023, Avatar Studios suffered mass layoffs on a production, an animated feature in particular, with numerous employees posting that they suddenly found themselves out of work. Now, we can pretend like we don't know which project this was, but considering out of the 3 movies they announced, we knew the Aang movie was the only one in production, and it was just confirmed last year. So it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that it was that one. These layoffs may have been a result of Paramount losing money from the strike, something these studios did to themselves. As the same week these layoffs happened, news broke that they also canceled their most popular original over on Paramount Plus, the adult iCarly revival, ending it on an unceremonious cliffhanger, teasing the return of Carly's mom. We're never gonna know what that woman looks like. Now rest be assured, it seems like the movie's not canceled, they just put it on hold.
but I think the situation perfectly encapsulates what's wrong with the state of animation. The people in charge aren't creatives with a clear vision. They're indecisive businessmen who treat the industry like it's another night out at the casino. They saw Avatar had a big resurgence in 2020, declared to the world that they were going to go all in on the franchise, then kept us invested by revealing an Aang movie, only to put it on hold a year later when we weren't looking. And I'm sure this is not a big deal to the people making these decisions because it'll come out eventually, but those are the few who still get to keep their job, while dozens, if not more, suddenly have to find a new gig to put food on the table, during a time where practically nothing is getting greenlit in animation. I do hope the movie picks up production again soon, especially since the Netflix series is probably gonna have a One Piece effect, where people who haven't watched the original get invested, seeking out the source material, and then find themselves frothing at the mouth for more. I'd love to see the movie finally make it across the finish line at a point where Avatar is having another huge resurgence. So Paramount, don't fumble! Animation, like all art, is something that's made all over the world. However, it's undeniable that, for better or worse, a lot of popular animated entertainment comes from the United States. Over time, California has become the hub of animation in the West, with the majority of studios only offering work there as opposed to other states in the country. To put things into perspective, if you're an artist employed at an animation studio, odds are you're in the Animation Guild, aka their union. Why is this important? Well, to quote from the Guild's website directly, "We advocate for our members to improve wages, improve working conditions, and provide pension and health benefits through the Motion Picture Industry Health and Pension Plan. We use our strength in numbers to provide favorable outcomes in collective bargaining. We protect workers' rights and make sure employers follow the terms of the collective bargaining agreements. When issues with employers arise, we represent the interests of our members." Basically, if you work in animation and are interested in things like, I don't know, healthcare and appropriate compensation for your talents, then yeah, you're gonna want to join the union. Well, joining it isn't really a choice since, to once again quote the Animation Guild website, your employer has a collective bargaining agreement with the Animation Guild that requires employees working under the Guild's jurisdiction to join the Guild after 30 days employment. According to both the Guild's website and this article over at Cartoon Brew, they have over 6,000 animation workers, and most of them are based in Los Angeles as of December 2021. Keep that in mind. Most union work is in LA, thus most people who work animation or want to break into it live there as well. Don't get it twisted, there are still other animation studios in the country like Powerhouse and Titmouse's New York branch. But for the most part, if you want to work in Western animation, you're more than likely going to have to live in California. Pretty much my entire friend group out here only moved here for their careers in the industry. Of course there are exceptions, and of course the advent of remote work has given people opportunities that they wouldn't have had before. But number one, 2020 was basically 4 years ago. Remote work isn't as common as it once was for animation, as quite a few studios have been pivoting back to in-person work. And number two, working in animation, yet living outside of California, just isn't gonna be the same experience. You're missing out on community and networking, which can make getting another gig after your current one much harder. People want to hire talent that they know can get the job done. So like any other job field, getting to know people and making friends, showing that you're a good team player, will absolutely go a long way in securing future gigs. But all of that may not even matter soon, because at the rate the animation industry is going, companies may be phasing out work in the United States entirely, outsourcing all of the work to international studios instead. And they're doing this for the sole objective of saving money, no matter who it screws over. But hey, don't take my word for it. Take the word of the 70 employees who got laid off at DreamWorks in the beginning of October. Reported by Variety on the 8th of that month. DreamWorks Animation reduced its workforce by approximately 70 positions. Roles affected were across corporate functions, feature, television, and technology departments as part of an overall cost reduction, a spokesperson for DreamWorks told Variety.
Variety's article also cites another Cartoon Brew article, which delves into DreamWorks' partnership with Sony Imageworks, which is based in Canada. As part of cost-cutting measures, DreamWorks Animation is shifting away from producing films fully in-house at its Glendale, California studio, and will rely more heavily on third-party studios. Cartoon Brew understands that morale is low at the studio, for good reason too. DreamWorks, along with Walt Disney Animation Studios, stood as the last of the major feature animation studios in Los Angeles that still did the production for some, not all, of its films entirely in-house. But that will all change in 2025, according to Lake's presentation to workers. None of the studio's 3 films currently slated for 2025 will be made fully in-house. One of those 3 films will be made using the studio's new mixed production model in collaboration with Sony Pictures Imageworks. DreamWorks' 2 other films in 2025 will be animated entirely at partner studios, which are not Imageworks. Now, to an outsider who doesn't really keep up with the affairs of the entertainment industry, what's so bad about this? After all, Imageworks is responsible for bringing the Spider-Verse and Hotel Transylvania films to life. Those are beautiful movies that show us why 3D animation can be just as visually impressive as 2D. But 2D's always gonna have my heart, sorry about it. Studios collaborating with one another isn't the issue with outsourcing. The issue is that this was done for the sole purpose of saving money by evidently screwing over 70 people with bills to pay and families to feed. And DreamWorks probably gets a chance to capitalize on screwing over people even further by throwing, in collaboration with the studio that brought you Spider-Verse, in a trailer, healthcare plans, eviction notices,
divorce paper.
What are you talking about? We hired the people who make Miles move. Look at him go. Give us money because we think you're dumb and are immediately going to associate 2 good-ass movies with whatever this is without actually seeing it. Now, it is worth noting that DreamWorks has union and non-union employees, but so does almost every studio, because production jobs are usually excluded from the union. Although WBA and the Corps of Cartoon Network recently recognized the unionization of their production workers, so things are slowly getting better. And by better, I mean at a place they already should have been at. That being said, the artists and animators at DreamWorks are unionized under the Animation Guild. Meanwhile, Sony Pictures Imageworks as a whole is non-union, despite its corporate affiliation with Sony Pictures Animation. It's a vendor studio Sony made for their animated films, as a way to duck paying animators union wages, since it's outside of the US. Now, other animation studios specializing in feature are getting in on it. And of course, why would Sony mind? That's more work, and thus more cash money, baby! Need I reiterate, the people running these companies are businessmen, not passionate creative people with an artistic vision. All they see are dollar signs, like that one gag in Gravity Falls. And I actually think this is a move that's taken from TV. Pretty much all the cartoons we grew up with has followed a pipeline of producing the storyboards, model sheets, props, color design, editing, and a bunch of other fun stuff in-house at their respective studio, and then outsourcing the actual animation to a vendor studio. And from my understanding, some shows are made at vendor studios entirely, like KIF. And often these vendor studios are located outside of the US, which means they get to duck union wages. Check the credits next time you're watching an animated series and pick the vendor studio who handled the episode. You'll probably see names like Rough Draft, Sunman, or Mercury Filmworks, just to name some off the top of my head. And when the animation's all finished up, it's sent back to the studio. They'll usually need some retakes, but the post-production process will continue in-house from there. These shows could be made completely in-house if the people calling the shots want it to. A lot of artists practically animate their storyboards already, and there's so many artists looking for work that I doubt studios would be in short supply of animators anytime soon. The reality is that the people calling the shots don't want to, because they want to spend as little money as possible. And if Cartoon Network is any example, TV is only going to outsource more and more of the process. Cartoon Network barely has anything in production already, but 3 of the shows they do have in the works are being produced internationally at Hanna-Barbera Europe. Gumball Season 7, which was already being made there, so business as usual. the Powerpuff Girls reboot, and the Foster's Home reboot. I believe Gumball is made almost entirely at that studio from storyboards to final animation, but the other two I'm not so sure. However, with Craig McCracken heavily involved with these two reboots, I suspect that they're following a similar work ethic to Genndy Tartakovsky. If you look at any episode of his last two shows, Primal and Unicorn Wars Eternal, you'll notice that the man does almost everything. He's the director, writer, and storyboarder of almost every episode, with one other person usually helping him write and storyboard. And then, of course, the animation is outsourced internationally. Now, I love this with Primal because it practically gives us Genndy's unadulterated vision, and I appreciate that Cartoon Network and Adult Swim gives them time to cook with these shows instead of trying to churn out a new season every year. However, it's undeniable that when your in-house staff is an extremely small team that tackles multiple jobs that in any other production would go to different people, you're going to be saving a fuck ton of money. And it's because of this, and the success of Primal in particular, that I think the higher-ups thought to themselves, who's another well-known creator that's made a buttload of money for us, has decades of experience, and would be more than happy to get work. And obviously, Craig was the obvious choice. I wish they'd let him do something new, but hey, at least he'll set the record straight on what a modern Powerpuff Girls show should be. It should go without saying that none of this means Craig or Genndy are in the wrong for having the chance to create art that means something to them, but I'm still gonna make that clear just in case because I don't want people to put words in my mouth, and they're the goats. I have a lot of respect for them. The problem with this, assuming that my theory is true, is that this is screwing dozens of artists and potential writers out of a job. We're watching entire teams getting phased out of in-house so that the rich can get richer.
Maniacal laugh. Maniacal laugh.
This shouldn't become common practice, and I believe we need to call it out now before it does. Because what do you think that means for the thousands of artists who live in LA? A lot of them moving across the country or even out of the country to work here. If this is the future of the industry, then jobs are going to dry up, forcing those who once dreamed of making it this far to either find a new occupation or move to a different country to stay in the game. And hey, maybe that means nothing to some of you. You don't care. Animation is just entertainment to you. I got it. But this is affecting an entire job market I care about, and it's affecting friends that I love. So to me, it's a problem worth speaking about. And I'd argue that a lot of the humor and charm of the shows you love that came from America wouldn't have been the same if they weren't produced here, simply because the teams that made them special wouldn't have come together. Shows and movies aren't just something to pacify your children or yourself for 11 to 20 minutes. I mean, yeah, we've gotten corporate soulless shit before, and we'll continue to get it in the future. But think of the golden years of shows like SpongeBob, Regular Show, The Simpsons, Phineas and Ferb, and so on. Think of your favorite show, think of the characters, gags, and stories that you love. Those were all informed by the team making those shows, pouring their own quirks, sense of humor, and life experiences into those shows. And while good art can be made anywhere, the idea that all of these artists who were told to live here to follow their dreams may be unable to contribute to future stories at the benefit of people who don't give a fuck about those stories at all really rubs me the wrong way. I believe there's a story in all of us, but I also believe that when you become so blinded by money, none of those stories matter as much as the bottom dollar. Hell, Bob Iger recently said as much himself. Hey buddy, you're kind of a dick. I'm gonna try to keep this section brief because AI is a conversation that deserves its own video. So to get down to brass tacks, the advent of AI is terrifying to a lot of people in just about every field of work because it's obvious that if robots are capable of replacing human workers, then companies will invest in making that happen because at the end of the day, things like installation and maintenance cost will be significantly cheaper than keeping real people on payroll. And if there's anyone itching to implement AI in order to save money, it's of course the entertainment industry. It's a big reason why actors are mixed on the new SAG-AFTRA contract. Despite some of their anxieties with artificial intelligence being put at ease, there's still a lot of vague language revolving around generative AI and synthetic performers.
With that said, it's no surprise that the animation industry is also worried about talent being replaced with AI, and with good reason. We already know animation is the least respected facet of entertainment due to the perception that it's inherently more childish than live action. So the average Joe is going to be less inclined to care about the medium losing its human touch. Not to mention the fact that AI is typically trained on literally billions of images without people's consent. Okay, well, it's still screwed up. People steal art from websites and post it to Instagram and Facebook all the time. So yes, people's art can still be used to train AI without their consent. Combined with the rise of AI art and things like the nightmarish amalgamation of Snapchat filters the corridor crew is trying to pass off as anime, you could see why artists are concerned that they're being pushed out the door. It's clear that AI isn't going anywhere, and what bothers me about that more than anything is that these tools aren't being developed to aid artists. These tools only exist to replace them. But then these studios act surprised when people push back on AI. No shit, people are gonna push back, but maybe these are just fears and nothing more. I'm jumping the gun and stirring up panic for something that's not even set in stone. I mean, it's not like the co-founder of a major animation studio that I just talked about said that AI will reduce the cost of their animated films by a significant number, specifically due to the removal of human artists, right? And he especially didn't say it on camera. Right?
Well, the good old days when, I made an animated movie. It took 500 artists 5 years to make a world-class animated movie. I think it won't take 10% of that. Literally, I don't think it will take 10% of that 3 years out from now.
Oh, God damn it! Let me reiterate one last time. These are businessmen with an agenda to make money, and if the livelihoods of artists stand in the way of that bottom dollar, then they're just going to get rid of the artist, so long as they believe that they can get away with it. But they forgot about one thing. Nerds like me will be on their ass like white on rice, informing the masses of all their tomfoolery with my, Jerry Sagery? Yeah, that works. That goes kind of hard. My Jerry Sagery. But make no mistake, these big shots aren't just selfish, they're also hypocrites. They love AI until it makes their brand look bad. And if you need an example, look no further than Disney. AI-generated images have taken the internet by storm this year. And over the fall, we saw some shenanigans that really got under the mouse's skin. Thanks to Microsoft Bing's image creator, powered by DALL-E 3, mountains of fake Pixar posters were flying around the internet. And these weren't fun little posters for things like Toy Story 7 or Cars vs. Monsters, no. They were purposely offensive posters for flicks like One Jar, Stuffed, and the straw that probably broke the camel's back cost. Lord Almighty. Now, to the average internet user, a bulk of these are either going to be really funny or really annoying. But for Disney, you basically just violated the Geneva Convention. According to the Financial Times, one person familiar with Disney's approach suggested the media giant had reported its concerns about copyright or intellectual property infringement, although Disney declined to comment. Basically, they were big mad, and they were ready to lawyer up. Since then, the term Disney was initially blocked from the image generator, but now it's unblocked. The Disney logo just tends to get screwed up a bit in these images, since, according to Andrew White, partner at IP law firm Mathis & Squire, reproduction of the Disney logo is clear trademark infringement. I would imagine that is why the AI might be jumbling the logo. From a PR perspective, it is a fine line for Disney, seeming to come down on something for fun that is ultimately raising its profile versus something that is actually anti-competitive. If Disney took legal action, they would just look like butthurt clowns. Because nobody's actually making these movies. And if you have at least a single functioning brain cell, you'd be able to recognize that these posters are fake. The worst case scenario for Disney is that people will look at these and go, yeah, I actually kind of want to watch a Disney movie now. Which we know is something people ain't saying all too often nowadays. But just because Disney is big mad about the fake posters doesn't mean they're suddenly against AI, as they celebrated Thanksgiving by remaking an old painting with seemingly the help of AI. Yeah, the utensils give it away. It's okay when Disney does it. Aside from how horrifying the new painting looks, because all I see are people trapped in theme park costumes like it's FNAF, it is truly troubling that they likely didn't go through the effort of hiring an actual artist to remake a poster from start to finish. Like, come on, you're already using an idea. At least bring in an artist who could spice it up and give it an exciting twist rather than this soulless image that that makes me kinda itchy the more I look at it. Ew. AI bad, learn to draw, let's move on. In March of 2018, Netflix founded a subsidiary titled Netflix Animation, an animation studio dedicated to, you guessed it, not making animation. You see, in the early days of Netflix originals, their animated projects were made by third-party studios. BoJack, Voltron, Castlevania, and so on. None of them were actually made by Netflix. But with the streaming wars heating up and money needing to be made, Netflix decided to get more involved and start making cartoons in-house. And they recruited big-name talent to make it happen, promising them the creative freedom they were denied at other studios. So let's check in 5 years later. Netflix Animation, how we doing? What the fuck? October 11th, 2023. Matt Donnelly of Variety reports on the tragic state of Netflix Animation, stating Netflix's animation unit and the film state it controls will undergo a restructure, resulting in job cuts and the shutdown of 2 films currently in pre-production. As a result of the reorganization, the streamer is looking to recruit outside deals to keep its animated content volume consistent. 2 slate projects have been put in turnaround, the first being a previously unannounced film titled Escape from Beverly Hills, which will now go back on the open market. The second film is Tunga, a film won by Netflix at an auction in 2019 from Zimbabwe-born creator Godwin Jabangwi. That film is rooted in the mythology of the Shona culture and has been sent back into development. Wow, that sounds sick. And I can't believe there's a chance we're never going to see it. Especially after Netflix won it at an auction 4 years ago. You mean there's another distributor who wouldn't have fumbled this? Oops. So let me get this straight. Netflix's animated originals started out with them bringing in other studios to make shows and movies for them. A few years in, they realized there may be a financial incentive in producing those projects directly. Then, a few years after that, they discovered something everyone already knew, which is that animation is expensive. But they just shrugged their shoulders, kill some projects, or reset them entirely, and go back to square one of having other studios make shows for them. While I'm glad we were able to see projects like City of Ghost, Maya and the Three, and Inside Job come to fruition, it's still hard for me to see this as anything other than disrespectful to the artists they brought in to make the magic happen. And this is what I mean when I say the industry is ran by a bunch of businessmen treating it like a casino. It really seems like they thought they had a surefire way to save money, make money. But when that didn't pan out, who were the people that paid the price? Well, the creatives and the consumers. And while the consumers are already tired of it, the creatives are starting to speak up as well. Man, I really hope the world gets to see Tunga and the project I worked on there. Animation has really felt like the industry's punching bag this year. But while the people actually working in animation have to deal with the consequences, Netflix will just act like everything is hunky-dory because they can rely on the success of projects that did get finished and are slowly trickling out. Despite grappling with internal strategy and larger external market factors, Netflix Animation had its biggest year in 2023. The division took home the Academy Award for Best Animated Feature for Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio after a long awards run. I point this out to say, just because a company seems like they're doing fine on the outside, it doesn't mean they're actually doing all that great. Everybody asks, where's Netflix? But no one ever asks, how's Netflix? Because we all know the answer is shit. A lot of entertainment giants get away with sweeping terrible news and horrible practices under the rug by releasing whatever shiny new thing they have that month. They don't think stockholders or consumers have object permanence. So when loudmouths like me come along making videos like this, it can come across as fear-mongering because if things are so bad, why are they releasing things that they already started working on years ago? It's been happening with my on and off coverage of Cartoon Network Studios. Since last year, I was talking about how it would be reduced to nothing but a brand, as they were losing their studio and the unique culture that it fostered. But because they tweeted they weren't dead and dropped stuff like Fiona and Cake, I got comments saying I didn't know what I was talking about. And all the old Cartoon Network buildings look like this, and they barely have anything in production. Think critically, look beyond a surface level, and question why entertainment companies, who all have investors, would want to make behind-the-scenes affairs look better than they really are. And speaking of Cartoon Network,
In the 2000s, and I'd say most of the 2010s, Cartoon Network wasn't perceived as just a kids channel. A lot of its programming was accessible to all ages, whether that be their own series, the anime they picked up for Toonami, or the cartoons they imported from international. It was hard to find a show on the channel that didn't appeal to kids, teens, and adults. I do think the mid-2010s is when a lot of longtime viewers started to age out of the network because, frankly, a lot of their shows started to feel watered down. Cartoon Network had an edge to it that slowly started getting stripped away, and any shows that still managed to embrace that edge were swept under the rug and quickly canceled. That, and I think a lot of people started judging books by their covers, me included. This channel might have blown up for me talking about Steven Universe, but those early ads and the shift in art style from the pilot didn't do it any favors. It wasn't until 2015 that I really warmed up to the show and began tuning in consistently. And you have shows like Uncle Grandpa that was an absolute punching bag in the mid-2010s, but is now beloved by many online after fans spoke up and made it clear that they actually liked it. Still, there's no denying that Cartoon Network has felt more and more kiddie over the past few years, which might be by design. In the age of the iPad, baby, kids' content is more lucrative than ever online. But clearly someone at Cartoon Network thought that cable had a fighting chance, and in the fall of 2021, they brought their international preschool block to the United States, Cartoonito. And it took up way too much of the schedule. While it consisted of third-party shows they didn't actually own and whatever the hell Batwheels is, Cartoon Network was ready to go all in on preschool content, claiming that their preschool slate would reach 50 originals by 2023. Well, here we are at the end of 2023. They only made 4, and now they're already moving on. In fact, the only preschool show Cartoon Network Studios made directly, the Craig the Creek spinoff Jessica's Big Little World, has already been axed after 1 season. According to Craig the Creek's editor, Mark T. Collins, there won't be any more Jessica episodes after the 20 that have been made. The new regime doesn't want to do preschool shows. You guys already know the pattern. Once again, it feels like they just wasted everyone's time. Now, I'm sure the people who actually got to work on these shows were grateful for the experience, but that doesn't diminish the fact that they were brought in to make something only to be told, we don't want this anymore. They literally just launched Cartoonito. Last time I pitched at CN, I was told they're currently only looking for preschool content. You've gotta be kidding me.
We still haven't really been able to crack the kids. We have a huge amount of kids content when they haven't been able to crack that. We're going to attack that as well.
It's clear the people in charge of Cartoon Network, or what's left of it, have no idea what direction to take it in. However, it does seem like they're slowly catching on to young adult animation being the future after the success of Fiona and Cake, which usually a new season announcement means they've been working on that season for quite some time, but this time it really looks like they announced it shortly after the green light. You even got people who worked on the first season asking to be brought back. And as I talked about before, 68 of Cartoon Network's viewers are over the age of 18 as of 2023. I understand there's still value in making kids content, but if over half of your viewers are adults, maybe you should consider making more content geared towards them as well. I noticed over the year their social media presence is starting to pander more and more to nostalgia and adult animation. It's obvious that they're pivoting back into a more mature direction, and if you ask me, it's the appropriate course of action. Then again, I'm a dude in his mid-20s who still watches cartoons, so obviously I want more animation that caters to people my age. But it's not like I didn't watch adult animation as a kid, and again, something that appeals to everyone just seems to be what the network has always excelled at. I hope Cartoon Network can find their way back to the top sooner rather than later. But as long as Zaslav is in charge of Warner Discovery as a whole, it feels a lot like wishful thinking. Especially when this is a company that can't even release a movie that's already finished! When I started writing this video, this story actually had a relatively happy ending. But then Warner f***ed it up again. Coyote vs. Acme is a live-action CG animated hybrid film, a la the recent Tom and Jerry movie and... yeah, that. Starring Will Forte, John Cena, Wile E. Coyote, and Roadrunner. According to The Hollywood Reporter, The infamously hapless canine Wile E. Coyote takes center stage in the story, which sees him sue the Acme Corporation for the not quite in working order devices he has received from them over the years in his quest to best his nemesis and potential meal, the Roadrunner, as seen in the classic cartoons. Forte plays a down-on-his-luck human attorney who takes on Wile E. as a client in his suit, only to discover that his boss at his former law firm, played by John Cena, is representing Acme. This sounds fun! A new Looney Tunes movie that takes a risk by focusing on a duo who isn't Bugs and Daffy? And a creative premise that challenges the entire status quo of these cartoons? Featuring two of Hollywood's silly little guys? And it's reminiscent of one of my guilty pleasure movies, Looney Tunes Back in Action? I needed this movie in my life yesterday! Damn it all to hell! Only a month after it was announced, Coyote vs. Acme was pulled from Warner Bros. Release schedule on April 26, 2022. I guess it didn't have enough Kenergy to compete with Barbie, as that replaced its original release date. Somewhere out there, a Looney Tunes guy had to explain to his girlfriend that that's why he wasn't excited to see the movie. And hey, Barbie made them over $1 billion, so I doubt they have much remorse about that. Despite the removal from release schedule, you can tell that the cast and crew remained optimistic that Coyote vs. Acme would eventually see the light of day. For example, take John Cena's cryptic-ass Instagram that I adore, presented without context or caption. It felt like every few days he would post a Looney Tunes screen cap to silently remind his fans and Warner that the film was still coming. But after a certain point, these screen caps started to get ominous, depressing. Even some of his non-Looney Tunes posts started to raise some concern, like this photo of Babe Ruth retiring that he posted on November 8th, 2023. Or what he posted on the next day on November 9th, 2023. What is, at the time of making this video, his last Looney Tunes adjacent post. He hasn't posted anything reminiscent of Looney Tunes since. The post is a vintage end card, similar to something we see at the end of every Looney Tunes short. That's all, folks. And that's because on November 9th, it was announced that Coyote vs. Acme was shelved by Warner Bros. Despite it being completely finished, as the studio planned on taking a $30 million tax write-off instead of releasing the film. In another maneuver by the David Zaslav run Warner Bros. Discovery to kill movies, we hear on very good authority that Warner Bros. Will not be releasing the hybrid live-action animated Coyote vs. Acme, with the conglom taking an estimated $30 million write-down on the $70 million production. This reps the third time that Zaslav's Warner Bros. Has pulled the plug on a movie greenlighted by the previous Warner Media administration, the other two being the Max Destin Batgirl and the animated Scooby Holiday Haunt. Take note of that. These were films greenlit when someone else was in charge. Almost as if ego was a factor. Couldn't imagine why. The difference here is that Coyote vs. Acme is a completed movie with very good test scores, 14 points above the family norm. We're told that the cast-strapped Warners find that it's not worth the cost to release the film theatrically or to sell to other buyers, and there are parties who are interested for their own streaming services. We hear Amazon kick the tires. After reporting a mixed third quarter, the best means for Warner's money is a tax write-off. The crew was devastated, with the director Dave Green making the following statement. For 3 years, I was lucky enough to make a movie about Wile E. Coyote, the most persistent, passionate, and resilient character of all time. I was surrounded by a brilliant team who poured their souls into this project for years. We were all determined to honor the legacies of these historic characters and actually get them right. Along the ride, we were embraced by test audiences who rewarded us with fantastic scores. I am beyond proud of the final product and beyond devastated by Warner Brothers' decision. But in the spirit of Wile E. Coyote, resilience and persistence win the day. I think the fact that this happened the same year as the strikes really drove home that, contrary to what they claim, the higher-ups have very little respect for the craft and the people behind these projects. they made it apparent that no matter how far they get, anyone's movie can be taken away at a moment's notice. And they'll do it without any regret. In fact, Zaslav claimed at this year's Dillbook Summit that scrapping these films took courage. What content is going to help us win? The content that wasn't, we made a strategic decision on. It was difficult and it was painful, but it was the right decision for the company and it was necessary. Dude, Davey, come here. Closer, friend. You're a goddamn idiot. But hey, don't take my word for it. Just let the consequences speak for themselves. Reportedly, filmmakers began canceling meetings with Warner Discovery after the news of Coyote vs. Acme's fate. It became too apparent to too many people that this studio was in pretty bad shape. It's not the place to have your movie made. The public backlash was too large for Warner to ignore. So despite initially refusing to let the movie be shopped around, Warner Discovery finally folded on one of these projects and allowed Coyote vs. Acme to be shopped around, giving it a chance to see the light of day. This should be a happy ending, right? Film's gonna get released, and Warner's gonna catch a bag. And we see what can happen when people come together to speak out against corporate greed. I can't wait to see where this movie ends up, is what I would say if they weren't turning down deals. Netflix expressed interest in acquiring Coyote vs. Acme, but offered less than half of the $70 million budget cost. Talks ended there, and it's unknown if Warner Bros. Is speaking to any other potential buyers. My corporation in Christ, you wouldn't even have gotten half of the budget from a tax write-off. Now you want to see the value in your movies? I don't even know what to say, dude. This just sums up everything wrong with this company under the David Zaslav era. Everything feels like a game. It's hot, then it's cold. They want something, then they don't. But oh, people want it? Well, actually, it's worth so much. Warner Discovery, newsflash, buddy. You're not hot shit anymore. You're losing talent. Your big streaming service has already fallen from grace. The Warner Brothers and the Warner sister Dot already moved out of the water tower ages ago. You're washed. So please, kick David Zaslav's ass to the curb and get your shit together. Because at this rate, nobody's gonna wanna work for you. And Coyote vs. Acme, I hope you get to see the light of day soon. But I'm not counting on it. So with every depressing thing we went over today, where do we go from here? What can we do as people on the other side, the people who love animation and want to fight against this grim future? Well, I believe we need to support the impending strike and support indie animation. Now, for anyone in the industry watching, I already know the notion of indie being a fix-all is, delusional, but just hear me out. The Animation Guild's current agreement with studios ends in the summer, and they cannot go on strike until the agreement is up. So when the time for a strike finally arrives, all you need to do as a viewer is give them the same support you gave SAG and the WGA. I firmly believe that raising basic awareness helped the actors and writers massively in gaining the upper hand against studios. There's truly strength in numbers, and social media has enabled us to speak out against these injustices in a way that just wasn't possible before. Animation, not being as respected as live action, has an uphill battle when it comes to maintaining the level of exposure the writers and actors strikes had. So please, get ready to be vocal and don't let up. Discussing Film, a major news outlet on Twitter, has promised to give the animation industry just as much support as they did for the other strikes, so that already will be a huge help. For everyone in the Animation Guild, I wish you the best of luck with the strikes, and I'm ready to aid y'all in any way possible. This definitely won't be the last video like this. But now let's talk about indie animation. Yes, it's true that a lot of animation fans naively claim that indie animation is the future without recognizing that not only is it hard as hell to produce, but in its current state, the wages and working conditions of even the best projects are only on par with mainstream animation. Companies have millions upon millions of dollars to fund studios and projects, while indie studios are the ones solely responsible for securing their funds. This is the biggest hurdle, because with the state we're in right now, ad revenue, Patreon, and merch can only do so much, especially if you're not someone like Vivzy or Tracy Butler, who have cultivated their followings over the course of at least a decade. In Tracy's case, 15 years.
Helluva Boss, Lackadaisy, Murder Drones, and the new kid on the block, The Amazing Digital Circus, have the benefit of raking in an unfathomable amount of views pretty much from the get-go. It's that kind of lightning in the bottle that other creatives aren't guaranteed, especially in an age where social media is ruled by algorithms. But the thing is, that's how things are right now. While every viewer may not have the greatest grip on the ins and outs of animation production, I definitely think those who say indie is the future are onto something. Look at how much this scene has expanded over the past few years. Aside from the big names, we have titles like Sublo and Tiki Mustard, Monkey Wrench, Hullabaloo, and Ollie and Scoops, alongside upcoming titles like Far-Fetched, Screen Time, Hey, LS Mark's Pilot, Bro Mark, what the fuck is this called? And Exerpress? Whoa, what's that? Totally not my cartoon, whoa! The more projects that come out, the more the indie animation community will grow and have more eyes on it, and I can truly see everyone's work uplifting each other from that, feeding into each other, with viewers having a nice little Saturday morning cartoon session with all of these banger shows. And as the scene grows, the money will come. Yes, ad revenue and Patreon can only bring in so much, but do you think Viv would be constantly plugging Helluva Boss merch if it wasn't translating to money that keeps the studio afloat? And aside from that, there are plenty of other sources of income creators can turn to. Again, merch, but also sponsors. I assume a lot of these indie shows don't have ad reads attached by choice. They don't want to bombard their viewers with even more ads, but let's keep it a buck. With the views these web series are getting, I have no doubts they could secure a massive bag by throwing a sponsor onto the end of an episode, with that money going towards future episodes or projects. And honestly, if it's a character reading it, or just generally entertaining to watch, I don't think people will mind. There's ways to make this sustainable, but maybe saying all that brings to light a harsh reality. If you want to succeed in this space, you can't just be a creative. You're gonna have to be a leader and a businessman. Independent animation means being free from corporate greed, but it doesn't mean that there's no business strategy involved whatsoever. And I know that may sound weird considering how much I've hammered in that the people at the top tend to be greedy businessmen with no creative vision. But let me make it clear, being business savvy doesn't put you on the same level as a Zaslav or Iger. Best way to look at it? Major studios are like Starbucks, and indie studios are the small coffee shops. Even if you could brew the meanest cup of coffee, you're gonna need to know the ins and outs of running a business to actually get off the ground. It's not a matter of becoming a corrupt CEO just to make your cartoon. It's a matter of knowing how to speak in their language. I think the balancing act is just finding a way to be a good entrepreneur and a good boss, not sacrificing your morals for your dream. But obviously that is all much easier said than done. It's a complicated process that's still being figured out. But why I really believe in any animation is because of the simple notion that competition breeds innovation. When it comes to viewership, Helluva Boss and Digital Circus flat out embarrassed a majority of the projects that studios put out this year. Studios are gonna notice that way more eyes are on original projects that are a breath of fresh air and receive proper promotion because the creators are their own marketing team. It's these creator-driven projects that are gonna give power back to the creators at studios because there's going to be plenty of examples that show artists, consumers, and executives that the suits aren't needed to get shit made. The idea that indie can never surpass studios is frankly something CEOs want us to believe in. They want us to be defeatist, and we can't let them have that. I've been planning to talk about indie animation in its own dedicated video, so I'll quit yapping there. After years of buying and taking over other people's properties, Disney has to face their toughest battle yet, having to share something they made for a change. Look, you all heard the news by now. Steamboat Willie, the 1928 black and white animated short, regarded as the debut of Mickey and Minnie Mouse, has entered the public domain in the United States at the top of 2024. Entering the public domain means that no exclusive intellectual property rights apply. And since no one holds those rights, anyone can use or reference those works without permission. Meaning anyone can use Steamboat Willie and the characters that appear in them however they please.
Me? You? Even that guy standing ominously in the corner behind you. Although, let me be clear, it's only these specific iterations of the characters that are public domain. Before you go and make your Mickey Mouse passion project, make sure bro has the dot eyes and maybe throw in some grayscale for good measure. Because if you don't, you might run the risk of some legal troubles. I have a feeling Disney is waiting for someone to slip up just enough so that they can make an example out of them. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's take it from the top and run down through all the crazy antics that's happened since Big Willie entered the public domain, and why I believe it's left the big shots at Disney seething in silence. Disney definitely has an ego when it comes to their legacy IP. If they didn't, Wish's third act wouldn't exist. Nothing bruises an ego more than disrespect. And what disrespect looks like to them is different from how it looks to us. Take, for example, Winnie the Pooh, who entered public domain 2 years ago. People wasted no time unveiling their edgy, creepypasta-esque horror films and parodies to the world, which I know is something a lot of people have grown tired of. Like, it's not funny or shocking anymore when it's been done a million times on the internet before any of these IP were public domain. We can't all be Meat Canyon, bro. Pack it up. Do something interesting with these characters. Cool things can be made with them. Make a Winnie spy thriller, rom-com, something that appeals to people besides middle schoolers. But Disney's annoyed by these parodies for a reason other than the ideas being low effort. Although Disney's interpretation of Winnie the Pooh is still protected by copyright, that interpretation is so huge that people obviously associate the character with the Disney brand first and foremost. Not everyone is online and in the loop either, especially if you're older. So if a parent who has no idea what a public domain is sees a movie where a beloved icon is slicing and dicing people up, their first thought is gonna be, what the hell, Disney? What are you showing our children? Like, if you don't think Disney was getting complaints over Blood and Honey, something they didn't even make, then you have way too much faith in humanity. And if you don't think there's a chance they'll do something about it, just keep watching. There might be a twist in store. With that all being said, Steamboat Willie entering the public domain feels like a much bigger deal. Because it's Mickey. That's their mascot. Hell, Steamboat Willie is even associated with their studio logo. Any discourse Winnie the Pooh may have brought them would increase tenfold. Unless, you know, they use this moment in pop culture to educate the masses on public domain, but they're chicken, not a mouse. Make no mistake. The Steamboat Willie horror projects are coming out of the woodwork. Not even a day after entering the public domain, we saw the announcement of a film straight up called Steamboat Willie. Said to be directed by Stephen Lamorte, who also made a Grinch parody. Steamboat Willie follows a sadistic mouse who will torment a group of unsuspecting ferry passengers. Alright, that's kinda hard. Production is set to begin in the spring. So, on paper, it's the exact kind of thing people are already tired of. Neat! Though I can't deny that Lamorte seems to be at least passionate about the project and Mickey Mouse as a character. Steamboat Willie has brought joy to generations, but beneath that cheerful exterior lies a potential for pure, unhinged terror. It's a project I've been dreaming of, and I can't wait to unleash this twisted take on this beloved character to the world. It all comes from our love of these characters. Filmmakers, we're all kids in the sandbox. We love taking them and playing with them in different ways. It's not a desire to ruin these characters or make a quick buck, but to love them and honor them and show them in a new light. We are doing our due diligence to make sure there's no question or confusion of what we're up to. This is our version of a public domain character. It's a scary thrill ride with heart and humor based on this character that everybody knows. Not sure if Disney will agree with all of that, but you know, I truly admire that he's going for it. It's not every day you get to stand up to the mouse in a meaningful way. In the name of art. Other projects throwing their hat into the Mickey-shaped ring include another horror film, Mickey's Mousetrap. Yes, that's the real name, which is a comedy slasher directed by Jamie Bailey. And there's even a video game in the works called Infestation Origins, which in itself has already netted an insane headline. Like, how do you even begin to unpack this? Now, if you think these projects may not be the wisest decision due to Mickey's likeness, you're not alone, as even the director of Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey thinks a lawsuit could be just around the corner if these creatives aren't careful. I noticed some stuff on a few of the Steamboat Willie projects that they shouldn't have done. We didn't want to go near that character. Some of these new projects are sketchy. They think just because something's fallen in the public domain, you can just make up a version of it and then put it out to the market and it's completely fine. It's about to get quite scary and extremely costly. I don't know if any of them are going to, try to make them good. That getting repeated all the time, it won't have the same kind of hit. It doesn't have the same kind of longevity for what we're trying to do. I personally believe the only way that this becomes sustainable for us making films is to really focus on doing a select few, the ones we think are best, and making them have a really high quality. You know what? This guy is spitting. I mean, how did Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey come out? I'm sure people enjoyed it. Oh my god. Take it from the man who made a critically unacclaimed Winnie the Pooh slasher. He didn't want to throw hands at the mouse, and he doesn't want other people to feel the wrath either. I know it's easy to interpret this as him being salty now that other people are getting into the horror parody game, but I honestly think he might just be looking out for people. No one wants a Disney lawsuit. Shit, do you? You got the money to go up against Disney lawyers? Yeah, that's right, didn't think so. And it's not like he's saying stay away, he's just warning filmmakers to pick their battles. This is the company that denied a father of putting Spider-Man on his son's tombstone. I think it's valid to take caution with this. But even outside the world of cinema, it feels like the Steamboat Willie shenanigans are just getting started. The second we rang in the new year, you had channels posting this short in its entirety because, hey, it's public domain. But things couldn't stay peaceful for long. Uploads were getting claimed, if not straight up blocked on YouTube. A prominent example being Brock Baker, who's had quite the saga with old Mickey. He actually dubbed over the short, which I feel like already makes it transformative, but sure enough, his upload got blocked. Of course, he appealed it, they released the claim, and for a second, it seemed like things were all fine and dandy. Until they claimed the audio. The audio of a comedic fan dub. Someone suggested it might have been because the audio for the short isn't public domain for 4 more years, which also might be why Twitch streamers who've played the short have had their VODs muted. If that's true, I think it's pretty screwed up. Like, oh, Steamboat Willie the song is in public domain for a few more years, so technically any audio for the short can get your video blocked. Does that not sound bonkers to you? It feels like a shitty loophole, so they can latch onto this cartoon for as long as they can. Beyond YouTube though, we've recently seen our biggest example of a company taking advantage of Steamboat Willie's public domain through Adult Swim, airing a 15-second bumper of Mickey absolutely raw-dogging text that reads public domain, bitch. I know it's not the craziest thing in the world, but it's still pretty notable, as this is a direct competitor getting in on the fun in a pretty egregious way. Prior to this, it was just content creators and indie filmmakers. This is the first time a television network tied to a massive corporation has thrown their hat into the ring. Crazy how you can piss off corporate overlords with just 2 frames of animation. I'm really curious to see how this all will unfold over the year, given that it's only January, and we've already gotten this many hijinks out of it from people who have either had a quick turnaround time or have been planning on this for a few months. The real cooking has only just begun, and I have a hunch we'll see more and more Steamboat Willie projects pop up as 2024 progresses. Much to Disney's dismay. I feel like if they could stop it altogether, they would. Again, this is the company that denied a father from putting Spider-Man on his dead son's tombstone. They already weren't fond of the AI Pixar poster trend from last year, and allegedly threatened legal action, which is apparently why the Disney and Pixar logos come out all screwed up in Bing's AI generator now, when previously they were crystal clear. Personally, I think Disney should be a good sport and at least acknowledge that Steamboat Willie is public domain now. The closest we've gotten is this statement. Ever since Mickey Mouse's first appearance in the 1928 short film Steamboat Willie, people have associated the character with Disney stories, experiences, and authentic products. That will not change when the copyright in the Steamboat Willie film expires. Goddamn, swing your dick faster, will ya? more modern versions of Mickey will remain unaffected by the expiration of the Steamboat Willie copyright, and Mickey will continue to play a leading role as a global ambassador for the Walt Disney Company in our storytelling, theme park attractions, and merchandise. We will, of course, continue to protect our rights in the more modern versions of Mickey Mouse and other works that remain subject to copyright. Disney will work to safeguard against consumer confusion caused by unauthorized uses of Mickey and our other iconic characters. Alright, that just said a lot and it's a little scary, but I mean acknowledge it in a more cheery social media post raising awareness way, treating all of these interpretations as good fun. Not saying they have to plug the horror movies or anything, just an acknowledgement that this version of the character belongs to all of us. Alas, they'll probably just continue to play the role of the possessive boyfriend instead of scoring easy points. Moana and Megamind, M&M. Two films that are some of the most beloved projects either of these studios have ever put out. But you know what else these two movies have in common? They both just had sequels announced out of the blue. Last week it was revealed that Megamind would be getting a straight-to-streaming movie alongside a brand new animated series, while Moana just had its sequel announced out of the blue this week. Slated to release in theaters November 2024? This year? How the hell did they keep this under wraps for so long? How did both of these films evade press releases or the good old rumor mill for so long? Probably because both of these sequels are not what they seem. If you're expecting either of these to be traditional sequels, then I'm sorry, you're falling for their trap. This Megamind sequel and this Moana sequel are actually TV shows reworked into cash grabs. Now, I'm not saying these sequels are going to be bad, but given they were designed for an entirely different viewing experience, there's a reason for concern. Let's talk about it. Peacock has been firing off on all cylinders this year. I wonder why. As not only have they put out the instant classic that is Ted the series, and oh god, they're bringing back Caillou, but they're also prepping for the premiere of the long overdue television series, Megamind Rules. Announced a couple years ago in February 2022, Megamind Rules, originally titled Megamind's Guide to Defending Your City, is a follow-up to the 2010 movie, where Megamind goes from being a supervillain and the scourge of Metro City to a superhero who's learning on the job. He'll be bringing the audience along for the ride, as Megamind's trusty brainbots will be recording everything, making him the world's first superhero influencer. Alan Schoolcraft and Brent Simons, who wrote the original movie, will executive produce the series alongside Eric Fogel. J.D. Riznar serves as co-executive producer and story editor. Running with the influencer angle is already going to bring about some mixed reactions, but I think most people who heard about this were just excited to have more Megamind in the world. It's already regarded as one of the more underrated DreamWorks films, and a goldmine of meme potential. And with the original writers on board, I have no idea how this could possibly go wrong.
Oh no, it all went wrong!
What the fuck is this? Peacock kicked February 2024 off by announcing that the Megamind TV show would be released on March 1st, 2024, alongside a brand new movie, Megamind vs. the Doom Syndicate. And people hated this shit. Most people don't keep tabs on press releases and studio release slates. They rely on YouTubers to tell them all that, only to immediately forget those projects exist until there's an actual trailer. No shade, by the way, there are clearly bigger things to worry about in this world than Megamind's giant ass head. Fans of the original movie were highly let down by this reveal, dunking on the animation quality, the premise, the poster looking like a licensed game from 2008, and the fact that the movie cast has been replaced with affordable sound-alikes. It's almost like this isn't really a movie, but the first few episodes of the TV show stitched together so they can trick fans into thinking that this is the sequel they've been begging for. Oh wait, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, I think everyone would have been a lot kinder to this trailer if Peacock was honest about this being a glorified pilot and not trying to make it seem like something that's on the same level as the original film. People are used to television follow-ups working with limited resources and thus not being as visually impressive as the original movie, nor having the money to bring back such a star-studded cast for an entire season. My impression is that DreamWorks was well aware that Megamind had a huge resurgence in popularity at the end of the 2010s, and that people have been hoping that if any DreamWorks movie would get a sequel, it'd be Megamind. so they'll definitely settle for this. Except we're not. We want to spend $20 at an AMC, lose our minds at Nicole Kidman, and watch a Megamind sequel with theatrical quality animation. They should have presented it as the start of the series and not a companion piece to it. I guarantee, even if it didn't have the same reach, it would have gained a lot more respect and generated a lot more excitement. I mean, hell, look at Ted. That's a TV series, and it's conquered the internet by storm. It's pretty obvious this is just a ploy for Peacock to net more subscribers by disguising our run-of-the-mill DreamWorks show as an epic event you have to pay to see. Joke's on you, Peacock. People are just gonna watch the Shafrillis review before logging it into Letterboxd. You guys get it. It's deceptive in a way that goes beyond basic clickbait, and it's already backfiring on them heavy. And I don't think I would care too much about this if this practice sadly wasn't already catching on, as Disney just blindsided the world with Moana 2. It's not really Moana 2. After receiving an unexpected call from her wayfinding ancestors, Moana must journey to the far seas of Oceania and into dangerous, long-lost waters for an adventure unlike anything she's ever faced. So right off the bat, Bob Iger was transparent about this being the Moana show that was originally slated for Disney Plus, retooled into a movie that's now rolling out into theaters this year. But despite being pretty open about this, it feels way more egregious, as instead of finessing a $6 subscription out of their consumers, they're getting parents to cough up at least 5 times as much to watch something that was designed for the small screen. According to Iger, they were so impressed with what they saw from the TV version of the story and felt the need to release it in theaters. How many subscribers did Disney Plus lose in the last quarter again? Checks out. As far as we know, they have done next to nothing to give this story the accommodations it needs to thrive in the box office. What do I mean by that? Well, Lin-Manuel Miranda isn't writing the songs for the movie because they couldn't afford him when it was just a show. Instead, it's being written by a TikTok duo who wrote an unofficial Bridgerton musical. Again, no shade. As a fellow content creator, I'm rooting for them. But don't you think they probably feel a lot more anxiety now that the music they wrote for this is no longer being featured on a low-stakes TV show, but instead a movie that's going to be in theaters all across the globe? I hope they nail it, but if the critics aren't fucking with their songs, the soundtrack's going to get ripped apart much harder than it would have if it stayed a TV show. It's still being animated by a different studio than Walt Disney Animation proper, their new vendor studio in Vancouver, which exists to skirt around union wages. Isn't that just great? And that's not to say the animation will be bad. That teaser looked pretty damn good, although we have no idea the animation was made just for the announcement, which has been the case with some trailers under the Disney umbrella in the past. I just don't know if we're getting theatrical quality out of it. It's so backwards how this company went from putting movies made for the big screen onto their small screen streaming service to putting projects made for the small screen into theaters. The crew behind Moana 2 didn't even know it was becoming a movie until it was announced. And this highlights how they're doing this for the exact opposite reason that Peacock is trying to disguise this Megamind pilot as a sequel. Peacock wants more subscribers for their service. Disney, on the other hand, is no longer using Plus to make a quick buck, at least not entirely, and is turning back to movie theaters to help pay the bills. First, you had the Pixar movies that they shackled to Disney Plus finally being given a theatrical run when everyone stopped caring. Now this? It feels like they're in panic mode and are doing anything to squeeze money out of moviegoers after realizing they might have fell off over the past 4 years. History is repeating itself before our very eyes. They tried this before with Atlantis: Milo's Return. It was a sequel they released in theaters that was really episodes of a TV show that they gave up on, producing new animation to make the narrative a bit more cohesive. And this is my only real concern about Moana 2 as a movie. The pacing issues that would naturally arise from turning a 3 to 4 hour season of television into a 90-minute to 2-hour movie. What's going to end up on the cutting room floor? How many good ideas are being lost to something that only exists because Iger wanted an animated feature for the upcoming holiday season? Can they really stick the landing when the original vision has seemingly been compromised? Also, they didn't have The Rock coming back to voice Moai before. They better be throwing however much money they need to re-record some lines, or else fans and The Rock himself are going to be pissed. The hierarchy of power in the Disney universe is about to change. Oh wait, while recording this, it turns out that they're in talks to get The Rock back! They were gonna have a sound alike! They don't even have Moana herself back? What are we really doing here? Oh God! And if this movie flops, or any of the bajillion sequels the mouse is cooking up, I really don't know what the future of Disney as a studio would look like. But as scary as that may sound for the inner kid in me who loved this studio for so long, I'm also kind of scared to see what happens if Moana 2 is a success. Like, a really big success. How many other Disney Plus shows are going to get the movie treatment, old or new? Are we going to see Monsters at Work Season 2 turn into Monsters Inc. 3? Are they going to re-edit WandaVision or Falcon and the Winter Soldier into movies? How many unannounced Disney Plus projects are currently in development and are going to get the green light as movies? The latter might not be as bad, but still scary shit to think about as someone who appreciates television and movies as two separate vehicles for storytelling. Also, we're getting like Disney Fortnite. I don't know if I like that. Epic might have hit the stage of doing too much. We peaked with Peter Griffin. I think it's hard to argue that the biggest cartoons coming out right now, not based off existing IP, are either indie animation or have roots in indie animation. It kinda sucks to say, but it's starting to feel like mainstream cartoons are kinda cooked. Although I'm confident that things can bounce back, I can't help but wonder, how did this happen? What really got me thinking about this was the announcement that The Amazing Digital Circus was moving forward as a full series. But it's staying indie, with episodes dropping on the Glitch YouTube channel. And on one hand, it's like, yeah, 274 million views? I'd hold on to ownership of this show for as long as I can. But on the other hand, it's 274 million views! That's almost triple the amount of views the Has Been pilot has. And when that pilot wasn't anywhere near its current view count, you still had studios trying to scoop it up. So with over 200 million views in 4 months, I'd be shocked if they weren't approached by a notable entertainment company interested in buying their show. And yet, even when up against the nightmare that is funding a full season, they stuck to their guns and kept the show in indie production. Although shit, this might be the first indie series to actively pay for itself, I don't know. How did we get to the point where YouTube is a more suitable home for your cartoon than Nick, Disney, Cartoon Network, or a streaming service like Netflix? If you can make it work, that is. I know indie is expensive and not everyone can do it, but yet here we are. I could drive to Little Tokyo right now, check out those pen displays. If you've been there, you know the ones. And I guarantee I'll find a bootleg pin of Pomni or Blitzo before Hamster or damn, can a studio order some more cartoons already? I'm trying to name someone from a show that's either not canceled, not a reboot, or not based off a comic. Join me as we unpack how indie animation replaced mainstream cartoons. Watch Sub-Lo and Tangy Mustard! I'm sick of the games, man! Alright, so I should probably address the elephant in the room before I start my dissertation, which is the fact that, yeah, indie animation is up right now, but that could be because the animation industry is drier than the Sahara Desert. Very little is being made by any of the major studios, and don't quote me on this, but I heard that about 70% of the industry is out of work right now. Which definitely checks out. A lot of industry peeps I follow online have been going through it since the end of 2022. When a lot of shows are either ending or are straight up not getting renewed and thus there's less for fans to talk about, it's easy to point to the animation that is coming out online and claim that it's stolen the crown. But honestly, I think what we're seeing with indie is something that's been slowly building up before the industry even got to this extremely dire state. You'll see what I mean later in the video. I also think it's worth defining what indie animation is, even if it's something I think most of us can figure out. But in the age where the team behind these projects can vary from a one-man band to a small studio with a CEO, the lines can get blurred a bit. To me, indie animation is simply animation that's not produced by a major studio. It's not owned by a corporation. It's animation that can't be found on cable or a streaming service, but good old YouTube. Projects whose continued existence relies on funding from fans, whether that be merch or a Patreon. Is Has Been indie? The pilot was, but the show itself isn't. It's on Prime and it was produced by A24 and Bento Box. Not to mention the show getting picked up was always the plan with Has-Been. It was never meant to be independent forever. Now is Hell of a Boss indie? Yeah, that's still produced by only Spindlehorse, and its funding relies on the people. I do think the term indie animation has become a broad umbrella, since I imagine studios like Lich and Spindlehorse are in a better position than someone who's making a cartoon all by themselves with the help of like 2 or 3 friends. And we should probably be calling it something like the webtoon scene, but the manga site already stole that name. Not all indie series are created equal, but again, animation is expensive, so I don't think something should be disqualified as indie animation just because they were lucky enough to build up the bread necessary to have a good pipeline going. It's still independent at the end of the day. Alright, preamble over. Let's get into it. Some say you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Well, I say you shouldn't judge a cartoon by its art style. But sadly, people do. A few years back, I talked about the beef viewers had with modern cartoon art styles. Although I rejected the notion that every cartoon from the mid-2010s to early 2020s looked exactly the same, they did share a habit of cutesy, rounder art styles that were kinda simple. And while maintaining designs that are animation-friendly should always be the goal, I'd argue that a lot of studios and a lot of shows started to lose the sauce a bit. Partially because executives do have a say in the art direction. The team behind the Ben 10 reboot wanted it to look more like anime, while the higher-ups wanted it to look more like Family Guy. And the final result was a really weird in-between that a lot of people who grew up with the original still can't stomach. A lot of these art styles didn't feel like they had a personal identity. Like you couldn't look at Amphibia and say, yup, that's Matt Brawley's style, the same way you could with a show by Gendy, Prynoski, or Elmer. Styles developed by a creator, used in other shows created by them, that's simplified for animation, but still distinctly theirs. I hope this makes sense, but it feels like we went from art style shifting from something that's a part of a creator's brand to something that's more of a network's brand. A lot of Cartoon Network shows in the mid to late 2010s didn't have the exact same art style, but I would say a bulk of those styles feed into each other. They all borrow elements from one another. Or how Amphibia and Big City Greens definitely draw inspiration from Gravity Falls, which is already paying homage to The Simpsons. Or how a lot of mixed CGI reboots emulate the designs of whatever franchise they're putting a new spin on, but they're rendered in a way that, for lack of a better analogy, looks like they could all be in the same video game? It's no longer about shows resembling one another because they are created by the same person, but because they're a part of the same family tree. This is where indie animation feels like a breath of fresh air. I know Has-Been and Hell of a Boss can be divisive to say the least, but those shows are unapologetically Vivzi's art style, which in itself feels like a blend of Powerpuff Girls, Invader Zim, and yeah, maybe a hint of DeviantArt. Not that a website that was meant to host art can have one specific art style, but it's more about a vibe, you know? Artists, please don't kill me. The designs in the Amazing Digital Circus feel like Gooseworks style. Monkey Wrench looks like Zurell's style. Farfetched looks like Ashley's style. So on and so forth. And I think that really does make a huge difference in having these shows stand out not just from each other, but from the rest of the animation landscape in general. They also let the compositors go nuts on these projects, giving the animation some extra flair. Now don't get me wrong, plenty of studio productions have compositors, but I assume the time crunch they're on really hinders them. That they need a bigger window to really elevate the animation that was handed to them. And don't get me wrong, Western animation feels like it's slowly but surely returning to diverse art styles being the status quo. Shows like Invincible Fight Girl, Iyanu, and Gentry Chow come to mind. And the indie shows I mentioned are lucky to be able to look as good as they do because of the hardworking, talented people involved, and just as importantly, the amount of attention and the support they receive. Although y'all could be showing Monkey Wrench a lot more love. I'm trying to see Shrike on a Walmart cereal box. Clearly, art styles aren't the only factor in a show's success, but I truly believe with indie animation, they've gone a very long way in getting people to even click on one of these episodes. I remember a long while back, a YouTuber made a video talking about old and new cartoons from a casual perspective, someone who's not really tuned into the current animation landscape like that. And while they were scrolling through the Cartoon Network YouTube channel, they sincerely questioned, how can kids are able to differentiate new shows from one another when there's so much overlap between art styles. And honestly, I think from the surface level, that's a valid observation. And I'd wager that a lot of people who watch animation casually probably feel the same way. The people throwing on some South Park before they hit the hay, or watching TV with their kids. Contrary to popular belief, people will watch cartoons at any age. But just like any other show they might watch, it has to look appealing to them. It also factors into why I think anime has been popping off over the last few years. The most popular anime are usually adaptations of manga. Thus, the studios are tasked with emulating the mangaka's art style, styles that innately stick out from one another. Anime is also balls deep in compositing compared to Western animation. Look at this Demon Slayer fight. I can actually barely see the animator's drawings, help! But art styles aren't the only reason why these web series are taking off more and more. There's also the matter of tone. Most tunes on cable or streaming are often a compromise of what the creator envisions and what the studio views as suitable for their brand. On top of that, there's factors like the S&P, mandated runtimes, and executive notes that can affect just about every episode. For better or worse, you had shows with an ongoing story having to Trojan horse the serialization in because the network wanted it to be episodic through and through. You had school settings shoehorned into the focus so it could be more relatable to kids if that was the target demographic. Of course, there are plenty of shows that wanted to be geared more at teens or young adults, but it was a demographic that technically didn't exist, at least to executives. So you had cartoons that tried to push the envelope to the best of their abilities, but still could only go so far with their tone in darker moments. These are areas where indie animation and other web series excel at, because, as far as I know, they just don't have to deal with any of that. These shows are able to preserve their intended tone and vision. They're able to maintain their own vibe. They don't have to worry about their show not fitting a brand. These shows only seem to be restricted by budget, rather than budget, network mandates, and executive notes. But even then, episodes feel like they're only as long as they need to be, whether that be close to a full half hour or just a handful of minutes. While I'm sure things can still get cut down by pacing or, again, budgetary restrictions, they don't have to worry about fitting perfectly into an 11-minute or 22-minute runtime. I'm sure plenty of people prefer consistent runtimes, but I think it's cool to experiment with that sort of stuff. It's a part of what made Kid Cosmic on Netflix special to me. You could have been strapped in for a damn near 40 minutes, or a clean 10. I just think that works so much better than every episode has to be 22 minutes, even though this one only has like 7 minutes worth of story. So let's try to pad it out, because unless you come up with a fire beast story or think of a really interesting angle, you're gonna have fans complaining that nothing interesting happened until the last 5 minutes. Indie feels like it has more freedom to be either completely episodic, completely serialized, or somewhere in the middle. I love that shit when it comes to storytelling. Monkey Wrench has the vibes of a 90s space western anime a la Outlaw Star, where although every episode has its own identity, there's still a clear-cut narrative that advances with each one, leaving us off on a to be continued each time. Hell of a Boss seems to embrace that pseudo-serialized approach to storytelling that was popularized in the 2010s. Steven Universe, Adventure Time, Gravity Falls, you know the vibes. There's clearly a bigger picture it's working up to, but it's a lot easier for a casual viewer to catch a random episode without being completely lost. It's a smart way to hook someone in with just one episode, so they'll be enticed to go back and blitz through all of them. Though, like those aforementioned 2010 shows, it comes at the price of fans getting pissed off that a certain plot point isn't advancing, or that the show is prioritizing one thread over the other. Especially tense when the indie pipeline leads to huge gaps between episodes. It really is just like the 2010s. Though where Hell of a Boss differs from those shows is that it doesn't need a bomb or special event to advance the narrative. A storyline can directly continue into the next one. Digital Circus seems like it might also continue the pattern of being a little episodic and a little serialized, judging by the trailer. I would not be surprised at all if every episode was an homage to different computer games, but let's save that speculation for the Digital Circus theory video. Lackadaisy seems like it'll embrace serialization, especially being based off an ongoing webcomic. My bro Tariq's show, Hey, seems like it'll be a much more traditional episodic cartoon as he's leaning into his love for sitcoms. That show's going to rip and be relentlessly funny, by the way. Definitely check it out whenever the pilot's done. I also adore how all of these projects take advantage of the lack of S&P meddling in different ways. Obviously, the characters in Hell of a Boss curse like sailors.
probably a bit more excessively than they would have if it was on Adult Swim or something. You have pilots like Hugo's Mind Palace that use profanity pretty sparingly, maintaining a vibe of something geared more towards teens and young adults than the 6 to 11 kids demographic or the 30 and up club. But then something like Digital Circus has it built into the lore that swearing is forbidden in the game. They effectively good placed it, ensuring it's suitable for younger viewers who have definitely already latched onto it from character design alone, and I bet it goes a long way in fighting demonetization. When it comes to the target demographic, the project overall gives me huge Infinity Train vibes, in which anyone of any age can tune in and get something out of it. Part of why I love Digital Circus' refusal to use profanity is that it shows people aren't using the indie scene to make cute yet gritty lore show number 11. But unlike Disney, they can say fuck. These creatives are truly trying to do their vision justice and push the envelope, creating shows that aren't watered down nor feel like they're overcompensating. They are anything more or less than what they need to be, which is something that does go a long way for viewers, especially older viewers who want more animation catered to them that isn't just sitcoms or anime. If you're on TikTok, you might have seen the trend when the kids show starts acting like a kids show, basically highlighting that it is jarring when a show or movie that hooks in a wider demographic has to remind you of what audience was in mind while making it. And I think it's super fair to want to experience a cartoon without feeling like you're being talked down to or putting up with jokes that would only amuse a first grader. This, in conjunction with everything else, has really given indie a leg up on cable and streaming. But none of these have been the biggest factor in indie success. The biggest one being the most obvious, the fact that these shows are, well, free. Surprise, surprise. Shows are gonna have a lot more viewership when they're way more accessible to the viewer. And a lack of accessibility plays a gigantic role in why everything is such a mess with Western animation right now. The streaming wars messed everything up, and animation took one of the biggest hits. Everything was a lot simpler when we had cable. As long as your household had a basic cable subscription, you had access to most of the good stuff. Measuring a show's success was a lot simpler. Is it pulling in good ratings, and is it selling a lot of merch? But then, everything changed when Netflix attacked. And Hulu, but I think people usually point fingers at only Netflix because not only did they have a good catalog of shows and movies for a cheap price, but they're the first ones who really made originals work. In fact, I'd argue there's a correlation between Netflix cranking out more and more hits and cable viewership declining in the West. I remember 2015 through 2018 being the era where I was watching more Netflix originals than shows on TV. It was the era I saw more people in real life and online talk about cutting the cord. And while Netflix saw record-breaking highs in 2017, cable TV was seeing record-breaking lows. This in itself was already a problem, as if you missed a new episode of your favorite show, just about every TV channel offered said episode online the next day, as long as you had a cable login. With a good bulk of these shows, especially of the animated variety, not having full seasons hit streaming until months, if not years after they aired on TV. So fans of these series who no longer had cable were left scavenging the internet for downloads or Kiss Cartoon Mirrors to get their fix. It was brutal. All the while, viewership of these shows on cable dwindled more and more. Shows going from at least 1 million viewers per episode to 900K, 700K, 500K, and so on. By the time I reached shows like The Owl House and Amphibia, their cable premieres would hit like 300,000 viewers, and higher-ups considered that a success. A clear yet baffling demonstration of how much has changed in only a few years. Especially because the internet made it obvious that these shows are being viewed by millions of people. And of course, as we entered the 2020s, every entertainment company wanted their own Netflix. Now new shows were scattered across a dozen streaming services. But most people were fine with just sticking to Netflix. And a lot of these streaming exclusive shows wouldn't be distributed internationally if that platform hadn't launched in other regions. So between shows that still premiered on cable but only raking in a fraction of the views, shows locked behind a paywall, and shows just not being made as accessible as they once were, it became really hard for studios to gauge what actually qualifies as a success, which has factored into less shows being made and popular IP dominating with reboots at every corner. This is really where indie animation has stolen the spotlight, because 99.9% of the time, these shows are just on YouTube. The only thing required required is an internet connection. And it's painfully obvious that the masses still have an appetite for animation that's not just anime. Hell of a Boss being an easy go-to example, as almost every episode averages tens of millions of views. I cannot stress enough, accessibility is key. And while Has-Been is definitely an outlier and not the standard, it shows that this kind of success is still possible for animation, period. No ifs, ands, or buts. Lackadaisy, 13 million views on the pilot. Murder Drones, tens of millions of views on the few episodes available. If you have something that could have been a hit on cable in its heyday, it has the potential to make waves today. It just needs the ability to truly reach the target audience. Watch Monkey Wrench, watch Sublo, watch Monkey Wrench, watch Sublo! Are you hypnotized yet? Studios just have to adapt and work out a much better system. Circling back to the Owl House, the episodes they do have available on YouTube have millions of views. Now sure, animation is expensive, and ad revenue alone cannot pay for everything. But that's why a lot of these indie projects fall back on merch. Merch. Something that seems like a lost art to these studios. The most successful indie projects seem to really understand that what they're making needs that audience support to survive. But they can't ask for that support and make the viewer jump through hoops just to watch it. It's not a perfect system. Indie projects really have to worry about not having enough viewers showing up, or not enough viewers buying merch, or not enough viewers pledging to their Patreon. And going up against that algorithm is never easy. But this accessibility has definitely gone a much longer way in building up momentum for the scene and huge fan bases for these shows. To really put it all into perspective, the kind of turnout you would expect for a Gravity Falls or Steven Universe panel back in the day at something big like Comic-Con is now happening at much smaller cons for indie shows like Hell of a Boss. The game has indisputably changed. And I think all that talk of merch, patrons, and panels brings me to my last point. A big reason why I think a lot of the newer hits in animation come from the indie scene is because you, the viewer, have a lot more control in its future. It's been a rough few years to be a fan of Western animation, mainly because of everything I just mentioned. Since like 2019, anytime there's an animated series that curated a large following, especially those that had a Last Airbender, Steven Universe kind of appeal, you know, overarching story, lovable cast of characters, deepest lore, so on and so forth, they never felt long for this world. Ironically, it felt like the more popular a series was, the more likely it was to die. But really, I just think that's because when more people are paying attention, the harder it is for higher-ups to get away with their shitty practices. It's harder to get rid of the body when you're in a room full of eyewitnesses who spent the last hour going, "Yo, I think that guy's about to kill you." It's been exhausting. A brand new show. Gotta make sure to watch it on streaming, get it trending on Twitter, and do just about whatever I can to support it. Except buy merch, cause, you know, they don't make them. And pretty much every single time this has happened, every single time the crew behind a show has made it clear that its future is in danger, there's never been a happy ending. The show just dies all the same. Although, obviously I'm grateful when those shows are able to wrap up with a concrete ending instead of being left on a cliffhanger. Still, I think cable and streaming has burned a lot of animation fans. It's a losing battle to get invested, unlike indie, because again, these shows rely on fan support. Whether that's simply tuning in, pledging to a Kickstarter or Patreon, buying merch, or just spreading the word about it. The viewer has way more control of the show's fate than ever before. And after being burned so many times, I imagine it's a worthwhile investment when the web series you support from day one blows up and has not only cultivated a huge audience, but is now putting out a full-length season over the course of a year or two. I'm sure it doesn't help when it comes to parasocial relationships and people treating any animation as a competition instead of a community effort. It's not meant to be a contest on who can make the best show. It's supposed to be a giant virtual art exhibit where every piece on display is a meaningful collaboration between artists. Indie animation isn't easy to pull off. It's not the answer to the broken state of the industry, but I do think it can light a fire under the collective asses of executives and CEOs who champion established IP over original ideas. Hopefully, the unfathomable amount of views on these projects remind them that although new ideas are risky, they're still worth pursuing, bringing us to a place where indie animation can thrive alongside cartoons produced by major studios, instead of one or the other reigning supreme.
I don't think I've ever seen a show destroy its own hype and momentum as bad as this one. Let me explain.
Am I crazy, or does this seem like Amazon Prime wants Invincible to fail?
Don't forget the good I did.
my work, my deeds, my books.
I've never seen a show kill off their own hype like Invincible just did.
Amazon killed the hype for one of their best series just because they wanted to make money off of you guys.
Read my books, Mark.
So after a break that no one asked for, Invincible has returned to our television screens with the back half of season 2. But instead of discussing what's one of the craziest episodes of the series by far, the past weekend saw all of my social media flooded with claims that the break has effectively killed all the hype surrounding Invincible. That no one cares anymore, everyone forgot what was going on in the show, and that the fall off needs to be studied. Even Critical made a video about how this kind of release schedule only harms the show and deters people's investment in the story. And it all left me thinking, is that true? Did Amazon kneecap one of their heavy hitters by splitting it up into 2 parts? Is the internet just overreacting again? Or is the truth somewhere in the middle? Now, this isn't our first time talking about the break on this channel. When the break was first announced, signs pointed to it only lasting a month, taking off the holidays to start back up in January. And when this was the rumor, it didn't really seem like a big deal. Holiday breaks are pretty routine for television, and while this is technically on streaming, it was still somewhat understandable that they didn't want to miss out on any potential viewership. I know we don't want to excuse the corporate overlords for messing with our entertainment more than they already do, but December has to be one of the busiest, stressful times of the year. You got college students finishing up their semester, traveling back home and spending time with family. You have families who vacation during the month. Maybe they want to end the year on a high note at a resort, or are simply commuting to spend Christmas at that one aunt's house. You know, the one who orders margaritas at every meal, and you're like, "And Shirley, it's 9 in the morning," and she's like, "My body doesn't adhere to the construct known as time zones. Every hour is happy hour when your husband is making 6 figures. And then your uncle gets mad that she's talking about his salary in public again, and their kids start doom scrolling TikTok even faster. You know what I'm talking about. With so many people out and about during the holidays, it's reasonable that they'll forget to catch an episode drop until spoilers and memes are everywhere online. I know the plan they went with didn't exactly help the momentum, but I think running the season through December might have messed it up a bit anyway. But with that being said, as soon as the ball dropped, it should have been business as usual. There's absolutely no good reason for why we had to wait until the middle of March to continue the season. That actually did fumble the momentum and viewer investment more than a holiday run would have. So why did we have to wait so long for the second half of the season? Well, we don't have a concrete answer besides Kirkman's egregious claim that fans would want to take a breather after season 2 part 1. There's a few theories the internet has thrown out there that tracks, although one is more sinister on Prime's end than the others. The first theory is that this break aided the production, buying them time to not only finish season 2, but also get ahead on season 3. A pretty understandable answer that also scores Amazon Prime some points for not working artists and animators into an early grave. In fact, this is the answer that Mark Grayson himself champions. As voice actor Stephen Ewan told Collider, "For us, we know that this big break was not fun. We've been working hard to get a lot of backlog done. We want to time this animation thing appropriately. So yeah, we've been working. We're banking episodes. We know what's going on." Okay, so cool. They're basically spreading things out so that Invincible can drop seasons more frequently. According to Robert Kirkman himself, the ideal scenario is having a season per year, like in the glory days of streaming and, well, television in general. Who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us and drop season 3 this fall. I wouldn't count on it though. However, it feels like the answer only tracks for season 3 and not season 2. You know, the season we're dealing with right now. Banking episodes and shorter gaps between seasons was the whole point of season 2 and 3 getting picked up together back in April 2021, although production didn't start for quite some time. The gap between season 1 and 2 mainly happened because Prime didn't renew it until the season premiered. A season of animation takes about 2 years to fully produce, so the gap we had was par for the course. With seasons 2 and 3 being produced together though, and the story artists who worked on those seasons rolling off months ago, season 3 might already be in the animation stages. The break doesn't really influence that. Personally, I think it's possible that only a handful of episodes were done in post by the time season 2 premiered, and they didn't want to push back the season further after already promising a 2023 release. However, what I think could be even more likely, and something we talked about before on this channel, is that this release schedule was directly influenced by the Hollywood strikes last year. With so many facets of entertainment coming to a screeching halt for 3 months, streaming services and networks had to rearrange their game plan. And if you look at Amazon Prime in particular, both Mr. and Mrs. Smith and Has Been Hotel were delayed from their original 2023 dates and pushed to early 2024. Has Been premiering in January, and Mr. and Mrs. Smith premiering in February. This was only done to stagger content and have a steady flow of releases throughout the year, appeasing subscribers and stockholders instead of having a dry spell when the strikes inevitably catch up to their backlog. With the Invincible season 2 break being made public knowledge at San Diego Comic-Con, after the strike was already underway, I think we should consider the possibility that Prime made the call to split the season once the AMPTP saw that the actors and writers meant business. And then there's what I call the Mr. Krabs theory. Basically, Basically, in between parts 1 and 2 of this season of Invincible, Amazon Prime implemented ad breaks into their service, dangling an ad-free experience above our heads in exchange for a $3 upcharge. It's really annoying and not smooth whatsoever on account of these shows being designed for a seamless viewing. The only people who can interrupt a video mid-sentence for money are YouTubers, baby! Yes! Money, woo. This video is sponsored by... No, I'm just kidding. Unless... No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, Streets are saying this break could have happened so Prime could shove ads down our throats during the really juicy parts of the season. I'm not too sure about this one, as Prime has probably been plotting on this change for a while, and if anything, this might have been a happy coincidence for them. The ads suck, but to get to the conclusion that this change caused the break, kinda just ignores everything else popular on Prime that's been releasing episodes in between Invincible's break. But the multi-billion-dollar company doesn't need any defending, as the break itself is really only half the problem here. The other half being the marketing. Something that's only gotten weirder as the season progresses. A lot of people had no idea that this show was back, and it's hard to blame them when the campaign was messy to say the least. For starters, the teaser for the announcement of the return date drew more attention than the actual announcement, which at the time of writing this only has about 324,000 views. Not the best numbers for a series with millions of fans. The actual trailer for the second half of the season only got 3 million views, a steep drop from the 12 million views on the season 2 part 1 trailer, but hey, better than 300k. Now you can also factor in the views from Twitter, TikTok, Insta, and so on, but even then, they're eclipsed by the numbers of part 1's trailer. It's still pretty concerning. Prime seems to be convinced that the mere notion of building hype needs to be hyped up in itself, when in reality, it's just annoying people who just want to watch the show. They should have forfeited both return date teasers and just dropped the part 2 trailer, date and all. Going for 3 didn't seem to make the impact they wanted, especially since, again, a lot of people were blindsided by its return. All the teasers evaded them. Ironically though, despite hyping up the release date 3 separate times, it feels like Amazon is doing the bare minimum to promote the show. Like, if you don't follow the show's Twitter account, you're kinda shit out of luck. The best example of this being the new release time of 12 a.m. PST, aka 3 a.m. on the East Coast. Something that was only announced hours prior to the mid-season premiere dropping. Sure, on one hand, people are getting the episodes early and they can watch them as soon as they wake up. But on the other hand, this just messed up people's schedule with the show. Dropping episodes on Thursday nights was cool because then everyone had time to tune in. It was close to the classic viewing experience cable provided. Who doesn't love a good food show and then hopping online to talk about it? Now, people either have to wake up and watch it ASAP to dodge spoilers, or going through the gauntlet of surviving school or work before getting a chance to watch. It went from appointment viewing to every man for himself, and the only notice was the Twitter account. So many people are going to miss that. Yet this botched marketing seems intentional on Amazon's end, saving money on a big marketing campaign and relying on word of mouth instead. In fact, one of the executive producers for the series called this out back in October during the first half of the season. To quote Deadline, with a budget less than 4 times that of The Boys and barely any marketing, Amazon Prime Video's Invincible has succeeded through word of mouth and attracting new viewers to the genre, according to its EP, Marge Dean. I love Amazon, they're great, but there was barely any marketing for the show, added Dean as the first day of the Rome market concluded. This thing just popped up, but I had no idea what it was or what was going to happen. Dean added that a significant number of people who don't normally watch this stuff found the show and took a chance. Invincible managed to push on despite the dual US labor strikes, but Dean said there will be a gap in the genre soon as adult animation shows that were delayed take longer to get to screen. Since so many people already have Amazon Prime and Invincible is a show with batshit crazy cliffhangers, Amazon is comfortable doing the bare minimum to promote the show because they know fans will rave about it online. The fans are the marketing, which is probably why they weren't worried about the show falling off, because an insane cliffhanger like Rex watching his teammates get murked will motivate everyone to catch up once the edits and memes hit TikTok and Reels. I don't really think the word of mouth approach is the ideal solution. If you actually put in the time, effort, and money to market your show properly, more people will be exposed to it, which means more people will be talking about how good the show is, and more people will be tuning in as a result. Word of mouth isn't exclusive to poor marketing. The only party benefiting from it is Amazon because, again, they get to save money. But with all this being said, did the break really kill Invincible? Did the show really fall off? While you can't deny that this release schedule and marketing fumble impacted the hype and left plenty of viewers out of the loop, I still think the allegations that it fell off are a huge exaggeration. For starters, the show is literally #1 on Prime as we speak. at least in the US. Clearly, people saw the show was back and started watching without hesitation. Hell, even a lot of the people who said it fell off still watched the episode. Most posts were phrased along the lines of, "Invincible really dropped one of the best episodes and made no noise, huh?" Like my brother in Christ. You tweeted this on a Thursday afternoon. Let people get home from work and ignore their kids first before making these claims. The most negative thing I've seen in terms of people being turned off by the release schedule is that they'll just wait until the season is over before watching all of it, which is not only completely valid, but is something plenty of people already do with a lot of shows airing weekly. Binge watching is just some people's preferred viewing experience. And while I think there's a magic to watching weekly, I don't think opting for one over the other is indicative of a show's quality or reputation. Nor do I think Prime Video cares all that much because they're getting metrics either way. Not to mention Season 2 Part 1 didn't really take off until the 3rd episode, despite having a substantial increase in viewership from the 1st season. It's almost a guarantee that Part 2 will go down a similar route. The first 2 weeks are people finding out the show's back and catching up. Between Omni-Man being taken in for execution and the season finale being titled "I Thought You Were Stronger," alluding toward an iconic moment from the comics, it feels like a reach to think the show has fallen off and won't reach the heights of the previous season. Maybe I'll eat my words, but I'm confident everyone and their grandma will be locked in for the remainder of the season, which kind of makes the whole situation a double-edged sword. If Season 2 Part 2 ends up falling short of expectations, future seasons could be in jeopardy. Keep in mind, there's no word of a renewal and there's no way the show can conclude in Season 3. But if the rest of the season performs just as strong, if not better than the first half, it'll enable Prime Video to pull this bullshit again, which nobody wants. Hopefully the backlash was strong enough for them to learn a lesson without the show itself being harmed through low viewership.
Nowadays, cartoons don't just get canceled anymore, they're completely erased from existence. Sorta. You see, we're living through what feels like the end of the streaming wars. Everyone wanted to dethrone Netflix, only for the big red letter to hold onto the crown the entire time. With competitors now crawling back and throwing their shows on the platform once more. But every war has its casualties, and this one extends beyond our wallets, as pretty much all the major streaming platforms have gone through numerous content purges, removing dozens of shows and movies from their library, including original programming made for the service, titles that weren't available anywhere else. With the animation industry in a dark place and strikes on the horizon, I wanted to take a moment to highlight the cartoons that have been caught up in these purges, deleted from their respective streaming services, and point you to any official alternatives when possible. The best place to start is definitely with Max. Can you think of a more shining example of fumbling the bag? When it first launched as HBO Max in May 2020, I thought we had the holy grail of streaming services, in large part due to Warner Bros. Discovery's expansive Cartoon Network and Adult Swim catalog. Despite their immense popularity, a huge chunk of the Cartoon Network and Adult Swim library weren't available in streaming in the US. But if anything would turn that around, it'd be Max, since it's owned by the same parent company. And sure enough, the service launched with what felt like all the heavy hitters, and the good times kept on rolling, as Max announced that it would be the home for several new animated series, including the viral sensation Infinity Train, rolling out its 3rd season exclusively on Max. And if that wasn't dope enough, close enough! The long-awaited adult animated comedy created by J.G. Quintel of regular show fame was also set to premiere on Max after 3 long years of radio silence. Old cartoons, new cartoons, I was already smitten with his live-action offerings, but the amount of love they were showing animation solidified Max as a worthy competitor to Netflix in my eyes. The first one to emerge during the streaming wars. But sadly, this digital paradise couldn't last forever. Corporate greed and budget cuts always have the last laugh. Summer 2022 saw the first big purge of content from Max, especially original content. They weren't just picking on cartoons either. Raised by Wolves, an original sci-fi drama that I adored, was removed from Max after being canceled a few months prior, resurfacing on Tubi and the Roku channel a little while after. Sadly, the Max original cartoons didn't get the same happy ending. Infinity Train and Close Enough were wiped from the streaming service, alongside Final Space, The Fungies, Tig and Seek, Aquaman, the King of Atlantis, Dodo, Elliot from Earth, Summer Camp Island, Mau Mau, Heroes of Pure Heart, Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures, OKKO, Let's Be Heroes, Uncle Grandpa, Victor and Valentino, Mighty Magiswords, Yabba Dabba Dinosaurs, Messi Goes to Hokkaido, The Ollie and Moon Show, Squish, Mia's Magic Playground, and Little Ellen. Ah!
Look, I'm not gonna act like I'm torn up about every single one of these shows leaving the platform, especially since a handful of them are preschool shows I was never going to watch anyways. But aside from the importance of media preservation and showcasing people's hard work, some of these removals were truly a tragedy. We waited 3 years to get our hands on Close Enough, only for it to be gone in 2. The 4th season getting canceled despite already being written. It just feels cruel, man! I didn't have time to watch all of Elliot from Earth, but it was still pretty awesome to see a chunk of Gumball alumni create something a bit more serialized, and I feel like a lot of Gumball fans never even had the chance to find it. Mama was renewed for a 2nd season that was silently canceled, and this removal was the nail in the coffin for the series. Summer Camp Island was removed before the final season was even released, which saw a big delay prior to getting wiped from Max. Luckily, the series got to finish airing on Cartoon Network proper in 2023, but the other shows weren't so lucky. By the time that they were removed, Close Enough, Elliot from Earth, The Fungies, and Tick and Seek were actually airing on TV. But after The Purge, not only were all the cartoons branded as Max Originals dropped from the airwaves, but they were removed from all digital storefronts, meaning they can no longer be purchased. There's no longer any way to support these shows legally. Infinity Train exists in this weird limbo where it's been removed from most storefronts, but books 1, 2, and 4 can still be purchased on Amazon. Yeah, they screwed over the best book. Around this time, series creator Owen Dennis stated that Warner was looking into selling Infinity Train to other streaming services, so the 4 existing seasons could at least be accessed on a major platform. But almost 2 years later, and nothing has come from this. Summer Camp Island can still be purchased digitally, but it's not available on any streaming service. Everything that wasn't branded as a Max Original at some point can still be purchased, and a lot of them are on Hulu. But sadly, the purges for Max didn't stop there. They came for more Cartoon Network originals over the next year. Regular Show the movie, Steven Universe the movie, The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack, Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, Dexter's Laboratory, every Ben 10 series aside from the OG and reboot, Clarence, various seasons of the Flintstones, various seasons of Looney Tunes, and very recently, Codename Kids Next Door.
Why does this keep happening to me?
Hey Max, your Cartoon Network hub has a noticeable lack of Cartoon Network! Some of these are on Hulu, some of these might be on fucking Boomerang, but at this point, is it even worth tuning into Max for its animated library? Their originals get sabotaged and canceled. They greatly reduced their Cartoon Network catalog. Hell, even Adult Swim has taken a beating, animated and live action. Space Ghost Coast to Coast, China, Illinois, Frisky Dingo, Hot Streets, The Jellies, Lucy, the Daughter of the Devil, and The Shivering Truth. All gone. Now to Max's credit, a few other shows that were slated to leave or have left before ended up sticking around, like C-Lab, Joe Pera, Loiter Squad, and Super Jail. So clearly they want to keep shows around when possible. And since Adult Swim is a certified GOAT, the shows that were removed have all of their episodes available on their website for free, which is pretty amazing. But why do all of this? Why remove shows, even the ones made for the service? While the answer can be boiled down to money, there is a lot of assumptions and misinformation flying around with these removals, some of which I fed into in the past. Mainly that these shows were written off for tax benefits. While that might be true for some of these shows, like being made unavailable for purchase kind of points in that direction, we don't have confirmation on if that's truly the case one way or another. Beyond that, hosting all of these shows and movies on the platform, even if the company owns them, isn't cheap. It still requires contracts and money. So when a lot of these shows are removed in bulk, it's very likely that the deal Max had expired and the shows weren't performing well enough to warrant a renewal, as tragic as that may be. I don't like it or agree with it, but I do want to make it clear that it's not as cut and dry as a CEO banishing quality television to the shadow realm so that they can buy a shiny new yacht. I mean, I'm sure that might influence things, but it's not the sole factor. And again, it's not always a tax write-off. I wish I could say Max was the only platform purging content, but if anything, they were just the trendsetters, as one of their peers and competitors, Paramount Plus, recently got in on the action, sniping a few of their own originals in the process. Like Max, they started small but are slowly lining up titles for the chopping block. At first, Fairly Odd Parents, Fairly Odder, and Star Trek Prodigy were removed in 2023. And as to be expected, while Star Trek fans were upset, a lot of Nickheads saw the removal of Fairly Odder as a mercy killing. Is the live-action pseudo-sequel with moments of extremely mediocre animation really that big of a loss?
Maybe not, but it still sets a dangerous precedent. Not only was Fairly Odder removed from the platform, but it was wiped from Nick's website and quickly faded from the schedule, putting an end to an already short-lived run on TV. This revival, in the eyes of Paramount, effectively doesn't exist. I mean, I'm sure you could pirate it, but that just sounds like setting yourself up for a creepypasta. I downloaded the Fairly Odder sitcom, and now my computer won't stop printing headshots of Butch Hartman! Now Star Trek Prodigy got dealt a better hand, as the series ended up getting rescued by Netflix. As someone who never got into Star Trek, I'm still glad it was able to move to a larger platform and hopefully gain more exposure. And I'd like to think backlash from fans stopped it from falling to the wayside, unlike Fairly Odder. Plus, Star Trek is a much larger IP than Fairly Odd Parents. Alas, these two shows were just a warm-up, as in 2024, Paramount dropped over a dozen kids' titles from their service without warning, most of which animated, and 2 of those branded as Paramount Plus Originals. Big Nate, the Rugrats reboot, Blue's Clues and You, It's Pony, Middlemost Post, Ollie's Pack, Santiago of the Seas, Back at the Barnyard, select seasons of The Penguins of Madagascar, those bastards! Select seasons of Kung Fu Panda Legends of Awesomeness, Monsters vs. Aliens, and Peter Rabbit. Keep in mind, we're only in April! Now, if you name drop most of these shows in casual conversation, I'll probably just hit you with a huh? But just like with Max, it sucks that the self-proclaimed hub of these shows can drop them at a moment's notice. Rugrats and Big Nate being the 2 most shocking names on this list, as they were being pushed as the future of Nickelodeon, and again, were some of the few original titles they had on Paramount. And to add insult to injury, they have been completely scrubbed from Nickelodeon's website, which is really strange given that Rugrats was airing new episodes on the Nicktoons channel, ahead of Paramount Plus, which seemed a bit random, but I guess now we know why. Still, being removed from the website makes me wonder if they're even going to cross the finish line, or if airing on Nicktoons is some way to burn through the remaining episodes and fulfill some contractual obligation. Not really caring if it succeeds, given that the Nicktoons channel rakes in like 50,000 viewers on a good day. Spoiler alert, that's bad! These shows are still available for purchase on digital storefronts at the time of making this video, so again, I don't think these are necessarily going the way of tax write-offs. I just think they may not have been performing as strong as executives wanted, and they don't want to spend the money hosting them on their service. In fact, this is what Paramount had to say in a financial report prior to the purge. Fuck money, get bitches! Wait, that's not the right one. In connection with our continued review of our international content strategy, during the first quarter of 2024, we made a strategic decision to focus on content with mass global appeal. As a part of this, we are rationalizing original content on Paramount Plus, especially internationally, and improving the efficiency of our linear network programming. As a result, we have reviewed our expensive global content portfolio and are removing select content from our platforms. So yeah, broke bitches evicting shows so they can be a little less broke. This is becoming a tale as old as time in the streaming era, and I kinda want off this wild ride. Thankfully, this seems to be the worst of it when it comes to animated titles getting purged, at least for now, as other platforms, while purging content, have seemed to leave the cartoons alone for the time being. Not that any content getting purged is a good thing. Disney Plus began removing content in May 2023 after losing 4 million subscribers in the first quarter of the year. And while these titles are mainly documentaries, failed sitcoms, and a few movies, one cartoon did take a hit amongst all of this chaos. It may not be a show you heard about, and while it was owned by Disney, it wasn't on their platform, but it's one I was tuning into and really enjoyed. An adult animated series on FXX and Hulu by the name of Little Demon. Featuring the talents of Aubrey Plaza, Danny DeVito, and his daughter Lucy DeVito, this sitcom followed the misadventures of the Antichrist, Chrissy, and her mother Laura, as their quiet suburban life is uprooted by the emergence of Chrissy's powers. I really liked this one. It grew on me pretty quickly. It felt like a breath of fresh air. I dug the characters, especially Laura, and I was getting immersed into its lore and world building. I actually really dug this interpretation of hell. And now it's gone forever and no longer on Hulu.
This sucks, man.
Now, I do believe that, for the most part, a lot of the animated Disney Plus originals are safe because they're based off popular IP, are generally well received, and are on a larger platform than Paramount. But as we've seen with both Max and Paramount, even the shows we think are protected can be sniped at the drop of a hat.
And that still doesn't excuse all the live-action projects wiped from the service that are now floating in the void without a home to call their own.
And I have a feeling people didn't bother preserving all of these titles before they got axed.
So who knows what's doomed to potentially become lost media now? Tell me with a straight face people were going out of their way to archive Club Mickey Mouse.
It's rough out here, dog. Now, from what I found researching this video, it doesn't seem like any other notable streaming services have removed any original content, at least in the US. And I'm not gonna point to every time a Cartoon Network or Nick show leaves a service like Netflix, because that's to be expected. Netflix has titles coming and going all the time. But we're not done here yet, as there's one show caught in a very frustrating predicament that I want to talk about. Pantheon. Johnny Two Cellos made a great video selling people on the show a while back that I implore you all to check out after this one, because I honestly find it tough to give this show a good elevator pitch without going into an insane amount of detail. But if you dig the anime Serial Experiments Lane, this show loosely reminds me of it, but Pantheon is much more focused on being a sci-fi drama.
It's a show that feels like it'd be right at home next to animated action dramas like Invincible or The Legends of Vox Machina,
which means it fit perfectly on Prime.
And it was on there if you had an AMC Plus subscription.
Yeah, for some reason this show was meant to be an AMC Plus original.
Can I get a show of hands for everyone in the room with an AMC Plus subscription? Get the fuck out!
You probably know where this is going. With AMC having little confidence in the series, Pantheon didn't last long on the service, and despite already being picked up for a second season that was apparently finished, the series was removed from streaming completely in January 2023. In the aftermath of this removal, fans and animation lovers alike campaigned for the show to be picked up by another streaming service, namely Amazon Prime. And they complied later that year, releasing seasons 1 and 2 on their platform in Australia and New Zealand. I mean, I'm glad Australians finally have something other than kangaroos and giant spiders to look forward to, but why only release the show here? Well, my game theory is that however AMC Plus handled disposing the series in 2023 might be preventing it from getting re-released in the US. You can pull up Pantheon on Amazon's website, but if you're a filthy American like me, you'll be hit with the routine "title is currently unavailable" message, forever taunting us that the show remains out of reach. I mean, you could use a VPN, but that still keeps the show at the level of a cult classic with a small following, instead of a widespread release that could give it the chance to become a mainstream hit like its contemporaries. Maybe Prime hasn't released the show over here yet because they're planning on rolling it out later this year. Maybe billing it as a brand new series and masking the fact that they're approaching a content drought as a result of the strikes and not paying talent fairly. But again, we just don't know. It's a frustrating spot for any show to be in. I really think we might be witnessing the end of Family Guy again. First, it moved away from its Sunday night slot for the first time in 18 years. Then they announced that 2 specials would be debuting exclusively on Hulu, and now they're announcing that the series will not be returning in the fall, and instead is being held over for a mid-season run. I don't know about you guys, but to me, it feels like Fox is slowly phasing out one of their moneymakers. Is this the end of the road for the Griffin family, or will they find a new home? Let's recap everything that has happened up to this point and try to deduce the slightly concerning future of Family Guy. So this all began in November 2023 when Fox announced that Family Guy would be leaving animation domination and moving to Wednesday nights so that the animated crime drama Grinsburg can take its slot at 9:30, removing Family Guy from Sunday nights for the first time since 2005. Family Guy has not had a weeknight premiere since 2002. It's so weird to have such a massive shakeup just so the people who have been accustomed to the schedule for 18 years might give Grinsburg a shot when they tune in for Peter's funny ha-has, only to be met with something else entirely. Now, this move didn't just benefit Grinsburg, as Family Guy was paired up with their new live-action sitcom Animal Control. I haven't seen any of it, but it has to be doing decent if it's getting a 3rd season. And can you really go wrong with Joe McHale? Don't answer that. Now, this isn't the first time Fox has tried running an animated series during the weeknights in the 2020s, as we also had Housebroken. This stupid piece of shit. Yeah, I don't think it got the numbers they wanted, and thankfully Fox has already put it out of its misery. Maybe they're just hellbent on making animation work during the weeknights, but if so, I don't think Family Guy was the show to move.
Moving them from Sundays is just as egregious as moving The Simpsons or Bob's. This is tradition for a lot of people and has been for decades. Maybe they just thought, hey, Family Guy is so popular that we could air it any day of the week and people will show up. But if that's the case, they're wrong. As after the mid-season premiere in March 2024, the numbers for the back half of season 22 have been the lowest the series has had in literal years, if not ever, averaging over 700,000 viewers. Whereas in the previous season, they were averaging over 1 million. In the first half of the season, it did it 760,000 once. But aside from that, it was sitting at a comfortable 800,000 to 1 million viewers. This move did not help the show whatsoever, and I'm not sure if it helped Animal Control. The numbers are actually doing better than Family Guy, but compared to season 1, there really isn't that much of a difference. This move didn't help Grinsberg either. These numbers are miserable, averaging about 400,000 viewers per premiere. We killed Family Guy for this shit? Now, I'ma be real with y'all. Ever since they announced this move, I assumed there was only one way this could end, with Family Guy getting canceled on Fox, just like in 2002. But instead of Adult Swim reruns landing the series another revival, on account of it not, being on there anymore, I think the series will find a new home on Hulu. I mean, it just makes perfect sense. Family Guy was the most watched show on Hulu in 2022. It's constantly in its top 10 worldwide. Even if people aren't tuning into new episodes on Fox, people still love the Griffins, and I imagine are getting their weekly fix on streaming instead of cable. Not to mention, Hulu now has a history of working with Fox and reviving old Fox shows, as Solar Opposites was originally created for 20th Century Fox, hence they're credited in the first season, and of course they host the new seasons of Futurama. They already got some skin in this game, and if anything happened to old FG over on Fox, we know Hulu would rescue them in a heartbeat. In fact, they're already testing the waters, as it was just announced last month that Hulu will launch 2 Family Guy holiday specials this year. Specials that will be exclusive to Hulu, as in they're not airing on Fox at all. These specials presumably being a Halloween and Christmas special, or maybe Thanksgiving. Again, I do believe this is testing the waters for Family Guy to rebrand as a Hulu original, but I think this is Fox and Hulu also taking notes from South Park, as since 2021, the franchise has had 2 specials a year premiering over on Paramount Plus, and only Paramount Plus, never airing on Comedy Central. Evidently, these are successful enough for Fox and Hulu to copy their homework a bit, so I'm curious if any other adult animated series will follow suit. Are we going to get exclusive Simpsons specials over on Disney Plus, or are we just sticking with the shorts that always force in the Disney IP? Now, in an interview with the Los Angeles Times, Seth MacFarlane did talk about the show ending, saying that he does not see it hitting a stopping point anytime soon. To quote the lad, "At this point, I don't see a good reason to stop. People still love it, it makes people happy, and it funds some good causes. It's a lot of extraneous cash that you can donate to the Rainforest Trust, and you can still go out to dinner that night." Geez, Seth, flex a little harder. The economy is shit right now. I gotta grind more.
There was a time when I said, hey, let's wrap it up while we're going strong.
And we're still not strong.
I don't know that there's any reason to stop at this point unless people get sick of it, unless the numbers show that people just are, we don't care about Family Guy anymore, but that hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't happened yet on streaming, Seth. On streaming. Now, he says the show isn't gonna end anytime soon, but he says nothing about the show ending on Fox. As we just found out this week that Family Guy will not air in the fall season for the first time since 2005. I guess that's why we're getting those specials. Now get this, the animation domination lineup is changing again. According to The Hollywood Reporter, the long-running animated series Family Guy, which is going into his 23rd season, won't be a part of the network's Sunday animation block in the fall. Instead, Fox will launch a new animated series, Universal Basic Guys, behind The Simpsons, while second-year show Crapopolis will fill the 9:30 spot after Bob's Burgers. Well, what the hell happened to Grimmsburg? I'm just kidding, I don't care. Family Guy, which moved from Sunday to Wednesday for the final episodes of this season, will return mid-season, aka the winter or spring. It will have a full season order and a mostly unbroken run of new episodes. It's still a crucial part of our schedule, said Michael Thorne, president of Fox Network. We'll give it a great relaunch for that part of our lineup, and we know that when it comes back on Sundays, it will
will resonate with our audience the way it always has. Oh, so it is coming back on Sundays after they humiliate themselves with poor viewership. Got it. However, I find this next part really interesting. Thorne has also noted that most of Family Guy's audience watches on Hulu or on demand after its initial airing, and a long run of original episodes will likely help its off-air performance. Letting us know that people really fuck with Family Guy on Hulu, huh? I don't know, just kinda telling to me. Keeping the show off the fall schedule was more about giving Universal Basic Guides and Crapopolis some time on Fox's Sunday during the NFL season, when it funnels huge audiences into primetime. Family Guy isn't the only Fox animated show on deck for later in the season. The Great North and Grimmsburg are also being held. Okay, that's where Grimmsburg went. Well, to be brutally honest, trying to soften the blow with Great North and Grimmsburg is just not a great look, because while I'm sure those shows have their fans, people are not frothing at the mouth for them like they are with Family Guy. Have you seen someone go through Family Guy withdrawals? That shit is intense. They be scratching their neck and shit. It's rough. Family Guy, The Simpsons, and Bob's Burgers, all of which are produced by Disney's 20th Television Animation, oh my god, that felt so gross to say, are heading into the final seasons of multi-year orders. The Family Guy team, led by creator Seth MacFarlane, is also producing 2 holiday specials exclusively for Hulu, the show's streaming home. Despite that, Fox Entertainment CEO Rob Wade said he still sees a future for the 3 series on the network. We love them, and we have great relationships with the creators, and with Hulu and Disney as well. They need a broadcast window. They really benefit from being on Fox, and I think Disney recognizes that. Okay, so on one hand, you have them saying, nah, we love Family Guy on Fox. Hulu really depends on us, which I don't think they don't, because look at Futurama. Everything's hunky-dory, guys, don't worry. But their actions show, to me at least, that this just isn't the case. They're treating this show like garbage because they know people will watch on Hulu. And if they're comfortable tossing it around the schedule once, they won't lose any sleep doing it again. And with the mention that these shows are heading into their final season of multi-year orders, I truly wouldn't be surprised if Family Guy doesn't get renewed by Fox, but instead Hulu, where they can try to rake in more subscribers and expand their animation lineup by claiming Family Guy as one of their own. And Fox really won't lose any money because they'll still have reruns, and they'll still have Hulu ordering more seasons. Family Guy truly is an evergreen show. I don't think it'll ever truly die. Not for a while, at least. Like, I'm talking years. But I do think its time on Fox is coming to an end. Ultimately, because streaming has changed so much, this probably won't affect the show itself drastically, but it truly would mark an end of an era. Animation domination, and that core roster of Simpsons, Bob's, and Family Guy, that is like one of the last staples we have of the golden age of television. Losing that, it would just suck a lot. I mean, we already did kind of lose it, but it's coming back for however long, so enjoy it while it lasts. I don't know, I've been tuning into Family Guy on a weekly basis since like middle school, and while I fell off here and there, it is a truly comforting show, which I know for some people is a crazy statement, but I'll die on that hill. Whatever happens to Family Guy's future, just remember, that cast has made more money than we'll ever see in our lives. Yeah, no, not the crew, just the cast. Animation employees stay getting screwed over. Yeah, I don't know. These are just my thoughts, and, Tariq, you got anything to say?
Oh, I got Stewie!
This is an HBO Max ad for May 2020, showcasing some of the iconic Cartoon Network shows that they were hosting on their platform. And here's how many they have 4 years later. They own these shows, by the way.
It's my IP to sit on and do nothing with.
So yeah, we have some pretty sudden news. People have discovered 3 huge Cartoon Network shows are about to be purged from Max. The Powerpuff Girls, Ed, Edd n Eddy, and Classic Ben 10, all leaving the platform on May 27th. Which at the time of recording is in like 3 days, and by the time this goes up is going to be in like 2 days. Why is this happening? Why are they getting rid of the shows that they own? And where will we be able to find these shows after they leave Max? First off, I hate how Max itself doesn't even let people know that these shows are leaving. The only reason people found out was through Amazon Prime, because you can subscribe to other streaming services through Prime, and Prime is pretty good about letting you know when a show or movie is heading out the door. If it wasn't for them, these shows would have just vanished into thin air one day. Now, the fall of Max's Cartoon Network catalog needs to be studied. When Max launched in 2020, it was beautiful.
they didn't have every Cartoon Network show under the sun. Stuff like Cow and Chicken and especially Johnny Bravo never got added. Some of the hits from the mid-2000s like Class of 3000, Juniper Lee, Camp Lazlo, and a handful of those shows were on the Boomerang streaming service, so in my opinion there was really no excuse. But we still had a lot of the classics, Powerpuff Girls, Dexter, Ed, Edd n Eddy, the latter being huge because it was pretty much never on a streaming service in America before. It might have been on Netflix at one point, but that did not last for very long. They had all of Adventure Time, they had all of Regular Show, they had all of OKKO. Of course, they had all of Steven Universe, and they were pretty up to date with Craig of the Creek, eventually adding episodes the day after they premiered on television. They also had shows like Elliot from Earth and Villainous. And although Elliot from Earth did briefly air in the States, it was during this dead era of cable where a lot of people cut the cord so they didn't even know that it existed. So not only did this library feel like a celebration of Cartoon Network old and new, but it felt like it was dipping its toes just a little bit into Cartoon Network International. Unfortunately, Max's international catalog for Cartoon Network did clear the US because we had a ton of shows like Symbionic Titan. I think Megas XLR was on there. And of course, they did have more international Cartoon Network shows. But even still, we went from just having a handful of Cartoon Network shows, mainly on Hulu, to suddenly the largest catalog for the brand that's ever existed on a streaming service in the US. It was cool. It really felt like HBO Max was giving you some bang for your buck. And during lockdown, this hub dominated my television on a day-to-day basis. So I'll always look back on it fondly. And that's not to mention all the shows that were exclusive to Max, although I didn't really get into a lot of them, except for the GOAT Infinity Train. But to see a streaming service like this evolve and really put their best foot forward with animation, it was something that I feel like we're not gonna see again for a very long time. Case in point, Max's Cartoon Network catalog is sad. Barely anything's gonna be on there now. We went from having every Ben 10 series to no Ben 10 at all. They've taken away so many shows. Kids Next Door probably stings the most because I really wanted to do a rewatch of that, try to figure out a video on it, and then they just took it off without warning. Most of those Max originals were wiped from the platform. It's in a remarkably unimpressive state, and I feel like it's only going to get worse because David Zaslav does not give a damn about animation. He's a reality TV guy, and it's really starting to show. Yet, when you take a step back and look at the bigger picture, while I still hate it, it makes sense why all of these Cartoon Network shows are leaving the platform. As always, it's money motivated, because if you noticed, not only is there a good chunk of Cartoon Network shows still available on Hulu, but a lot of shows have also made their way towards Netflix, like the Powerpuff Girls and Ben 10. Unsurprisingly, they're finding this to be a more financially viable option. Now, I don't know all the specifics, but from my understanding, even if a mega corporation owns the shows that are being hosted on their streaming service, they still have to pay for those shows to be on there. There's still a price to those Cartoon Network shows being on Max, despite Warner Discovery owning both of them. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Powerpuff Girls and Ben 10 are leaving when they are available on Netflix, because if I had to guess, it's more profitable for Netflix to pay them to host these shows than to pay themselves for doing the same thing when Warner Discovery is already in debt. Now, for the shows that have left up to this point, I just assumed they weren't getting enough viewership for Max to warrant renewing them for another year or so. But come on, Powerpuff Girls and Ben 10? Those are two of your moneymakers. And Ed, Edd n Eddy? Everyone loves Ed, Edd n Eddy!
They found out that Ed, Edd n Eddy stopped playing on the TV, and everybody's wilding now.
Yo, Ed, Edd n Eddy has been off the air for some time now. Why is everyone just now...
These three shows in particular leaving tells me that Max is waving the white flag on Cartoon Network programming entirely. They're still gonna keep stuff like Fiona and Cake because that did really well for them. I think they're still gonna greenlight new projects from Cartoon Network because new content draws in viewers. But I think they're content with a lot of their more nostalgic shows going to other streaming services and collecting a check from that instead of writing a check to themselves. But I am really worried about Ed, Edd n Eddy because Max is the only streaming service, at least in the US, that has the full series. The Big Picture Show is on Amazon Prime, but not the show itself. I need my weekly fix of Ed, Edd n Eddy. Of course, this is probably a good point to mention that a lot of these shows do have complete series collections. So even if they're missing on Max or any other streaming service, as long as you have the full series box set, no corporation can take it from you. At least not yet. Warner Discovery is a creative little company. If they can figure out a way of repossessing physical copies for a tax break, I think they would go for it. So yeah, physical media is always a good option if those shows are available. Of course, you run into instances like Infinity Train, where books 3 and 4 never had a home release, movies. But for a lot of classic Cartoon Network shows, and a lot of the 2010 shows, at least with Adventure Time and Steven, you can still snag a copy. But of course, you could always run into an issue of money, because they aren't exactly cheap. And of course, for the shows that were produced in the 2010s. Being on DVD means you can't watch them in high definition. And me personally, I've never been the biggest fan of watching shows like Adventure Time or Steven on DVD. I own the Steven movie on DVD, and I watched it for the bonus features, but the lack of a Blu-ray really stings. I shouldn't have to suffer from a quality downgrade just to own these forever. It really feels like Netflix ultimately won the streaming war. If you still have a subscription, go on there and see how many shows and movies from other studios are on there. Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, a lot of those classic sitcoms from the 2000s and 2010s. Everyone realized running a streaming service is hard, and now they're resorting to a Netflix check to make ends meet. Time is a flat circle. They wasted all of our time. They wasted all of our money. This is why people sail the 7 seas. At this point, I'm just hoping Netflix or Hulu builds up a really good Cartoon Network catalog. Hulu's practically been there, but until we see some Ed and Eddie, some Kids Next Door, a lot of the classic shit since they have the 2010s covered, I won't be satisfied. It's no secret that the 2020s have been rough for Pixar. Onward kicked off the decade only for the world to shut down pretty much immediately, leading to an underwhelming box office performance. Their parent company axed the theatrical releases for 3 of their movies, Turning Red, Soul, and Luca. Their return to theaters vastly underperformed with the release of Lightyear, which also had very mixed reception. I think a lot of people thought it was alright. They got some entertainment out of it, but honestly, I think it's a stinker. When I walked out the theater, I thought it was just okay. There were some things I liked, but the twist villain just left a horrible taste in my mouth. I've had no urge to rewatch that film since, which is something I can't say about Turning Red, Soul, or Luca. Hell, I wasn't the biggest fan of Onward, but I'd rather check that out again before Lightyear. And then there's Elemental, a movie that general audiences seemed predisposed to disliking, but once it got released, it actually had some legs, making double the amount that Lightyear did in the box office. Keep this in mind, because I'm gonna bring this back up very soon. But as a result of all of this, Pixar, and really Disney as a whole, is deciding to take a bit of a step back, slow down their output a bit, while of course prioritizing sequels. A good example of this is how their original film, Elio, saw a significant delay from March of this year to June of next year. No longer being a spring release, but instead their summer blockbuster. But that doesn't mean this is gonna be a silent year for Pixar, as Inside Out 2 is just around the corner. But alongside that, we have Toy Story 5 in the pipeline. We have another Incredibles in the works. And in general, sequels to their most successful properties are not going to stop anytime soon. Which again, is not something exclusive to Pixar. You see the same thing going on over at Marvel. Phase 4 and 5 had a lot of stinkers, and now they're finally rolling out the Mutants and Fantastic Four, with there being reports that they're interested in exploring new projects with the OG Avengers. It's clear Disney's kind of been in panic mode, trying to get their shit together, and now they're looking at all of their studios going, you know what, let's focus only on the nostalgia, instead of releasing as many movies as possible, only for a majority of them to underperform and lose the money. Releasing less but making sure the movies that you do release are gonna be money makers just makes sense. However, I want to reiterate that Pixar's situation is vastly different from like the MCU, because again, 3 of their movies were straight to streaming, and one of them only had like 2 weeks to do well in the box office. And despite them being straight to streaming, Soul, Turning Red, and Luca all got a lot of praise. People adored these films. It felt like a mini renaissance with these intimate, more personal stories. Clearly, that was working for the studio, even if the circumstances of the world took away their financial gain. Now yes, they did eventually give these movies a theatrical release a few months ago, but they didn't do anything crazy on account of these re-releases being poorly advertised, and you know, they're already available on Disney+. So with all that said, tell me why the people running over the show at Pixar are saying, no, the personal stories aren't working, the sequels and spin-offs are, even though they're only real estate stinker of the decade has been Lightyear. In anticipation for the release of Inside Out 2, Bloomberg recently released an article pertaining to the future of Pixar, featuring an interview with Pete Docter, someone who of course has been at Pixar since the very beginning and has directed numerous films such as Monsters Inc., Up, the first Inside Out, and Soul. Now, this interview has pissed off a lot of people because, respectfully, Docter was talking as if he just flew in from Stupid Town. Just absolute nonsense. So the excerpt that everyone is going nuts over reads, after Lightyear lost millions of dollars in 2022, and Elemental had Pixar's worst ever opening weekend performance the following year, there was a real and intense period of self-scrutiny and feeling like we messed up in some way, Docter says. Executives hosted postmortems to determine how to revitalize the studio, he recalls. They arrived at mentoring Pixar's upcoming directors to focus less on autobiographies. Luca had been inspired by his director's childhood in Italy, Turning Red by its director's relationship with her mother, and Elemental, which did gain some momentum overseas and online by its director's immigrant family. Now, first off, Elemental did not just gain some momentum. Again, it made double what Lightyear did. Clearly people enjoyed this movie and they enjoyed it way more than Lightyear. Pixar would instead develop concepts with clear mass appeal, many of which, in the case of sequels and spin-offs, had already been proven. Again, Lightyear didn't make shit compared to Elemental. Lightyear was a spin-off based on one of their most profitable franchises. The studio's movie should be less of a pursuit of any director's catharsis and instead speak to a commonality of experience, Docter says. I don't think we can ever let ourselves off the hook of making sure that we deliver the best possible and most relatable films. Okay, so let me get this straight. You want to make the best possible and most relatable films. Yet, when people speak to their own personal experiences, that's not relatable? You're telling me the talking cars is where it's at? Yep, I'm not buying that at all. It's just nonsensical to mention that Lightyear lost millions, only for Pixar to turn around and say, we need more Lightyears in this world, less Turning Reds and Lucas. Even though, again, they weren't in theaters. They never had a chance to make money. So how are you gonna point to them and say, oh, less of those? Those aren't what people are looking for. Yet they performed well on Disney Plus, so clearly they did. Now this interview pissed off both people in the industry and consumers alike. Dana Terrace, the creator of the Owl House, tweeting, there's something very disgusting about telling directors, writers, and artists their experiences and inspirations aren't appealing enough for the masses. And I completely agree! It's clear their priorities lie in appeasing stockholders and making sure the line goes up, even though the best way to ensure that is just by making good movies. Not just sequels, not just familiar characters, but films people enjoy. I just think Disney as a whole has been humbled over the last few years because people will no longer flock in droves to see anything with their name slapped on it. But again, it just feels very nonsensical to point at the films that didn't have a chance to make money and say, yeah, you're the problem. No one can relate to you. Even though their relatability is a huge reason why these movies were so adored. Now, I think there are relatable aspects to most of Pixar's library, including the moneymakers they want to pump out sequels to. I don't want to undermine any of them, but it just boggles my mind that they can look at a film like Turning Red, which is largely about puberty, something everyone goes through, and have the balls to claim the mass appeal isn't there. Even if it is centered more on the female experience, that's still half of the population. Sorry, this only appeals to 4 billion people. It's just not the audience we're looking for. Like, nigga, what? Do you hear yourself? And I think they also singled out Luca because that movie is very clearly a gay allegory, so it's very easy for them to say it's not going to appeal to everyone. Elemental, as this article says, is about the director's immigrant family. It's so obvious why they singled these movies out instead of Soul or Onward, even though those stories feel just as personal and intimate as the rest of these. Soul is a very existential film. It's about mortality and living your life to the fullest. But it's about a black New Yorker who's a high school band teacher, dissatisfied with the direction his life is heading in, and is determined to achieve his dream career. That's clearly an inspired choice. I don't think Joe is necessarily the most relatable character to kids, but he is definitely relatable to adults. Yet they're not gonna say Soul doesn't have clear mass appeal, because then people are gonna start giving them the side eye like,
what do you mean by that?
Or looking at Onward, that movie's target audience is very clearly people who have dealt with the loss of a family member, specifically a parent at a young age, or people who are too young to remember what their deceased parent is even like. It also was very clearly pandering to D&D nerds. Yet, they're not gonna say that doesn't have mass appeal, despite the fact it's about fucking elves.
When it stars a Guardian of the Galaxy and Spider-Man, who were in our most profitable film ever, so everyone's gonna want to bring their friends and family to that.
It's just very clear they're saying the quiet part out loud. Disney as a whole lacks direction right now. They are very lost. And it feels like Doctor's words in this interview were planted by the parent company, Disney, who as a whole has clearly been folding to the anti-woke crowd and are now saying the quiet part out loud, making it clear that they come to the conclusion that minorities are not marketable. After years of shamelessly going, oh look, our first gay character, no wait, that's our first gay character, actually that's our first gay character, please give us money, gay people. Guys, we're so inclusive, give us money. Oh wait, the spin-off starring one of our Avengers didn't make $1 billion? This is the minorities' fault, damn it! Curse those Italians! We need to fast-track 15 more Toy Stories in an Incredible sequel. And don't get me wrong, I'm gonna watch as many Incredibles as they make. I'm probably gonna watch Toy Story 5. The sequels aren't really the problem here. The problem is why they're making them, and why they're making less of the unique films that people clearly want to see. I feel like this interview would make way more sense if Turning Red, Luca, and Elemental had poor critical reception, but they don't! People like them! The critics enjoyed these films, and the general audiences enjoyed these films. They just had to enjoy 2 of them from the comfort of their own home. And the third gained traction thanks to the word of mouth. You know, that thing that happens when people really like a movie and tell their friends about it so more people go see it because they know it's good. The thing that didn't happen with Lightyear because that movie is some Midorodian cheese. We're already in some pretty dark times for the animation industry, but this entire interview just bummed me out. It pissed me off. It's hypocritical. There's so many holes in this logic, and it just feels like a poor excuse for them to say the quiet part out loud. I don't have any ill will towards the sequels they are cooking up. I hope Inside Out 2 is good. I love the first one. I hope Toy Story 5 is good, even if I was really mixed on 4. And obviously I want Incredibles 3 to be good. But I am really hoping that next year, when Elio rolls around, the movie is well received and makes gangbusters just so Pixar feels a little goofy and goes, you know what? Maybe we were wildin' when it comes to our original ideas. Maybe there is a place for both and not just sequels and spin-offs. Because, you know, there is? Yeah, that's really about it for this Yap session. I just needed to pop off about this. Nothing about it tracks, they're just trying to make their stockholders happy. And if anything, I think it's gonna bite them in the ass by alienating a good chunk of their audience. Those who Pixar turned to and said, you know what? You guys aren't marketable. We can't make money off of you. Back to the toys. Over the past year, we have seen numerous Cartoon Network shows migrate over to Adult Swim. First, it was Unicorns Warriors Eternal and My Adventures with Superman. Not only were these intended to air on Cartoon Network, but at least in the case of Unicorn, it was meant to air on their weekend Acme night block in particular. A block that's geared towards more mature audiences. Not full-on adult, but think high schoolers and college students. The same kind of demographic that definitely watches Adult Swim, but Acme Night's a bit more tame, airing blockbusters such as Godzilla vs. Kong, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and the 1993 Mario Bros. Movie, what the hell? However, since this block initially launched in 2021, Cartoon Network has definitely lost the plot, ditching their plans to air new programming during this time, and instead basically using it as filler until Adult Swim comes on. It seems like when those plans fell through, they opted to just air these shows on Adult Swim instead. And while I don't think we're gonna get a second season of Unicorn anytime soon on account of it being, mid, My Adventures with Superman has definitely made itself home at Adult Swim, now premiering on the Saturday night Toonami block, where it probably should have been in the first place. They even kinda call it out.
Lois, Jimmy, and the Man of Steel are...
right back where they belong.
Tom? We showed My Adventures with Superman last season.
Yeah, but not the premieres.
But since this happened last summer, Adult Swim hasn't just double dipped. I can't even say they triple dipped. They are quadruple dipping with the Cartoon Network shows, jacking a lot of the classics from Cartoon Network such as Dexter's Lab, Billy and Mandy, Edda and Eddie, and Samurai Jack, just to name a few, and airing them to usher in Adult Swim's new starting time of 5 p.m. with a lineup they dub Checkered Past. But it seems like Adult Swim isn't done calling dibs on Cartoon Network shows anytime anytime soon, as another one of their new, highly anticipated series is now heading towards Adult Swim when it was initially slated for CN. I am, of course, talking about Invincible Fight Girl. And honestly, I'm really not surprised. Like Unicorn, this show was announced years ago, only to have absolute radio silence ever since. But it seems like the show is almost ready for broadcast after all of this time. The first episode is now being screened around at animation events. And from these events, reports have been coming out that the show is actually airing on Adult Swim. And it's not like people are running to the internet like, oh my god, it moved to Adult Swim. But rather, it was mentioned offhandedly. And it's the freaks like me who noticed and went, oh, word? However, without any word from the creator or any press release to go off of, people treated this as rumors and nothing more. As far as we were concerned, this was still airing on Cartoon Network. But that all changed when Chorus Entertainment, a Canadian mass media corporation that's running Adult Swim and Cartoon Network over in Canada, unveiled their 2024 to 2025 slate. Scroll down to Adult Swim and you'll see that they plan on rolling out Rick and Morty the anime, Kite Man Hell Yeah, a Harley Quinn spinoff, Creature Commandos, another DC show that I'm really excited for, Common Side Effects, which I haven't really heard of before this, but my judge is involved, so I'll definitely give it a shot, and, wouldn't you know it, Invincible Fight Girl, confirming that it's at least airing in Adult Swim Canada this fall at the earliest. Suddenly, those reports that it's airing on Adult Swim over here is looking a lot more credible, because I don't see any reason for them to air it on Adult Swim over in Canada unless they're doing it over here. Which means another show produced for Cartoon Network won't actually be airing on Cartoon Network. What is going on? Craig of the Creek is on its way out. We Baby Bears is dropping episodes once in a blue moon, and they only just now started airing the new Total Drama Island. You know, the highly anticipated revival that aired both of its 2 seasons last year in international countries. And they had the nerve to tell the Total Drama crew that the ratings for the United States premieres will determine a renewal for the show. Talk about a complete and utter setup. It only brought in like 110,000 viewers, by the way. Good for the current state of cable, but I don't know if that's gonna warrant another season. Let's just hope the numbers over on Max are a lot better. It really seems like Cartoon Network is left with nothing. We know they have a new Gumball on the way, but unless they bring over Fiona and Cake or any other Adventure Time content from Max, Gumball and Teen Titans Go is kind of all they have right now. Though, judging by how Paramount is letting Fairly Odd Parents and now Beavis and Butthead continue on television instead of streaming, I think it's only a matter of time before we see the end of streaming exclusivity for these shows altogether. But back to Invincible Fight Girl, and really all of these shows that have been moved to Adult Swim. What is going on? Why are they doing this? Well, I believe there are a few factors at play. The first one being, from what we've heard before, airing on Adult Swim is more or less saving all of these shows from never getting released, and instead remaining in the Warner Discovery archives, forever. And I think that in itself has to do with Cartoon Network's identity crisis. Over the last few years, they've wanted to pivot into preschool, only for that to not really pan out, since, you know, toddlers don't watch cable? Duh! And it seems like by the time they came to that realization, Cartoon Network Studios itself was doomed, destined to get slowly absorbed into Warner Bros. Animation, which is what's been happening over the last year. We've already been over this, they lost their studio, they have very little Cartoon Network shows in production. It's rough out here. Cartoon Network doesn't know what to do with them, they're getting their priorities in check, so instead of these shows collecting dust, they're being let loose on Adult Swim, while also being made available and streaming the very next day on Max. Cartoon Network as well, a network, seems to be very focused on episodic comedies. For now, they want that to be their brand, because evidently, those are the shows that can go on forever. And in an era where it feels like studios only want to go for guaranteed hits, action dramas like Invincible Fight Girl just don't fit in the picture. But aside from that, right now we live in a moment where Adult Swim is bigger than Cartoon Network. It blows it out of the water in viewership. They already have more adults watching Cartoon Network than kids. And if I'm being honest, I just think Cartoon Network kinda damaged its reputation over the last few years, going from the network that makes shows for everyone of any age to, well, a kids network that feels kiddie. And this wasn't in just the programming, but the packaging as a whole. Even in 2018, 2019, the bumpers just didn't have the sauce that they used to. It felt like a channel that was trying to pivot into preschool, even if the programming was gunning for teenagers and young adults. So I imagine if you're a teenager or adult with Max, and you have an interest in animation but you don't have an interest in modern Cartoon Network, you're gonna be more inclined to go to the Adult Swim hub. So I think it's smarter to put these shows that are aiming a more mature audience in front of the more mature audience by placing it in the Adult Swim section instead of the Cartoon Network section. Like Unicorn and Superman's target audience probably wouldn't have found it on streaming if it was grouped in with We Baby Bears and Teen Titans Go. They just wouldn't have clicked on the Cartoon Network section because it no longer interested them. And sure, maybe you'll go to that section for nostalgic purposes, but I still think the Adult Swim hub overall is getting more traffic thanks to the existence of Smiling Friends and Rick and Morty, both of which are massive shows that are regularly rolling out new seasons. And I think this applies to television as well. The target demographic for those shows are probably going to catch an ad if said ad is airing during Adult Swim, but of course they wouldn't advertise that show unless it was airing on Adult Swim. I think you get the picture. Cartoon Network and Adult Swim have always been two sides of the same coin, but now they're putting more eggs in Adult Swim's basket, while Cartoon Network has some much needed maintenance. Are we ever gonna see more original animated series make its way to Cartoon Network over the next few years? I hope so, but as long as they're scrambling like a chicken with its head cut off, I feel like Adult Swim is gonna continue to hold down the fort. Over the last few years, the Gumball movie has become a bit of an enigma. When the show originally came to an end in 2019, we already knew that Ben Boclet wanted to do a movie, and it was finally announced 2 years later in the spring of 2021. But then, nothing. Actually, wait, that's not true. HBO Max announced they were dropping the movie the following summer and that it would get shopped around to different outlets, to which Ben Boclet basically said he had hoped that the movie would survive, but after that, nothing. Just complete and utter radio silence until they announced that Gumball would be coming back with a season 7, which was confusing because the movie was supposed to set up a brand new series. How's it doing that if a whole new season is coming out beforehand? In fact, how can this movie's original premise work if more show is happening before it? I mean, we were supposed to get answers about the Void, and now they're saying we're gonna get answers about the Void in season 7? What the hell is going on? Now, I made it clear that I have moved to the camp of, I don't really think the movie's happening. I think they decided to just continue the series instead, and if we do get a movie, it won't be in its original form. Well, we finally got an update about the movie today at the Gumball Season 7 panel at ANSI. And well, I'll have to hand it to you guys.
I'm Stan and I was wrong.
Maybe? He just kind of said what he said last time. Ben Boclet confirmed that the movie is still happening, probably. Now, I want to break down exactly what was said at this panel, because as far as I'm concerned, the movie is in the exact same spot that it was the last time Ben spoke about it. Now, the panel itself was focused on Season 7 and the making of an episode. And in terms of actual news for Season 7, it's currently slated to run during the 2025 to 2026 season, so we still have some time before it's here. The first episode of the season will be called The Burger, where Gumball and Darwin are trying to eat healthier, but every store in town is owned by a character named Mr. Bilderberger. And the episode starts as Miss Simeon tries to show the damages of eating Joyful Burger. Ah, sweet. A health-conscious episode that I would have learned nothing from as a kid, and now learn nothing from as an adult. Those in attendance also got complimentary gummies and merch, packaged as a Joyful Burger meal. God, I love when they do this. They recreated Gar's Bodega from OKKO one year at San Diego Comic-Con, and I hate that I couldn't see that bad boy in person. But yeah, this panel wasn't actually focused on the movie, nor was the movie treated as an announcement. A reporter by the name of Midu has been attending NSC, live tweeting all the animation panels, and at the Q&A for the Gumball panel, he was the first in line to ask a question. So of course he inquired about the movie, to which Ben said, it's not canceled, he's working on it, but with everything that happened, the movie changed and could still be made, but differently. Now the last time Ben spoke about this, he said it was a bit of a Schrodinger's cat situation, but he believed the cat would live. My guy, you didn't say anything new here! And fans are rightfully celebrating that the movie hasn't been canceled. But the very next tweet under this, Midu says, someone asked about the possibility of an art book, and he answered that if the movie is being made, they'll probably make one. If, guys, if. That does not sound like much progress has been made. But yet, since he said it wasn't canceled, not in production, just not canceled,
Fans are acting as if it's for sure happening when that was not what was said. Now, before I continue, I just want to make it clear, this is just my honest opinion on the situation based off what we've seen in the animation industry over the last few years. The last few times I've talked about this movie, the smartest thing for me to do would have just been to say, yeah, it's happening, it's coming. Saying anything else just pisses people off because we all want the movie and we all want to believe that it's coming. But I think people have a giant misconception about what's happening. When he says, I'm working on it, but then follows that up with, if the movie's being made, that doesn't sound like the movie is being animated as we speak. It doesn't sound like it's being recorded or storyboarded. It sounds like he's still trying to make it happen. And by mentioning all the changes that the franchise has been through, ditching the idea of a new spin-off and just making seasons 7 and 8, releasing these new seasons before a movie, it's clear that that original plot about Gumball's biggest fan helping him save Elmore from the void is not the movie that we're going to get. And keep in mind, back when this movie was just an idea that he tweeted about, he said he had 2 different movies in mind, a TV movie and a theatrical movie. I think bro just wants to make a Gumball movie, and I'll take a Gumball movie no matter what it's about. But the movie that fans are waiting for, I'm telling you guys, I don't think we're getting it. There was an Adventure Time movie announced back in 2015. We're finally getting a movie. Rebecca Sugar's working on it, but that's not the movie that was announced in 2015. As it turns out, while I was making this video, Mito has clarified what Ben said at the panel. It's not dead. We still have a script. I'm really working. We still kind of want to do it. But obviously it's interesting because with time, I'm now looking at like the movie where we're trying to make back then differently. So it's kind of like a good thing in a sense, but also bad that I get sort of like revise the story and stuff and have a really new take on it. So it's not dead. Bro said we have a script. Yeah, it's not dead, but it's not that far along either. It kinda sounds like production hell to me, but at least we know for sure there isn't a movie actively being animated or anything. I don't know, this whole panel was about season 7 and the making of an episode. This comment about the movie wasn't some major announcement, it was a response at the Q&A. They probably knew they were gonna get asked about it, but they already held off talking about it for as long as possible. People are just seeing a Twitter headline and going, oh my god, it's alive. And I just want people to have the proper expectations before the next Annette C rolls around and we're still waiting on an update about the movie. Ben saying he's working on it just sounds like he's still working on getting it made. People are laser focused on the words not canceled, that they're not looking at the bigger picture. I'm glad people are so enthusiastic about Gumball. I'm glad people still want the movie. I still want the movie. But I do think Ben was implying that the movie was stuck in production hell. He just phrased it in the nicest way possible. And the only reason it would be stuck in production hell would be because of Warner Discovery, the people who put a stop to the movie in the first place. It's just painfully obvious to me that if they had something tangible to show from the movie, they would have shown it. All the focus wouldn't happen solely on season 7 if this movie was farther along than just, it might happen. But there's the update. The update is that we are in the exact same place we were 2 years ago. But Twitter headlines are gonna get reposted on Instagram and TikTok, so on and so forth. And apparently they were really vague about how the Void will be incorporated into season 7 at this panel, which just reaffirms to me that if and when we do get the movie, the story is definitely gonna get retooled. But I yapped for long enough, and I can already smell the comments saying I'm doubling down and can't take an L. Once again, I'm just being honest, even if it's screwing myself over in the process. And as someone who runs a cartoon YouTube channel, the movie existing benefits me. But when you look at everything else Cartoon Network announced in 2021 alongside the movie that didn't come out, and how Ben's been speaking about it for years now, you get why I'm skeptical.